Chapter 831. A man and a woman flew toward Zhou Xuanji. They were dressed in similar blue ancient clothing and looked like a celestial couple. The woman looked like a celestial being and was beautiful and graceful. The man had a dignified appearance, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes and a jade-like face. They chatted as they flew. Soon, the woman discovered Zhou Xuanji's silhouette and said in surprise, "There's someone ahead. He's cultivating in the rain?" The man heard him and looked over. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji. He frowned. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's back, he felt an indescribable sense of unease. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. "Junior sister, let's take a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble," the man said in a low voice. The woman nodded, having no objections. The pair immediately changed their direction and distanced themselves from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also noticed them passing by, but he did not open his eyes and focused on cultivating. He had used his divine will to scan this world. It was a great thousand world, and the continent was as vast as the Wanshan Great Thousand. There were countless races living here. Of course, in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, this world was incredibly small. The pair of brother and sister left and never came back. In the following period of time, no one came to disturb Zhou Xuanji. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. With the absolute invasion saint form, the rules of the tribulation did not dare to obstruct him, so he broke through very easily and did not cause too much of a commotion. 3 enlightened origin fusion divine lords. At this level he could use the reverse divine sword and the non-existence divine sword. First he took out the reverse sword. The sword was silver gray in color and the blade was a little thick, but it did not feel heavy when he held it. As for the non-existence godly sword, he naturally could not see it. It was almost non-existent, but Zhou Xuanji could sense its presence. These 2 omni-fusion divine swords contained power that surpassed all the previous divine swords. This sword is not simple. Also, there seems to be some kind of power around you. Little Supreme Being said in bewilderment as his soul body flew out of the Lesser Supreme Sword. At this time the sky was clear and boundless. The Lesser Supreme Sword stood in the middle of the grass, shining with a strange light under the sunlight. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to him. He stored the 2 legendary swords and continued to absorb Ren Niming's astral fusion divine power. About 10 minutes passed. "I finally found you." The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly sounded out, causing Zhou Xuanji to open his eyes in shock. He immediately got up and took out the reverse sword and non-existent sword, preparing to fight. The Sword Emperor stood in midair and looked down at him with a smile that was not a smile. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth. He had never thought that the Sword Emperor would find him as soon as he broke through. Although his cultivation had multiplied, it was nothing compared to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor didn't make a move. Instead he was sizing him up. "As expected, you are absorbing the Supreme Destiny. Impressive. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Emperor Sword Divine range is safe and sound." The Sword Emperor smiled. His smile was so cold that it made people shudder. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. Not only did he not heave a sigh of relief when the Sword Emperor didn't attack him, but he was also very unhappy. He hated this kind of helpless situation. "I originally wanted to kill you, but now I need a helper to help me deal with the 2 sovereigns. Once you and I win, I will not endanger the Kunlun Origin Court. I just want to advance to a higher realm. At that time, let me devour 3,000 origin rules. I can leave a part of each of them. This way I can ensure the normal development of the Kunlun Origin Court," the Sword Emperor said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The Sword Emperor said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, making Zhou Xuanji feel quite stunned. "Join forces? 2 sovereigns?" Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the long-lost sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. That guy is still alive. From what the Sword Emperor said, that sovereign will be back soon. The Sword Emperor landed in front of him and said, "My subordinates found out that your sovereign is not dead. He has reincarnated and he is related to your fate. This means that you know him and it's not just a simple acquaintance." Zhou Xuanji was the same as the Sword Emperor. He immediately thought of Zhou Tanhua. He couldn't help but frown. "He shouldn't be your son. His fate has just begun." "There are no traces of his previous life," the Sword Emperor said, shaking his head with a smile. This dispelled Zhou Xuanji's worries. He asked, "In that case, why did you take my son away?" The Sword Emperor smiled and explained, "He was very talented. He was the same in the Kunlun Origin Court where I was. But that kid died early. Back then the evil Sky Divine range was besieged. Origin Court War God was taken away. In order to save him, Beast Sovereign used me as a ransom. That kid Tanhua died in front of me to save me. This is also why I hate Origin Court War God so much. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow again. Why is this past the same as the future Zhou Fa saw? He asked doubtfully, wasn't Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God at odds with each other in your place? Origin Court War God was killed by Beast Sovereign himself. The Sword Emperor shook his head and explained with a smile, Origin Court War God betrayed the evil Sky Divine Range and Beast Sovereign. The two became enemies. It's that simple. Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly fell into a trance. What is the relationship between the anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun Origin Court? If it's the opposite, why is the development trajectory so similar? Little Sovereign suddenly flew out. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and coldly snorted, Junior, what are you plotting? You can't talk about the matter between the two realms like this. It will cause chaos. The Sword Emperor glanced at him and said with a contemptuous smile, that's you. What I'm going to do is what you dare not to do. Hearing this, Little Sovereign opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, don't tell me you want to. The Sword Emperor shook his head and turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He was extremely curious. He asked, what are you talking about? Little Sovereign replied, you will be qualified to know all this when you step into the Sovereign pursuing realm. If you know in advance, you will die a very ugly death. The Sword Emperor nodded with a smile. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Sword Emperor and asked, what are your plans next? The situation forced him to bow his head. Since the Sword Emperor didn't want to kill him, he had to seize the opportunity to survive and counterattack in the future. You should go back and become stronger first. That sovereign will definitely come into contact with you in the future. At that time, if you find out his identity, give this sword to him or use this sword to hurt him. The Sword Emperor flipped his right hand, and a small green jade sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Zhou Xuanji. After taking it, Zhou Xuanji began to play with the sword. This small green jade sword didn't seem to be anything special. Zhou Xuanji swept it with his divine will and couldn't sense any energy from it. It was like a toy from the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji asked, aren't you afraid that I will play tricks on you? The Sword Emperor smiled meaningfully and said, you better pray that the sovereign dies. If he wins, you won't be able to become the sovereign for a long time. If I win, I can help you ascend to the sovereign's position. Chapter 832. The Sword Thearcha's words were filled with attraction. How many living beings could reject the position of a supreme being? Becoming a supreme was tantamount to becoming the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Although the position of a supremacy was replaced by the old, the shortest period of a supremacy's reign was hundreds of millions of years. Zhou Xuanji did not have the right to refuse, so he could only agree. After that, he asked the Sword Thearch to release Nanmuqiani and the others as well. After all, Nanmuqiani was considered half a subordinate of his. The Sword Emperor had no objections and agreed. Then the Sword Emperor left and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. Little Sovereign floated to the side, not saying a word. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he lamented, what a great Sword Emperor. This is truly a good method. If you succeed, perhaps you can really become the most powerful supreme being throughout the ages. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, asked, what do you mean? The most powerful supreme being? Currently, the position of a supreme martial artist was not too far away from him. He naturally wanted to understand this domain. Supremes are also divided into strong and weak. Since ancient times, the strongest should be a cardinal heaven expert. At that time, he also encountered attacks from other supremes, but with absolute strength, he instantly killed the predecessors, created the divine meridians and expanded many rules. Be it in terms of strength or contribution, he is second to none. Little Sovereign replied with a look of reminiscence on his face. However, since ancient times, it's extremely rare for the anti-Kunlun supremes to slaughter their way to the Kunlun origin court, let alone become the strongest supremes. Zhou Xuanji's emotions surged as he listened, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Cardinal Heaven. The title of the strongest supreme martial artist. It was unknown if such an existence was still alive. I've always been curious. Since paragons are invincible, why would there be paragons appearing one after another? The previous paragons all went to explore unknown domains, so what are these so-called unknown domains? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. This was his biggest doubt. Little Supreme said meaningfully, the unknown domain is a blank space that the mind can't think of. The Supremes created it with their supreme power. It is above the Kunlun Origin Court. It belongs to a higher level. Only the Supremes can step into it. Others can't even feel its existence, let alone step into it. Every single Supreme being opens a different higher plane, so it's very easy to get lost within. Back then I tried it and almost died. In the end, I was saved by your opportunity, becoming a soul body. When he mentioned this, he was a little proud, as if he was very proud. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, could it be that my serendipity comes from a higher realm? It was also very difficult to find the origin of the two words Hongmeng in the Kunlun Origin Court. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe it is. With the development of sovereigns, there are too many fields and things that I don't understand. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind before focusing on his cultivation. Ren Niming's divine power was huge enough for him to continue breaking through. Previously, it took a long time because of the interference of the Supreme Fate, but now that he had removed the Supreme Fate and moved it into the Soul Source Orb, the next step was much more convenient. In less than half a month, he forcefully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Fourth Enlightened, and his divine power was far greater than before. He got up and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Next, he planned to absorb Supreme Fate in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a woman flying toward him. The woman's clothes were covered in blood. Her hair was messy and she was holding a short sword in her hand. From time to time she would look back. Obviously she was being chased. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her but didn't care. Senior, save me. The woman suddenly cried out. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but take another look at her. He suddenly remembered. Isn't this woman the senior brother and junior sister I met before? In this world he had seen these two people. Naturally he had memories of them. It was fate that brought us together. Never mind. Zhou Xuanji was waiting for her to fly over. Behind her, thousands of cultivators flew over like an army of locusts. All of them were stepping on their artifacts. Their cultivation was very weak, far from the Saint Realm. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, they were no different from mortals. The woman flew behind him and cried out in horror, Senior, save me. I will give you a treasure after this. Zhou Xuanji's face was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, he directly teleported all the cultivators to the other side of this world. The woman was stunned. She was immediately dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji stepped into the air and prepared to leave. Senior, this treasure is for you. To repay you for saving my life. The woman said anxiously. She flipped her right hand and took out a crescent moon-shaped jade. Zhou Xuanji seemed to have noticed something. He raised his right hand and the crescent moon-shaped jade fell into his hand. Immediately afterward, he disappeared from the spot. The woman was stunned. She hurriedly called out, Senior? Senior? Unfortunately, no matter how she called out, Zhou Xuanji didn't show up because he had already left this world. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji was flying on the Lesser Supreme Sword while playing with the crescent moon-shaped jade in his hand. This thing actually contains a trace of the power of law. Interesting. Little Sovereign, floating above Zhou Xuanji's head, said in amazement. The power of law in the crescent moon-shaped jade was very thin. It was almost non-existent. But in this mortal world it seemed very special. Zhou Xuanji carefully observed this trace of power of law. He felt a little familiar. It was very similar to the power of time and space. Back in the passage between the two worlds, he had been with the law of time and space day and night. It should be related to the passage between the two worlds. It seems that Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun are getting closer. Once they merge, it will cause unprecedented consequences. Everything may change, Little Sovereign murmured to himself, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Xuanji crushed the crescent moon-shaped jade and directly absorbed the power of law inside. As for the matter of the two worlds getting closer, he didn't think much about it. As long as I can kill the Sword Emperor, this matter can be solved. He flew forward at full speed. A few hours later, he returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. The Emperor's Sword Divine range didn't suffer any damage. It was just that the atmosphere was very quiet. No one was walking around the various layers of the city. It was very desolate. I'm back. Don't worry, disciples. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Emperor's Sword Divine range, making everyone excited and pleasantly surprised. Zhou Tianhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who were cultivating, also opened their eyes. Zhou Xuanji came up to Jianghu. Jianghu was studying arrays under a tree. She wasn't surprised to see Zhou Xuanji. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, I knew you were still alive. Zhou Xuanji walked up to her and said with a smile, I can't die for you. Next, he took the initiative to talk about what had happened during this period of time. Jianghu listened quietly. After he finished, she asked with a frown, "Then, the most dangerous time is coming. Before, you were only targeted by the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor. But later on, you might anger the current sovereign." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then shook his head and said with a smile, "I can only deal with it when it comes." Although he was smiling on the surface, he was very anxious in his heart. He desperately needed to become stronger. The two chatted for a while before Zhou Xuanji returned to the Cultivation Palace to cultivate in seclusion. After entering the palace, just as he sat down, a bright purple light suddenly burst out of his eyes. Chapter 833. The abnormality of the exterminating divine eyes made Zhou Xuanji very uncomfortable. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. They even stung a little. He immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. He saw strands of power of destiny pouring into the exterminating divine eyes from the soul source orb. The exterminating divine eyes were absorbing the power of destiny. It contained the power of time and space. It seemed that the crescent jade had catalyzed this process. Zhou Xuanji calmed down and circulated his energy to help the exterminating divine eyes absorb the power of destiny. Perhaps after this, the exterminating divine eyes would undergo a transformation. Little Sovereign also popped up and said excitedly, "Awesome! Brat, your exterminating divine eyes are about to evolve. Strange, fate and spacetime rules have such a miraculous effect." He carefully looked at Zhou Xuanji, trying to see through him. Zhou Xuanji focused on fusing the exterminating divine eyes and destiny rules. During this process, the discomfort he felt was gradually decreasing. The greatly divine suppressor technique was the most suitable cultivation technique for the exterminating divine eyes. It was a powerful cultivation technique improved by the previous owners of the exterminating divine eyes. It had a great effect on creation. Even the supreme fate could be absorbed. Of course, the soul source orb also played a role in this. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while before entering the lesser supreme sword and continuing to sleep. He had consumed most of his soul power to help Zhou Xuanji escape last time. He needed a long time to recuperate. This time, the evolution took a very long time. It took a full 4 months before the evolution of his exterminating divine eyes was completed. But now, his vision was completely different. As he swept his gaze around, all the disciples fell into his eyes. He could see each other's fate. Some were as thin as smoke, some were as strong as a fire, and some were as violent as a gale. When he focused his attention on these gray chi, he could see the fate of these disciples. Fate really exists. According to a person's character and environment, there would be rules to deduce their fate. The entire system was extremely huge and complicated. Even he, who was a four-enlightened origin fusion divine lord, couldn't see through it completely. He turned his gaze to Jianghu and found that he couldn't see through her fate. He then looked at Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Chang Xian and the others. In the end he came to a conclusion. He couldn't see through the fate of those who were close to him. But he could see the fate of those who were relatively distant. He wasn't too shocked. After all, he grasped the supreme fate, which was equivalent to jumping out from fate. Everything related to him was a variable. He smiled and retracted the supreme fate in his exterminating divine eyes, no longer prying into the fate of others. Supreme fate was vast and profound. He had only fused it. If he wanted to fully grasp it, he would need more time to cultivate. No matter what, his exterminating divine eyes had become much stronger. Zhou Xuanji's mood turned for the better. He got up and left the Cultivation Palace to teach the Emperor's Sword Divine Range disciples. While he was becoming stronger, he also hoped that the Emperor's Sword Divine Range would become stronger as well. The current Kunlun Origin Court was still desolate and tense, and very few creatures dared to go out. All the origin cities were like dead cities. All the living beings were holed up in their respective divine ranges, not daring to come out easily. The Sword the Arch was still massacring the divine ranges. The divine ranges that he had found could only survive by handing over a 15-star prodigy or an origin law inheritor. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the Sword Emperor. Right now he did not have the right to stop him. The various super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges frequently interacted with each other. They wanted to gather the strength of various parties through negotiations. Among them, the Tianyi divine range, the revered Emperor divine range, and the mortal divine range were the most eager. The other 7 sovereign divine ranges were very low-key. They were so low-key that they almost didn't exist. Among the super divine ranges, the most active one was naturally the evil sky divine range. Beast Sovereign was ambitious. He felt that this turmoil was a good opportunity for him to rise. He recruited soldiers and bought horses, taking in those homeless creatures. The Emperor's sword divine range stayed in a corner and didn't participate in the affairs of the world. Zhou Xuanji devoted himself to cultivation. Under his preaching, the cultivation of all the Emperor's sword divine range disciples rose steadily, making the atmosphere in the divine range more and more uplifted, sweeping away the previous panic. Another few years passed. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Tanhua how to use the exterminating divine eyes. Chang Xian appeared beside him, bowed and reported, "Master, Tianyi Divine Range's Range Master, Nanmu Tianyi, has come to visit you." Zhou Xuanji replied without turning his head, "Bring him in. That old guy came to see me. Does he have another plan?" Unfortunately, he had already reached an agreement with the Sword Emperor. Nanmu Tianyi reckoned that he didn't know that he would survive. It was Zhou Xuanji who had spoken. Chang Xian left. Soon she brought Nanmu Tianyi to Zhou Xuanji. The young-looking Zhou Tanhua retracted his eyes and obediently flew to the opposite peak. Nanmu Tianyi looked at him and sighed, "This is your son, right? I have long heard of him. Even the Sword Emperor wants to snatch him." This sentence wasn't a compliment or sarcasm. Zhou Tanhua's talent had already spread in the Kunlun origin court. He had perfectly inherited Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes and cultivation aptitude. At such a young age he was already breaking through to the Tao ancestor realm. Maybe he could reach the 9 vast heavens in less than 1,000 years. He could be regarded as the star of tomorrow. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Nanmu Tianyi said with a straight face, "Recently, the divine ranges are going to gather all the range masters and integrate the power of all the divine ranges to resist the Sword Emperor. We have the whereabouts of the sovereign. When he returns, he will definitely defeat the Sword Emperor." Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. He asked with a faint smile, "Is the sovereign as strong as the Sword Emperor?" The Sword Emperor was the reverse of him. In his opinion, if he became the sovereign, he would be the strongest among the sovereigns. As for the sovereign, in his impression, he didn't have any particularly great achievements or contributions. He had to be deceived by his subordinates. This made him feel that the sovereign was just SOSO. At least, he was much worse than the other sovereigns. Of course. He's the most powerful existence. Nanmu Tianyi said excitedly. His face and neck instantly turned red. Although the Sword Emperor is the reverse of you, you can't think that he is absolutely invincible. The danger our sovereign encountered in the past wasn't much weaker than now. But he still managed to break through the encirclement and become the sovereign in the decisive battle that concerned the life and death of the Kunlun origin court. He is definitely stronger than the Sword Emperor. At this moment, Nanmu Tianyi was like a crazy fan in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Is he that strong? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Well, tell me, where is the location and when is it?" He didn't say anything about the sovereign's reincarnation lest Nanmu Tianyi questioned him further. At that time he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "It's in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. You must arrive in 76 days, Nanmu Tianyi replied. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions. He hated the Sword Emperor to the bone. The sovereign was his hope. He couldn't allow Zhou Xuanji to destroy this hope. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Nanmu Tianyi still seemed a little unhappy. He chatted with him briefly before quickly leaving. Zhou Tanhua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, "Is his Tao heart unstable?" Chapter 834. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Zhou Tanhua and snappily said, "He is the sovereign range master. Can a kid like you see through his Tao heart?" Zhou Tanhua scratched his head and smiled, looking a little shy. "Father, are you really going next? The Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Even if a sovereign returns and defeats the Sword Emperor, your crisis will not end." Zhou Tanhua reminded. In the battle between the sovereign and the Sword Emperor, no matter who won, Zhou Xuanji's life would be in danger. The Sword Emperor would prove Zhou Xuanji's potential to the sovereign. It could even be said that he was a threat. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "Don't think about things that are too far away. If the Sword Emperor is not defeated, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range will not survive either. Maybe after the Sword Emperor is defeated, I will also have the power to fight against the sovereign. Who knows?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up. That's right. Perhaps his father would have already become a supreme martial artist by then? All right, let's continue cultivating. Zhou Xuanji's tone changed and became stern. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude was indeed amazing. In terms of aptitude alone, he wasn't any worse than him. Such a genius was his own son, so there was no need for Zhou Xuanji to hide anything. Now that Zhou Tanhua had grown up and matured, it was time for him to soar into the sky and grow unscrupulously. Under Zhou Xuanji's guidance, Zhou Tanhua's cultivation increased day by day. In the blink of an eye, the day of the gathering of the divine ranges finally arrived. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was quickly shuttling through the universe. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian were chatting. Zhou Shaoxian seemed to be the most excited. She clapped her hands and smiled. "Father, this is a great opportunity. If you can grasp it well, you might be able to become the leader of all the divine ranges. How impressive would that be? That's equivalent to half a supreme martial artist." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Why was this girl's personality so similar to Xian Xianghua's? On the contrary, Zhou Tanhua looked like Jianghu. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, "Elder sister, whoever becomes the alliance leader will become the target of public criticism. What would the supreme expert think if he saw this? The enemy is father's face and the most powerful subordinate is also father." When Zhou Shaoxian heard this, she thought about it and realized that it was indeed not a good idea. If it was her, she most likely would not have a good impression of Zhou Xuanji either. "Then I'll really be a spectator this time." Zhou Shaoxian sighed and leaned against the wall. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tanhua and said, "This time you have to observe carefully. If you become the range master of the Emperor Sword Divine Range in the future, you have to know about the range masters of the Kunlun Origin Court. You have to distinguish who is worth roping in and who you have to stay away from. Under such circumstances, it is the easiest to see one's nature." Zhou Tanhua nodded, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "Tanhua is the branch master? What do I think? Should I learn from Andy Xian and establish a sect outside?" After saying that, she actually became excited. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl really looked like Xian Xianghua when she smiled. Zhou Tanhua said with a smile, "All right. How about this? Us two siblings will work together to assist father." The siblings began to talk about this matter, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt but observed them with a smile. It wasn't bad to have such a pair of children in one's life. They talked and laughed along the way, and they did not encounter any danger or obstacles. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped in front of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range. The vicinity of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was quiet. Very few creatures came and went. Those creatures disappeared into thin air as soon as they got close to the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. When the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was less than 10,000 feet away from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, a powerful space-time force moved it away. From the outside, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The next second, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage entered the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Inside the revered Emperor Divine Range, every layer was filled with people. This time the Divine Ranges are gathering. It is said that the Sovereign is there. Is it true? If the Sovereign is there, the Kunlun Origin Court can restore peace. With so many heroes gathering, who do you think will become the leader of the Origin Court? Probably Nanmu Tianyi. Sovereign Emperor Dragon, didn't you see that all the Divine Ranges are gathering in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range? The mortal Divine Range Master is also possible. Zhou Xuanji heard many voices. In the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, the news about the Divine Range Coalition army had already spread. The whole range was looking forward to it. Too soon, Nanmu Tianyi sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, "Brother Zhou, please come to my place. I will ask for the first seat for you." Zhou Xuanji immediately maneuvered the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and flew toward Nanmu Tianyi. After half an hour, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in a mansion in a giant city. After getting off the carriage, Zhou Xuanji put away the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and moved forward with Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Along the way, many Tianyi Divine Range disciples were looking at Zhou Xuanji with curious or complicated gazes. The existence of anti-Kunlun had already spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone knew that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji's incarnation. Therefore, many creatures hated Zhou Xuanji, especially those who had no home to return to after their divine ranges were destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He ignored the strange gazes from all directions. Walking along the stone steps, he saw Nanmu Tianyi and Wang Buao waiting in the courtyard ahead. As soon as he saw Zhou Xuanji coming over, Wang Buao immediately got up. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Back then he wanted to experience the power of the Dark Sovereign. In the end he ended up in a sorry state. Therefore he was a little embarrassed when facing Zhou Xuanji. However, he was very excited in his heart because he had developed a strong interest in the destiny manifestation technique. He also wanted to learn such a powerful divine ability. "Brother Zhou, you are finally here. Come and sit," Wuxian waved his hand and said with a smile. Wuxian waved his hand and said with a smile. His gaze swept over Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, and he was secretly surprised. Why did this kid bring his children here? After taking a seat, Zhou Xuanji introduced Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian to Wang Buao. Wang Buao didn't put on airs. As soon as he saw Zhou Tanhua, he couldn't take his eyes off him. This kid's aura? Wang Buao narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Zhou Xuanji was very young. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji's son to already have half a foot in the Dao ancestor realm. Such talent inheritance was too terrifying. Zhou Xuanji and Wuxian started chatting while Wang Buao kept staring at Zhou Tanhua. This guy wouldn't have some of the hobbies that Grandmaster mentioned? Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow as he thought about it. His heartbeat began to speed up. He felt disgusted with Wang Buao. Wang Buao, however, didn't know what he was thinking. He just stared at him, wondering if he should accept him as a disciple. In this gathering of divine ranges, I want to compete for the position of Heavenly King of the Origin Court and lead the Kunlun Origin Court on the road to victory. Wuxian went straight to the point. He stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and continued, I hope you can support me. After all, you are the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji replied with a teasing smile, okay. He could see through Wuxian's thoughts at a glance. He didn't point out that his vision had already surpassed the internal strife of the Kunlun Origin Court. Chapter 835. After Zhou Xuanji agreed to support Wuxian was in a great mood and began chatting with him. This guy didn't get carried away. He still treated Zhou Xuanji as the future sovereign. Zhou Xuanji exchanged pleasantries with him and time passed. 10 hours later. All the range masters gathered on the Venerable Emperor Divine Range's Meridian Convergence Tower. The tower was located at the edge of the city, towering into the clouds, and its top was connected to a platform with a diameter of 10,000 miles. On its edge stood the guards of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range, all of whom were Dao-treading saints. Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian followed Wuxian and Wang Buao into the Meridian Meeting Tower. As soon as they arrived, they attracted the attention of many creatures. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Xuanji or Wuxian, both of them were extremely famous and had high statuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Why is Zhou Xuanji with Wuxian? It has long been rumored that the reason why the Evil Sky Divine Range was able to avert disaster was because of Wuxian. Could Zhou Xuanji have already joined the Tianyi Divine Range? Even if they didn't join, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could the Emperor Sword Divine Range be established so stably? Wuxian must want to support Zhou Xuanji just like the previous sovereign. TSK, it seems that Wuxian is determined to be the Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Hearing the discussions around her, Zhou Shaoxian furrowed her brows and showed a displeased expression. She knew about the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Wuxian. It was Wuxian who had shamelessly offered to help her father. Why did it sound like Zhou Xuanji had sided with Wuxian? Zhou Tanhua's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhou Xuanji without saying a word. Wuxian was expressionless as he led everyone to the first row of seats in the center of the pagoda. For the pulse meeting, the seats were spread out in a circle with a diameter of 1,000 feet in the center. The adjacent seats were separated by 100 feet. There were only 13 seats in the first row, and 6 of the branch masters were seated. Sovereign Vein Master. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and found that he had seen them all before. When the Holy Ghost had disturbed the Kunlun Origin Court, these guys had appeared to threaten him. When the Paragon Vein Masters saw him, they were also moved. Especially old ancestor Hongqian, who looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to eat him alive. Brother Zhou, you can sit on the throne beside me. Wuxian smiled and sat down. Wang Buao stood behind him and scanned the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He walked to the throne and sat down. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who accompanied him on both sides, were a little nervous. After all, the range masters of the entire Kunlun Origin Court were gathered here. Tanhua, guess how high their cultivation is? Zhou Shaoxian sent a sound transmission to Zhou Tanhua. She wanted to find someone to relieve her tension. However, Zhou Tanhua did not answer. His gaze locked onto a figure opposite him. That person stood at the side of a supreme Vein Lord. He wore a red-lined golden robe, his face clean and bald, looking like a pretty monk. His palms were joined together, his eyes closed. He felt Zhou Tanhua's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled at him. Zhou Xuanji saw the exchange of glances between the two of them. He felt that it was quite funny, but his face remained calm. His son's life had begun. As time passed, more and more range masters took their seats. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take his seat among the range masters, many creatures were questioning him. Beast Sovereign led 2 people to take their seats. It was Ji Huanglin and the withered old man who had stopped Zhou Xuanji from leaving the evil sky divine range. Does that kid deserve to sit in front? The withered old man said, gnashing his teeth. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a traitor. Ji Huanglin slightly furrowed his brow. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a very complicated gaze. Beast Sovereign, with an expressionless face, said, the Sword Emperor is his reincarnation. He is likely to become the sovereign in the future. He is naturally qualified to sit there. The junior he once thought highly of was sitting in front of him. He had mixed feelings, but he couldn't show it. He had to pretend that he didn't care. The withered old man let out a cold snort and said no more. After about half an hour, all the range masters took their seats. Of the 13 thrones in the first row, only 2 remained. No one dared to sit. The range master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was called Li Xianhuang. He was older than Nanmuqiani, but he looked like a young man with a warm smile on his face. Yuan Ruzhen stood beside him, glaring at Zhou Xuanji. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji, whom he regarded as prey, was actually sitting on the same level as the Sovereign Range Masters. It was ridiculous. What made him the most furious was that the Sovereign Range Masters didn't have any objections. Everyone. Li Xianhuang opened his mouth. Just these 2 words silenced the entire Range Master Tower. He continued, now the Kunlun Origin Court has been attacked by the anti-Kunlun Sovereign, the Sword Emperor. Thousands of divine ranges have been destroyed. In the future, the Dark Sovereign will also attack. The Kunlun Origin Court is now in an unprecedented difficult situation. As the Range Master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, I will not talk nonsense with you. I hope that all the divine ranges will unite and fight the Sword Emperor together. Since we want to unite, we need a leader. Our Sovereign Range Master has decided to call him the Origin Court Heavenly King. If you want to become the Origin Court Heavenly King, you must have the strength to dominate the Kunlun Origin Court. At the same time, you must be able to convince the majority of the divine ranges. Remember, it's the majority, not every divine range. He began to talk incessantly. His voice clearly reached the ears of all creatures. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He didn't take it to heart. He only had one thought right now. And that was to find out the whereabouts of the sovereign as soon as possible. The Sword Emperor said that the sovereign's fate was related to him. It meant that this person was an old friend of Zhou Xuanji. And it wasn't as simple as a nodding acquaintance. Zhou Xuanji's divine will looked at Beast Sovereign and thought to himself, could it be him? Impossible. If it was him, would the Sword Emperor allow Beast Sovereign to survive in the anti-Kunlun? Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin again. Could it be him? Just as Zhou Xuanji was wondering, Li Xianhuang's speech ended. The Range Master Tower was in an uproar again. All the Range Masters only brought a few people with them. Even so, it was still very noisy when everyone's discussion was added together. Li Xianhuang began to wait. Now, the Range Masters who wanted to become the Origin Court Heavenly King could stand up. If no one else stood up, they would be chosen from these standing Range Masters. For a moment, no Range Master dared to stand up. The Origin Court Heavenly King required strength and fame. And all the Range Masters were gathered here. Even the Sovereign Range Master didn't dare to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji looked at Nanmuqiani and asked with his eyes, why haven't you stood up yet? Nanmuqiani shook his head slightly. He didn't explain through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He turned to Li Xianhuang and asked, the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range is in charge of the range meet. Presumably, you are the divine range that knows the whereabouts of the Sovereign. I hope Senior Li can tell us the whereabouts of the Sovereign. As soon as he said this, the uproar came to an abrupt end. All eyes fell on Li Xianhuang. The reason why the Range Masters didn't dare to act rashly was because they weren't sure whether the Sovereign could return or not. Without the Sovereign, the Origin Court Heavenly King was definitely going to die. Chapter 836. Li Xianhuang remained calm in the face of countless gazes. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, if the revered Emperor Divine Range dares to say it, then naturally there is. But this news can only be told to Heavenly King Origin Court. I hope everyone can understand. He didn't say the reason, but anyone who could become a branch master was a shrewd person and understood immediately. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range did not know where the Sovereign was. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Once he became the Origin Court Heavenly King, even if he told the other party that there was no supremacy's whereabouts, would he dare to abdicate the position of Origin Court Heavenly King? At that time, regardless of whether he unloaded it or not, he would still die. Zhou Xuanji knew about the sovereign, but he was not sure who the sovereign had reincarnated into. After that, he stopped talking and waited for the branch master to stand up. Time ticked by. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, no one stood up. If it were a peaceful time, there would be a lot of range masters vying for the position of Origin Court Heavenly King. But now, the position of Origin Court Heavenly King meant that they would charge into the enemy lines and face the Sword Emperor. Who would dare? Since that's the case, let me take over. After all, I have experienced many tribulations in the Kunlun Origin Court. Nam Wuqiani said. After he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and a majestic aura erupted, enveloping the entire pagoda. At this moment, he displayed his terrifying aura without restraint. If he wanted to be the Origin Court Heavenly King, he had to let all the range masters feel his strength and make them trust him. Li Xianhuang frowned upon seeing Zhang Xian standing up. Obviously, Li Xianhuang didn't know that Nam Wuqiani wanted to compete for Origin Court Heavenly King. Zhou Xuanji watched with interest. He leaned forward and supported his chin with his right hand as he watched the show quietly. Nam Mutian stood up one by one, and two of the Paragon branch masters also stood up. Li Xuanhuang's cold expression instantly returned to normal, and a smile reappeared on his face. I am also willing to become an Origin Court Heavenly King and lead the Kunlun Origin Court to fight against the Sword Emperor. A familiar voice came from behind. It was Beast Sovereign. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian subconsciously looked back, but quickly turned their heads back. After all, they used to belong to the evil Sky Divine range, so they would always feel a little awkward looking at Beast Sovereign. Among the Super Divine ranges, apart from Beast Sovereign, no other Super Range Master dared to stand up. All the creatures began to discuss Beast Sovereign. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Beast Sovereign is too arrogant. He doesn't even know his place. The prodigies nurtured by others are on the same level as the Sovereign Range Lords. It's only natural for him to feel inflated. Diske, it's funny to be surpassed by a junior. Beast Sovereign is overestimating himself. Let's watch him make a fool of himself later. Most of the living beings were either mocking or joking. In their opinion, it was impossible for Beast Sovereign to become an Origin Court Heavenly King. Nam Wuqiani shot a cold glance at Beast Sovereign. He really hated Beast Sovereign. He felt that Beast Sovereign was like a reptile that couldn't be trampled to death. If it weren't for Zhou Xuanji, he would have already killed Beast Sovereign and flattened the evil Sky Divine range. Now this guy wanted to compete with him for Origin Court Heavenly King? What? Zhou Xuanji noticed Nam Mutiani's gaze but did not speak. He remained silent. Another half an hour passed. In the end, Li Xianhuang stood up and said, I am the Range Lord of Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. I believe that my strength is not weaker than anyone here. I also want to be the Origin Court Heavenly King. If I become the Origin Court Heavenly King, I will take the lead and fight the Sword Emperor. Of course, as for who will become the Origin Court Heavenly King, I don't have the final say. The other Range Lords also don't have the final say. His voice silenced the entire tower. Although he said it very casually, it made all the living beings feel the pressure. He was determined to win. Nam Wuqiani smiled and said, Range Lord Li, who do you think has the final say? The other sovereign Range Lords also revealed a faint smile. Naturally, it's decided by the will of the sovereign. Li Xianhuang said with a smile. He raised his right palm toward the sky. In an instant, billowing thunderclouds gathered out of thin air, making all the living beings feel oppressed. Zhou Xuanji looked up. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Could it be the sovereign? He wasn't vigilant. If the sovereign really appeared, the Sword Emperor would probably come too. Although the divine ranges had been very secretive, the Sword Emperor was the sovereign. How could he not know? Zhou Xuanji felt that the Sword Emperor was spying in the distance, waiting for the sovereign to appear. The reincarnated sovereign shouldn't be able to recover his strength in a short time. In other words, as long as the sovereign dared to appear now, he would die without a doubt. The thunderclouds parted as a divine figure appeared. It was towering and majestic like a beam of light. It was impossible to see its formation clearly. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He thought of the virtuous Great Formation. How many backup plans did the sovereign leave behind? Could it be that the sovereign is planning something? Wah! All the living beings were shocked. The sovereign still has a will? The expressions of Nan Wuqiani, Beast Sovereign, Old Ancestor Hongqin, and the others changed drastically. None of them had thought of this. If the sovereign's will was helping Li Xianhuang, how could they fight against him? Sovereign, tell all living beings who should be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Li Xianhuang shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. The drama queen is here. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. If his guess was right, the sovereign's will would say Li Xianhuang. Not only him but other living beings also thought so. If Li Xianhuang dared to do this, how could he not be confident? If the will of the Supreme Being did not choose him, why would he stand up and embarrass himself? Shening raised his right hand and pointed his index finger downwards. A beam of light shot out from his index finger and quickly descended. Li Xianhuang smiled and opened his arms. Boom. The beam of light suddenly accelerated and fell on Zhou Tanhua, who was beside Zhou Xuanji. Silence. Li Xianhuang's smile froze. All the living beings were stunned. Namu Tianyi's eyes were wide open. What happened? Zhou Xuanji's son was chosen by the sovereign to be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Even Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly, Tanhua, amazing. I'm going to soar into the sky. She was so excited that she forgot herself, completely ignoring the ugly expressions of the vain masters around her. Surrounded by the strong light, Zhou Tanhua was extremely nervous. He wanted to rush out, but he couldn't move his feet and could only wave his hands. He instinctively looked at Zhou Xuanji and called out in fear, Father? Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and pretended to fight. But in fact he wanted to communicate with little sovereign. Don't panic. I'm here. You won't be in danger. Zhou Xuanji comforted, calming Zhou Tanhua down quickly. Little sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, Huh? Is this the sovereign's inheritance? The sovereign's inheritance? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He immediately asked if there would be a price to pay for accepting the inheritance. It shouldn't be. Although your son's talent is terrifying, what does the sovereign want at this moment? Even if it's a possession, it needs time to grow. Presumably, this sovereign's will is left to choose an inheritor. Your son's aura and aptitude just match the sovereign's will, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. Chapter 837. The Meridian Convergence Tower was silent for a while before it suddenly exploded. How is this possible? This kid wants to be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Are you kidding me? Li Xianhuang is stupid. What's going on? His divine ability isn't done well? Is this a joke? We came all the way here. Do you think we are fools? Do you really dare to let this kid be the Origin Court Heavenly King? He is only half a step into the Dao Ancestor realm. The Sword Emperor can kill him with a sneeze. Not necessarily. What if the Sword Emperor treats him as his son? The creatures were discussing among themselves, causing the Meridian Convergence Tower to fall into chaos again. Zhou Tanhua slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of epiphany. The revered Emperor Divine Range's spiritual qi and Dao energy immediately rushed toward him. Li Xuanhuang's face turned ugly at the sight of this. Namu Tian asked Zhou Xuanji through voice transmission, What's going on? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and shook his head slightly, indicating that he also didn't know the situation. Indeed. Could it be that the sovereign chose Zhou Tanhua because Zhou Tanhua is his reincarnation? But Zhou Xuanji had repeatedly checked Zhou Tanhua's soul. It was very pure, exactly the same as a newborn soul. After all, he had been in the soul source pool and had a deep understanding of souls. How wonderful, Wang Buao muttered to himself. Wang Buao muttered to himself as he looked at Zhou Tanhua with a strange look in his eyes. The handsome monk next to Li Xianhuang narrowed his eyes, deeply remembering Zhou Tanhua's face. Old Ancestor Hongchen coldly snorted and said, Everyone has seen this kid's cultivation. Are you really going to let him be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Isn't this a joke to the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign? His words made the other Sovereign Range Masters nod in agreement. In their opinion, it was best for the Origin Court Heavenly King to be themselves. Next, it could only be one of the Sovereign Range Masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to command the Kunlun Origin Court and wouldn't be able to bring hope to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji said, My son is indeed not qualified to be the Origin Court Heavenly King. You should find someone else. But I hope that the seniors will not disturb him. If he can become stronger, it will be the Origin Court's fortune. Hearing this, the expressions of the Sovereign Range Masters changed. It was a good thing that Zhou Xuanji could give them a way out. But seeing Zhou Tanhua obtain the opportunity of the Sovereign, they were very jealous. Li Xianhuang sighed and said in a clear voice, The person chosen by Sovereign is talented, but he still can't mature at the moment. We have to be responsible for the Kunlun Origin Court. Now let everyone here vote for the Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Choose from the branch masters who have stood up. Remember, this is not the selection of the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being will return soon. What you are choosing is the strong man who will lead you to resist the Sword Emperor. Strength and ambition are the most important. Those who have powerful cultivation but no courage are not heavenly kings of Origin Court. Domineering. Who else but me can do it? Although Li Xianhuang didn't say it directly, everyone could hear the determination in his voice. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the Sword Emperor. Namu Tianyi snorted and said, "That's right. For example, I have already faced the Sword the Arch head-on and even escaped from his hands. I have experience in dealing with the Sword the Arch." His voice reverberated throughout the entire tower, and Zhou Xuanji was speechless. How shameless. Old Ancestor Hongqian also said, "I am not afraid of the Sword Emperor." Presumably, the branch masters who dare to stand up are fearless people who are not afraid of the Sword Emperor. And Sovereign Hongqian has an inseparable relationship with our mortal divine range. She will definitely help me help the Kunlun Origin Court. Li Xianhuang and Nan Mutian's eyelids twitched. The other sovereign branch masters spoke up one after another, stating their advantages. All of them looked determined, making the branch masters in the tower discuss among themselves. Zhou Xuanji was the most relaxed. Most of his attention was focused on the beam of light next to him. Zhou Tanhua was still receiving the inheritance. His cultivation was rising steadily. He had already begun to bear the Dao flower fruit. Once the flower bloomed, he would become a true Dao ancestor. Zhou Xiaoxian stood on the side, waiting nervously. Her face was full of expectation. She could also see that this was an inheritance, and it was the inheritance of the sovereign. She asked in a low voice, "Father, how powerful will Tanhua become?" In her memory, Zhou Xuanji's speed of breakthrough was a legend. When she was sensible, Zhou Xuanji was still wandering in the mortal world. In the Kunlun Origin Court, their age gap was like that of brothers and sisters. If Zhou Tanhua could be like Zhou Xuanji, then the Emperor Sword Divine range would really rise. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Wait patiently. We can't see how powerful he is right now." Although he was looking forward to it, he had to pretend that he didn't care. Only in this way could the other branch masters not find fault with him in public. Just like that, all the branch masters began to vote. They directly said the name of the Origin Court Heavenly King. There was no need to count the votes. All the creatures present had high cultivation. It was easy to remember the names. One by one, the branch masters began to say their names. Starting from the outermost seats, they moved inwards one after another. Li Xuanwang's voice was the loudest, followed by Old Ancestor Hongqian. Nan Mutianyi's voice was far inferior to the first two. This made his face gloomy. He was in a bad mood. He even wanted to leave on the spot. When it was Zhou Xuanji's turn, many gazes fell on him. He smiled and said, "Nan Mutianyi." Nan Mutianyi, who was next to him, forced a smile upon hearing this. By now Nan Mutianyi had no hope. There was no suspense in the final result. Li Xianhuang was chosen as the Origin Court Heavenly King. He said in a loud voice, "I won't say much nonsense. The Kunlun Origin Court is in dire straits. I need you to gather the Dao ancestors of your respective divine ranges to the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. You don't need to think too much. As long as you gather a certain number, I will personally lead the army to fight against the Sword Emperor. After the war is over, as long as we are still alive, you can all go back. My position as the Origin Court Heavenly King will also disappear at that time." His tone was serious, not allowing anyone to refute him. The branch masters were immediately in an uproar. But no one dared to stand up and question him. Nan Mutianyi and Old Ancestor Hongqian almost exploded in anger, but they couldn't say anything. "Diske, Origin Court Heavenly King, I think it's a joke." Right at this moment, a cold laughter descended from the sky, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. Sword Emperor. He was dressed in black with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at the pulse-gathering tower. Whoosh! All the creatures immediately got up, ready to fight. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he thought to himself, "This guy is really here. Father, what should we do?" Zhou Xiaoxian asked in a low voice, looking at Zhou Tanhua anxiously. "The Sword Emperor is attacking and her brother is still receiving the inheritance. What should I do?" Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Don't panic. There are so many powerful experts here. What are you afraid of?" Just as he spoke, the Sword Emperor raised his hand, and a black sword of light appeared in his hand. Boom! Li Xianhuang burst out with an extraordinary aura. His whole body was burning with yellow flames as he slowly flew up. The handsome monk also flew up. A faint golden light radiated from the surface of his body. His eyes were filled with a silver light, covering his pupils. The other sovereign range masters also entered a state of battle. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. Chapter 838. The atmosphere in the Meridian Gathering Tower was tense. Other than Zhou Xuanji, all living beings were anxious and looked at the Sword Emperor in shock. This was Anti-Kunlun's supreme being, and his strength had long been proven. Even though all of the range masters were gathered here, it still made them feel uneasy. The Sword Emperor looked disdainfully at Li Xianhuang and said with a smile, "In our Kunlun origin court, you died at my hands. Do you want to know how you died?" Li Xianhuang frowned, but he didn't stop. He had just become a heavenly king of the origin court, so how could he be timid in front of the Sword Emperor? Even if he was not confident, he still wanted to fight. He asked in a low voice, "Arcane Dragon Painting, are you ready?" The handsome monk smiled and said, "It is my honor to fight and die together with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and soared into the sky. Boom! The two of them collided with the Sword Emperor, but they were blocked by a layer of formless sword energy, unable to touch the Sword Emperor. "You overestimate yourself." The Sword Emperor laughed in disdain. Sword chi burst forth from his body and sent the two of them flying. The various bloodline masters slapped their chairs and rushed towards the Sword the Arch. Super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges attacked as well. Zhou Xuanji was still sitting on his throne without moving. The Sword Emperor didn't suppress all the experts directly. Instead, he smiled and looked at the various divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji turned his gaze to Zhou Tanhua and asked in his heart, "Can I use a divine ability to move him away without interrupting the inheritance process?" If one was forcefully interrupted in the midst of enlightenment, it would be very easy for one to go berserk. Of course, don't forget your soul source orb, absorb him directly into it. Little Sovereign replied, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. The soul source orb also had such an effect? Generally speaking, all creatures absorbed by the soul source orb would fall into a deep sleep, except for the Holy Ghost. The soul source orb represents death, and the all lives brush represents life. With the two combined, you can live or die depending on your thoughts. In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji had underestimated the power of the all lives pen and the soul source orb. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up. The space between his eyebrows split open as the soul source orb suddenly appeared and directly sucked Zhou Tanhua into it. He looked at Zhou Shaoxian and transmitted his voice, "Stay close to me and be ready to retreat." Zhou Shaoxian nodded and walked to him obediently. At the same time, the battle above continued. After seeing Zhou Tanhua being taken into the soul source orb, the Sword Emperor showed a contemptuous smile and said, "Is that all you have?" Rumble, the thunderclouds scattered and light swords appeared in the sky. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, covering the entire sky. The distance between the swords was no more than 5 feet. As far as the eye could see, it was estimated that there were over 100 billion of them, and every single one of them exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. As the pressure converged, the Meridian Convergence Pagoda shook violently, and the pagoda below began to snap. All living beings flew up to avoid falling. Zhou Xuanji flew far away with Zhou Shaoxian, distancing himself from the battlefield. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. In the past, she liked the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow the most, but as her cultivation increased, she no longer liked this kind of gaudy divine ability. However, when she saw the Sword Emperor's Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, she was once again astonished. Too domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could also sense the horrifying might of the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow above him. Truly powerful. It was so strong that it made him feel powerless. He felt that even if he was 10,000 times stronger, he would still be far from this level. All the powerful cultivators were shocked. They all distanced themselves from the Sword Emperor and looked up at the sky in horror. This? Namuchani's scalp turned numb and his voice trembled as he spoke. The other sovereign range lords were the same. Xu Longhua furrowed his brows and raised his arms suddenly. Numerous golden halos flew out from his body and grew rapidly, forming a layer of golden ocean under the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. The golden ocean covered the sky and tried to block all the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadows. "Just you?" The Sword Emperor waved his right hand, and billions of light swords descended suddenly, as though the world was collapsing. The golden ocean disintegrated immediately. Xu Longhua vomited blood and almost fell down. Fortunately, Li Xianhuang caught him in time. Billions of light swords rained down like a storm. All the powerful cultivators used their divine abilities to block them. Zhou Xuanji teleported away with Zhou Shaoxian and quickly flew out of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Not only them but many other living beings also chose to flee. Just when they flew out, the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range exploded. Boom! The violent impact sent all the escaping living beings flying. Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability to escape. He looked back and saw the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range bursting out with countless sword chi, wreaking havoc in the Kunlun universe. The surrounding divine ranges shook along with it. A powerful aura enveloped most of the Kunlun origin court. Everyone was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Zhou Shaoxian, who was beside him, was even more dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen the Sword Emperor in action. Too powerful. He was not on the same level as everyone else. Such an enemy really made people feel despair. Father? Zhou Shaoxian mumbled to herself. Her voice was filled with fear as she subconsciously moved closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to remain calm. He knew that the Sword Emperor was powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Almost all the living beings in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range had died, and it was just a divine ability. The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range had gathered the top fighting power of the entire Kunlun origin court, but they were all wiped out by the Sword Emperor just like that. Submit to me and prosper or oppose me and die. If your anti-Kunlun dares to play any more tricks, I will really flatten you and destroy everything. The Sword Emperor's rampant laughter resounded through the entire Kunlun origin court, making countless living beings shudder. At the same time, the scene of the battle just now appeared in the minds of all living beings. This was the Sword Emperor's doing. He deliberately increased the fear and despair in the hearts of all living beings. He wanted all living beings to not dare to resist him anymore. Zhou Xuanji said nothing and flew back to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range with Zhou Shaoxian. After witnessing this battle, he was even more eager to fuse the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Pen, and then devour the Soul Source Pool to make himself as strong as possible. Zhou Shaoxian, who had always been talkative, also fell into silence. She had yet to recover from the shock and fear just now. A moment ago, the Range Masters were still fighting for the position of Origin Court Heavenly King. But now those arrogant Range Masters had all been turned into ashes. It made her feel surreal. They flew forward at full speed. Suddenly they disappeared into the starry sky. When the two opened their eyes, they had already arrived in a crimson space. A figure was floating in front of them. It was Sovereign Hongqian. This time, Sovereign Hongqian looked at them with his true appearance. So beautiful, Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes widened as she murmured. Sovereign Hongqian's expression was cold and elegant. Staring at Zhou Xuanji, she said, "You see, the current Kunlun origin court is just a dish that the Sword Emperor can eat at any time." Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "You don't need to tell me, I know. But it's useless to look for me now. If you want to look for someone, you should look for the Sovereign." Sovereign Hongqian stared at him and said meaningfully, "Don't you know? The Sovereign is you, whether in the past, present, or future." Chapter 839. I'm the Supreme Martial Artist? Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment, frowning. How could he be a Supreme Martial Artist? If he was, why didn't the Sword Emperor know about it? Zhou Shaoxian was shocked and couldn't help but look at her father again. It's you, but you haven't realized it yet. The Kunlun origin court and the anti-Kunlun have many similarities, but there are also many differences. This is the biggest difference between you and the Sword Emperor. I had my suspicions before, but you didn't have the aura of a paragon on you. It was only when the paragons chose your son that I realized what was going on. If you were Jizun, who would you choose to be your successor? Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. If he was the sovereign, he would definitely choose his son to inherit. After all, a son would inherit his father's legacy. However, just based on this point, how could he make such an assertion? Wait a minute. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji thought of this and his pupils contracted. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was completely enlightened. Supreme Legendary Sword System. Supremacy, it was formed by Jizun. It was no wonder that even the powerful Sword Emperor and Mortal Supremacy couldn't find the reincarnation of a supremacy. The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more shocked he was. He asked in his heart, Sword Spirit, could the system be the reincarnation of the sovereign? The Sword Spirit quickly replied, the Sword Spirit also doesn't know the origins of the Supreme Legendary Sword System. I only know that I want to serve the Sword Master and help the Sword Master become stronger without end. Its voice was as emotionless as before, just like any other artifact spirit. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. If the Supreme Legendary Sword System was formed by Jizun, then he had to be on guard. What if the supreme martial artist was plotting something? As long as you activate your supreme power, you'll be able to contend against the Sword Emperor. I will do my best to help you. Hongqian Sovereign's voice came, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Don't put your hopes on me. If I could do it, would the Sword Emperor be so arrogant?" He understood the supreme legendary sword system very well. It was impossible for it to explode with power that exceeded its current level. If he could refresh the number of times he could use the wish-fulfilling sword, that would be great. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Autarch Crimson Dust waved his hand. "I have my ways." Seeing how determined she was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more helpless. He glanced at Zhou Shaoxian and kept her in the Qianxia map. Then he flew in front of Supreme Hongqian. He said seriously, "I am definitely not the reincarnation of a supreme being, but I might have a supreme being's manifestation treasure, but I am temporarily unable to use this power. Not to mention that the truth of this matter still needs to be verified." Supreme Hongqian frowned when she heard this. She couldn't help but waver. Could she have guessed wrongly? If this possibility was wrong, then how should she find a way to defeat the Sword Emperor? "The Sword Sovereign told me that the Supreme Being has already reincarnated, and his fate is connected to mine. Perhaps it's someone I know, but this range is too large. Why don't you think of a way to let the Supreme Being of Darkness in advance?" Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. The Sword Emperor hoped that Zhou Xuanji could help him fight against the Sovereign and Dark Sovereign. Now, Supremacy Crimson Dust wanted him to use his Supremacy's power to resist the Sword Emperor. He was stuck in the middle, feeling very aggrieved. He was clearly not strong enough, but he still wanted to place the fate of the Kunlun Origin Court on his shoulders. Supremacy Crimson Dust let out a long sigh and said, "Well, even if you are really the Sovereign, it will take time for you to recover your cultivation. By the way, you have to be careful. If I can make such a guess, the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign can too. Once the Dark Sovereign comes, no matter who wins or loses, you may be targeted by them. The current Kunlun Origin Court no longer has the power to resist any of them." Zhou Xuanji nodded. The incident at the Pulse Gathering Tower made him very uneasy. The current Kunlun Origin Court could be said to be crippled. If the Sovereign didn't appear, the Sword Emperor's plan might succeed in advance. The two no longer said anything. Supremacy Crimson Dust sent Zhou Xuanji out of the mortal plane. Only Supremacy Crimson Dust was left in this crimson space. Her eyes flickered as she murmured, "If you aren't the Sovereign, then who is qualified?" No one answered her. She thought about it alone. Maybe it's a good thing. The corner of Supremacy Crimson Dust's mouth rose. The smile on her beautiful and cold face looked so sinister. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine range, Zhou Xuanji released Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Tanhua was still receiving the inheritance, causing the others to worry. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian explained the situation. After learning that Zhou Tanhua had received the Sovereign's inheritance, everyone was very excited. Doesn't this mean that Zhou Tanhua's future fortune won't be any weaker than Zhou Xuanji's? The Sovereign's inheritance, no matter how weak it is, should be able to make him reach the level of Supremacy Crimson Dust. "You take care of him, I'm going to cultivate," Zhou Xuanji said to Jianghu. Zhou Xuanji said to Jianghu before entering the Cultivation Palace. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and sat down cross-legged, continuing to fuse the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. Little Sovereign flew out, rubbing his chin as he murmured, "Could it be that the light that took me away was the power of the current Sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and replied, "It should be. You are also weak enough to fall in the hands of the younger generation." Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he angrily snorted, "No way. When I returned to the Kunlun Origin Court, only my soul was left. How could he lose to the younger generation?" Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. His heart was shrouded in a dark cloud. If the Sovereign really became the supreme legendary sword system, how would he face the system? In any case, the top priority was to refine the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. He stopped thinking about it and focused all his attention. A month later, Zhou Tanhua's inheritance was successful and he woke up. After he woke up, he immediately went into seclusion. No one disturbed him. Everyone was looking forward to him becoming stronger. Zhou Xuanji didn't look for him either. He was still busy fusing the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. About 2 years passed. Zhou Xuanji finally fused the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush together. Boom. The Cultivation Palace shook slightly as Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. The Soul Source Orb flew out from between his eyebrows, followed by the All Lives Brush. The gap between his eyebrows also recovered. He fixed his eyes on it and saw a bright light ahead. In the light, he could vaguely see the soul source orb and the all lives brush intertwined. With a thought, the two treasures began to transform. The artifact he wanted was naturally in the shape of a sword. Its level might surpass Rong Wanxing and touch the floor of the origin court overturning. You finally reached this step. A voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Immediately afterward, the lesser supreme sword was absorbed into his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, a humanoid figure appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the sovereign?" Controlling the lesser supreme sword to return to the supreme warehouse, apart from the sword spirit in him, who else could do it? Or the system itself? "Yes, I am the current sovereign. You can call me Wu Zhou," the light figure replied with a smile. His voice didn't sound dignified at all. On the contrary, it sounded very kind. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why did you reincarnate?" At this moment, his heart was in chaos. Chapter 840. You don't have to be nervous. I mean you no harm. Since you have already fused the soul source orb and the all lives brush, I will tell you everything, Wu Zhou, who had turned into a shadow, said with a smile. Wu Zhou, who had turned into a silhouette of light, laughed. His tone made Zhou Xuanji a little dazed. He inexplicably thought of the old immortal. I have never stopped cultivating since I became the sovereign. I always felt that the end of cultivation should not end here. Otherwise, the sages would not have created unknown domains one after another. Wu Zhou didn't wait for Zhou Xuanji to speak and started talking. The serendipity of world in your body is actually my serendipity. I once relied on it to rise to the sovereign's position. But in the end, I couldn't figure out its origin. When I decided to wander outside the court, I erased my mark on this serendipity and sent it into the mortal world. Now, I am just a wisp of consciousness. I will tell you everything. The serendipity of world is the most mysterious existence in the Kunlun origin court. It is omnipotent. It will transform into different auxiliary systems according to different masters. Your sword Dao is destined. TSK, I really look forward to your future achievements. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt relieved. It turned out that the supreme legendary sword system wasn't transformed by the sovereign. The sovereign was just the previous owner of the system. He asked doubtfully, I know that your reign is far shorter than the previous sovereigns. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? If Wu Zhou didn't leave, he wouldn't be here today. This was karma. Because I found that most of the previous sovereigns didn't fall. They might be trapped in another place. I want to save them and see if the sages have opened up new domains. As for why I left so early, it's because I'm too invincible. I once released the Dark Sovereign. Unfortunately, he was too weak and wasn't my opponent at all. Later, he sent his son to get close to me. I deliberately followed him and then created the illusion that I was stubborn to lure the Dark Sovereign back. After Wu Zhou finished speaking, he burst into laughter as if he was mocking the Dark Sovereign's stupidity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So all of this was Sovereign Wu Zhou's plan? Why did he do this? Now that the Kunlun origin court was almost destroyed, if what Wu Zhou said was true, then he was the culprit. He could easily defeat the Darkness Sovereign, so how could the Sword Emperor be his match? Seeing Zhou Xuanji frown, Wu Zhou smiled and said, Don't worry, the current situation is nothing. I'm doing this because I want to choose a new sovereign as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will have to wait for hundreds of millions of years, or even tens of billions of years before I can leave. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned even more tightly. Just because of boredom, the Kunlun origin court ended up in such a state? Look at how furrowed your brows are. I already know what's going on outside. Just wait and see. Whether it's the Darkness Sovereign or you making a comeback, they're all just clowns. Your future achievements will surpass yours. You have the primordial destiny, but he doesn't. Wu Zhou continued. He spoke with incomparable confidence, completely disregarding the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji could not help but cry out, but what about those dead creatures? Almost all of the Kunlun origin court's range masters are dead. This guy must be crazy. So what? It's not like all the divine ranges have been destroyed. It's a good time to have a new range master. Wu Zhou said indifferently, which made Zhou Xuanji even angrier. Before Zhou Xuanji could lose his temper, Wu Zhou continued, You have already fused with the soul source orb. The all lives brush, the primordial destiny, will belong to you completely. You can give it a new name. Primordial destiny is just a domain that I once encountered. It was opened up by a sovereign. It's very beautiful. Okay, this strand of my will is about to dissipate. It won't be long before my true body arrives. At that time I will return peace to the Kunlun origin court. But after sweeping them away I will leave again. Whether you can become the sovereign or not depends on your own efforts. After speaking, Wu Zhou disappeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. The cultivation palace fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji was still deep in thought. It turned out that the sovereign didn't reincarnate. He just left his true inheritance to him. Since that's the case, it's up to you. Zhou Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief as he looked ahead. The soul source orb and the all lives brush had already fused together. A sword as wide as a palm appeared in the ball of light. The hilt and the guard of the sword seemed to have a dragon wrapped around it, twisting slightly in the light. From today onwards, you will be called the Life and Death Emperor Sword, Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he muttered to himself. Even before he held this sword in his hand, he could already feel how powerful it was. After all, the Soul Source Orb and All Lives Brush had already recognized him as their master. Naturally, the new sword that had been fused also recognized him as its master. He raised his right hand. As the light dissipated, the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death fell into his hand. The blade of this sword was white on one side and black on the other. The middle part was like a willow leaf. It had beautiful lines. And the guard of the sword, which was connected to the hilt and the blade, was a dragon head with 2 dragon claws. It was lifelike, mighty and domineering. Holding this sword, he felt high-spirited. This sword contained infinite power. It was stronger than any previous sword. No, there was also the wish-fulfilling sword. It was unfathomable. The Sword of Life and Death. It contained all the abilities of the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. Its power of life and death had undergone a metamorphic upgrade. He immediately prepared to put the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death into the supreme storage. But he found that he couldn't put it in. The Emperor's Sword of Life and Death was resisting the supreme storage. The supreme storage was also resisting the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and mumbled to himself with a smile. Interesting. He let go of the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and let it follow him. He stepped out of the cultivation palace, ready to visit Zhou Tanhua. Wu Zhou had already said that he would come back. Naturally, the pressure on him had been reduced sharply. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua was cultivating on the edge of a large lake, leaning against a mountain. He was holding a long sword glowing with blue light in his hand. He stood motionless like a wooden stake, quietly contemplating. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside him, but he didn't even notice it. This kid has already condensed 5 Dao flowers. It seems that the sovereign's inheritance is really amazing. Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction. But just as he was about to leave, Zhou Tanhua suddenly opened his eyes. Father. He opened his eyes and called out with excitement on his face. He took a step forward and said excitedly, Father, I have already obtained the cultivation method of the sovereign. I will tell you first. You can teach me after you have cultivated it. How about it? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. He said, Silly child, this is your opportunity. You don't have to tell me everything. It will be the same in the future. You must keep a trump card for yourself. Zhou Tanhua could only nod. His heart was filled with gratitude. To have such a considerate father, it was indeed his good fortune in 3 lifetimes. Zhou Xuanji asked, Is there anything wrong with your eyes recently? Last time, the Sword Emperor had manipulated Zhou Tanhua and made him lose his mind. Zhou Xuanji still remembered it clearly. No. After obtaining the sovereign's inheritance, I have already eliminated the darkness in my eyes. The Sword Emperor can forget about harming me again. In addition, I have also received the sovereign's instructions. He will be back soon, Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua smiled. His eyes flickered with confidence. Chapter 841. What else did Jizun tell you? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. Wu Zhou's divine ability was truly incredible to be able to leave behind so much scattered will. He didn't completely trust Wu Zhou. This guy was a supreme, yet he didn't care about the life and death of the Kunlun origin court at all. All living beings were not as important as his loneliness. Such a person was completely self-centered. Who knew when he would deal with his inheritors? He told me to cultivate hard and strive to become the origin court war god. He told me to join forces with you and your son to lead the Kunlun origin court to an unprecedented prosperity. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of worship. Even though he had received the sovereign's inheritance, the sovereign still believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the sovereign. What kind of talent and power did he need? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Killing a person's heart. These words seemed to be a matchmaker, and they had good intentions. However, when placed in the position of a supreme being, they definitely harbored malicious intentions. Many people fought for the position of range master until their families were ruined, not to mention the position of supremacy. If it weren't for the close relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua, and the lack of estrangement between the father and son, Wu Zhou's words might have caused the father and son to kill each other. Seeing him frown, Zhou Tanhua instantly understood what he meant. Father, don't worry. I won't let my imagination run wild, and I won't develop absolute worship and trust towards Jizun. Just like what you taught me, we can only trust ourselves the most. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He stared at his son and examined him. Your sword Dao has matured quite a bit. Do you want to learn a new sword Dao divine art? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. As such, Zhou Xuanji taught him the ultimate chaos Dao. The interior of the Emperor's sword divine range was harmonious and all the disciples were actively cultivating. However, outside the Emperor's sword divine range, it was hell on earth. Following the destruction of the majority of the range masters and the venerable Emperor divine range, the various divine ranges were in complete chaos. Without the suppression of the branch master and facing death, the darkness in everyone's hearts was awakened. Since they were going to die anyway, they began to do things that they normally wouldn't dare to do. For a time, the entire Kunlun origin court was in chaos. The Sword Emperor was still forcing the divine ranges to hand over the 15-star geniuses or inheritors of the origin of laws. The Kunlun origin court was facing an unprecedented dark period. At the end of the Void Realm, in the endless darkness, hundreds of powerful figures stood there. Paragon Crimson Dust, the apex of Wheel, the 12 forefathers of Law, and the others all had very serious expressions on their faces. Luan Feng was still holding the Origin Court War God in his right hand. This guy was actually not dead yet, but he was now like a cripple. His body was tied up by the silver light chains, unable to move. Begin. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the silver chain wrapped around Origin Court War God directly exploded, turning into countless light stars that drifted away. Origin Court War God took a deep breath and stepped forward. Everyone stared at him, ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Origin Court War God took 7 steps forward. After stopping, he raised his hands, palms facing forward, and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, the darkness ahead was suffused with light, like a whirlpool on the surface of a lake. The range of spatial distortion grew larger and larger. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention. Even Crimson Dust Supremacy narrowed his eyes as the aura of the mortal world swirled around him. Who wouldn't be nervous when facing a darkness sovereign? Father, come out. Origin Court War God shouted. His body quickly shriveled, then ignited into flames, turned into smoke and drilled into the dark vortex ahead. Boom. A terrifying beam of light broke through the center of the black vortex, brutally tearing open the hole and gradually expanding it. An overbearing and peerless aura came in, making all the powerful experts' hair stand on end. Even someone as strong as Crimson Dust Supremacy was shocked. This, Luan Feng's scalp went numb and his face was overflowing with cold sweat. He knew that the Darkness Sovereign was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong after being sealed for such a long time. It was incredible. Boom. Another beam of light broke through the darkness, as if the dark universe ahead was about to collapse. Ah, I'm finally back. An unruly and rampant laughter resounded through the universe, his tone full of madness and violence. Darkness Sovereign. He had been sealed for too long. It had been so long that he had already gone crazy. He wanted to slaughter. He wanted to destroy. The powerful experts could feel his emotions as soon as they heard this. They took out their magic treasures and prepared to fight. Darkness Sovereign, the Kunlun Origin Court is currently being suppressed by Anti-Kunlun Supreme. If you come in, how can the Sword Emperor let you go? Luan Feng shouted. His voice was trembling. It was obvious how scared he was. Darkness Sovereign didn't answer him. More and more beams of light broke through the darkness, and the void boundary began to shake violently. Space collapsed and space-time lightning flooded in like a group of dancing dragons. The powerful experts panicked. They looked at each other in dismay. Retreat. Crimson Dust Supremacy ordered. The powerful experts immediately felt relieved and turned to flee. Although they hadn't seen the true appearance of Darkness Sovereign, his aura was too terrifying. It made them feel like they were facing death. In the blink of an eye, all the powerful experts disappeared without a trace. More and more beams of light appeared, shattering the dark universe. Anti-Kunlun. Sword Emperor? A clown dares to disturb the Kunlun origin court. What a joke. Darkness Sovereign's voice resounded. His words were full of sarcasm. Emperor Sword Divine Range on the edge of the Great Lake, Zhou Xuanji, who was teaching Zhou Tanhua cultivation, suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked up at the horizon and cast the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to spy on the outside world. Soon he saw the space at the edge of the void boundary shattering. A billowing black fog was approaching the Kunlun origin court at an extremely fast speed. He fixed his eyes on it and saw countless evil ghosts in the black fog. They were clad in armor and riding mounts, galloping wantonly. He also saw a figure. It was towering and majestic like a shadow. He couldn't see its true appearance. Darkness Sovereign. This guy is finally here. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but be curious. Between Darkness Sovereign and Sword Emperor, who is stronger? If he could notice the arrival of Darkness Sovereign, so could the Sword Emperor. Ah! Kunlun Origin Court. Your sovereign is here. That anti-Kunlun kid dares to disturb the Kunlun Origin Court. He is really overestimating himself. The Kunlun Origin Court can only be destroyed by this sovereign. Prepare to die. Darkness Sovereign's insolent laughter resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone wasn't surprised. On the contrary, they were even more desperate. Whether Darkness Sovereign or Sword Emperor won, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Sword Emperor didn't respond to Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court once again returned to silence. Zhou Tanhua asked while practicing his sword, "Father, who do you think will win? I hope they are evenly matched." The longer the two sovereigns dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It should be the Sword Emperor." He wasn't boasting. But the Sword Emperor had a kind of domineering aura, a domineering aura of invincibility. Even Wu Zhou didn't have such an obvious domineering aura. However, he heard it clearly. Every sovereign thought that they were invincible and that the other sovereigns were vulnerable. Chapter 842. After the Darkness Sovereign returned, Zhou Xuanji modified the Emperor Sword Divine Range's defensive array to strengthen its defense. He even refined the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and built many teleportation formations inside it to supply his needs when he was escaping. He returned to the cliff in front of the training hall. He was dressed in white and stood against the wind. His purple eyes were observing the battle outside. The Emperor of Life and Death sword floated beside him. He could already see the figures of the Supreme of Darkness and the Sword Emperor fighting. The two Supremes seemed to have used some kind of divine ability, causing the battle to be confined to one side of the void, not affecting the Kunlun Origin Court or the myriad worlds. In fact, not even the slightest sound could be heard. Their battle silhouettes were extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes couldn't capture them. After watching for a while, he even felt a little dizzy. Is this the power of a supreme being? Just watching him fight is enough to make me fall head over heels for him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Sooner or later he would reach the supreme being realm. With that thought, he disappeared on the spot. He jumped directly into the space-time turbulence and rushed towards the Soul Source Pool. According to the situation of the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, it would be hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. When he arrived at the Soul Source Pool, the virtuous Great Array was not triggered. The Emperor's Sword of Life and Death glowed, protecting Zhou Xuanji's head. He quickly walked to the edge of the Soul Source Pond, sat down cross-legged, and began to swallow the water in the Soul Source Pond. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared on another layer of his body, and the Lesser Supreme Sword's soul floated out. He sized up the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and praised, "You are indeed a swordsman. This sword is incredible. It is definitely a good treasure." The veins on Zhou Xuanji's forehead bulged, but he did not speak. Little Sovereign continued to sigh, "The auras of the Darkness Supreme and the Sword Emperor are really strong. Looking at the past and present, they aren't weak among the Supremes. It's a good thing that they are evenly matched. Let them continue to fight. You can take this opportunity to absorb the Soul Source Pool. Stab your sword into the pool. The Soul Source Bead and All Lives Brush are supreme treasures that can help you absorb the Soul Source Pool." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately put the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death into the Soul Source Pool. Bang! The ripples in the Soul Source Pool gradually turned into raging waves. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed at which he absorbed the pool water had greatly increased. The efficiency was 10 times higher than before. Every 2 hours, the water level in the pond would drop by an inch. Nothing much could be seen in an hour, but after a day, after a month, one could clearly see the water level of the Soul Source Pond dropping. During the absorption process, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not increase significantly. He only felt that his soul had become heavier, and there was a strange energy circulating within his body. Soul origin. The souls of all living beings were also supported by laws. The soul origin was not artificially created. It was the original origin that existed from the very beginning. According to Little Sovereign, the origin of soul origin was unknown. Even if one became a sovereign, it would be difficult to trace its origin. 3 years later, the soul source pool was already halfway down. Zhou Xuanji's black hair was shining with a faint light. His whole body was wrapped in soul qi. At first glance, he looked like a twisting shadow that would dissipate at any time. Little Sovereign flew out and said with satisfaction, "Soon I'll help you. Your body has already transformed under the quenching of the soul source pool's water. Fortunately, you have the invading venerable physique. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to absorb it so quickly. They might not even be able to bear it." After that, before Zhou Xuanji could say anything, he pressed his palm against Zhou Xuanji's back. In an instant, the pool water rose up and turned into a water dragon that entered Zhou Xuanji's body. It was as though he had been enlightened. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth slightly and his face twitched. His face alternated between blue and red. Even though he was accustomed to the water in the soul source pond, it was still difficult for him to bear such a large amount. Amazingly, with the help of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji was able to persevere even though it was uncomfortable. He immediately closed his eyes and activated the greatly divine suppressor art. Meanwhile, the first battle between the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign ended. The two of them stood facing each other less than 1,000 feet apart. Their faces were solemn. The Sword Emperor spoke in a low voice, "What a darkness exalt! I underestimated you." Supreme Darkness's body was shrouded in a black aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was sinister. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were streaks of lightning like blood tattoos on his cheeks. Especially between his eyebrows, there seemed to be an eye. He wore a deep purple robe and looked mighty and domineering. Facing the Sword Emperor, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. The Sword Emperor was truly very strong. The shock in his heart was no less than the Sword Emperor's. If we continue to fight like this, it's only a matter of time before both sides suffer heavy losses. The eyes of the Darkness Sovereign flickered. He fell into a dilemma in his heart. His goal was to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court, while the Sword Emperor's goal was to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. Both of their goals were to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. But if he gave in, the Sword Emperor would rely on the Kunlun Origin Court to become stronger. If they fought again in the future, could he still defeat the Darkness Sovereign? Darkness Sovereign, if you and I continue to fight, we will be giving Wu Zhou a chance. Don't you know how powerful Wu Zhou is? The Sword Emperor said with a strange smile. He had never met Wu Zhou of the Kunlun Origin Court. But in the anti-Kunlun, he had taken over the position of sovereign from Wu Zhou. The Darkness Sovereign sneered, "Oh? Could it be that you want to join forces with this sovereign? But how will the Kunlun Origin Court be divided? Half of the inheritors of the Origin Law?" The Sword Emperor's face instantly turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the Darkness Sovereign had already guessed his purpose. A gloomy expression flashed across his face. He then said with a smile, "By the way, what's the relationship between you and Zhou Fa? He is still with me." This fellow was truly audacious and presumptuous. He actually wants to snatch the Origin Law from me. He must be tired of living. Zhou Fa? He's just a mortal who strayed into the outer world. After receiving this sovereign's guidance, he mistakenly thought that he could become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. A chess piece doesn't know its fate. Ridiculous. The Darkness Sovereign snorted, making the Sword Emperor laugh. But the Sword Emperor's smile was very cold. He thought to himself, "It seems that this kid has been kept alive for nothing." The two sovereigns fell into silence once again. They were both thinking of countermeasures to kill each other. Boom. The two attacked almost at the same time, colliding once again. A bright light burst out, filling the void universe. Phew. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Following his gaze, the soul source pool in front of him had already disappeared, leaving only an empty sea of clouds floating. With the help of Little Sovereign, he absorbed the remaining water of the soul source pool in less than 2 months. Zhou Xuanji seemed calm, but in fact, his body was in turmoil. The violent soul origin was running around in his body. It was very difficult to suppress. "Can you do it?" Zhou Xuanji cursed, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign immediately flew out from the Lesser Supreme Sword next to him. With a speechless look, he said, I have helped you so much. The rest depends on your luck. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and asked, what if I fail? The soul origin was so powerful that he felt that his body would explode at any time. If it weren't for the exalted immortal physique, he might not have been able to hold on until now. He felt that he had been cheated. Chapter 843. If you want to reap the benefits, you must bear the pain. Little Sovereign smiled proudly as if he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated, but he tried his best to keep his expression calm. He was doing his best to suppress the source of his soul. The spiritual qi and Tao energy of this world gathered towards him, causing his robes to flutter incessantly. The power of the invading venerable body began to take effect, suppressing the soul source in his body. Xiu. The life and death emperor sword sped over and directly entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Bang! Zhou Xuanji's pain subsided in an instant, and the violent soul source in his body calmed down and became docile. The absolute invasion saint form began to absorb the soul source, and a steady stream of origin fusion divine energy flowed through his bones and muscles, helping him recover and even increase his cultivation. He soared into the air, crossed his legs and cultivated in the air. After recovering, his cultivation began to soar. He sprinted toward origin fusion divine Lord Wu Ming. About 3 days passed. A vast divine might descended, enveloping the Kunlun origin court and suppressing all worlds. At this moment, countless living beings looked up. Even the Darkness Sovereign and Sword Emperor who were fighting, stopped and looked up in fear. This aura. How is this possible? What realm is he in? Autarch Darkness cried out involuntarily. He had already lost to Autarch Wu Zhou once. He had worked hard in his cultivation and it wasn't easy for him to catch up, but when faced with Autarch Wu Zhou's aura, his heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't accept this fact. Supreme Wu Zhou had actually far surpassed him. The Sword Emperor's expression was also very ugly. Ever since he fought with Sovereign Darkness, he realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Kunlun origin court sovereigns. However, he hadn't expected Sovereign Wu Zhou's strength to be so terrifying. It was so terrifying that his scalp went numb. This sovereign is the Kunlun origin court's sovereign, Wu Zhou. Demons and monsters dare to disturb my origin court. Don't be afraid. I will destroy the demons and resurrect the dead. Wu Zhou's voice suddenly rang out like a clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of all living beings. The supremacy had returned. Resurrecting the dead? Everyone was in an uproar, overjoyed. Zhou Xuanji also opened his eyes in shock and asked, "You can revive?" Little Sovereign had a complicated expression on his face as he sighed with emotion. It seems that he has reached the creation realm. He created something from nothing and was reborn from death. Creation realm? Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to ask further, thunderclouds billowed above him. His expression changed drastically as he understood that the virtuous display formation was about to be activated. He immediately teleported to the Kunlun universe and continued to suppress the soul origin in his body. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him. Little Supreme Sword had already shrunk into the blade, not daring to come out again. Zhou Xuanji channeled his energy while looking at the top of the Kunlun origin court. The thunderclouds churned, and one imposing figure after another stood up from the clouds. They were like towering mountains and their auras were vast and boundless. Each figure was ridiculously tall, and it was impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. Wise sages. The will of the past supreme beings. Zhou Xuanji even saw the figure of Little Sovereign. Among the sages he looked very inconspicuous. Sure enough, it's Little Supreme Sovereign. He muttered with an expectant look on his face. With Wu Zhou's arrival, the calamity of the Kunlun origin court should have ended. In a situation where he was powerless, he naturally hoped that someone would resolve the crisis. Regardless of whether it was him or the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, they both needed a stable environment and time to develop. Humph. Just because I'm called Little Sovereign doesn't mean that I'm weak. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his mind. He sounded extremely dissatisfied as if he had been humiliated. The Sage Manifestation Great Array was set up. Every creature in the entire Kunlun origin court, no matter where they were, could see the majesty of the Sage Manifestation Great Array. Even within the divine range, such a spectacular scene appeared in the sky. Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Tanhua was sitting by the lake, looking at the figures of the sages in the sky with a look of longing on his face. So domineering, at this moment he suddenly felt a desire for the sovereign's position for the first time. However, this desire wasn't strong because he knew that he still had a long way to go. The first thing he had to do was to cultivate hard and help his father become the sovereign. He was very clear about one thing. With his father's character, it wouldn't take long for him to leave after becoming the sovereign. Just like Sovereign Wuzhou, or even faster than Sovereign Wuzhou. Zhou Xuanji had proven this many times in the first half of his life. All the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range were looking up at the sky. At the top of the Kunlun Origin Court, above the figures of the sages, a halo appeared as a figure in a blue robe with a phoenix pattern descended. His silver hair swayed like raging flames. His face was majestic and his eyes had multiple pupils. They were bottomless as if they contained the entire universe. Sovereign Wuzhou. The entire sky was under his feet. He was the supreme sovereign looking down on all living beings. His divine might was vast and mighty. The corner of his mouth rose. His smile was so conceited and contemptuous. 2 reptiles dare to disturb this sovereign's palace. Next, this sovereign will let you feel despair, Sovereign Wuzhou said to himself with a smile. Autarch Wuzhou chuckled to himself. He lifted his right hand, then gently waved it downwards. All the figures of the sages raised their right hands high above their heads. At the same time, the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign felt their blood run cold. What should we do? Join hands or run? Sovereign Darkness asked in a deep voice. His eyes were already filled with the intention to retreat. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He didn't want to be defeated by Sovereign Wuzhou again. The Sword Emperor snorted, "Naturally we will join hands and fight." Boom. Sword radiance burst out from his body like a peerless sword being unsheathed. Sovereign Darkness nodded. The 2 sovereigns disappeared at the same time. In the starry sky, Zhou Xuanji was meditating, cultivating while admiring the might of the sage display formation. At this moment he suddenly began to break through. He had absorbed the soul source. Although it hadn't completely fused with his saint form of absolute infiltration, it was enough for him to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 5. With the saint form of absolute infiltration, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes. Following his gaze, he saw 2 meteors flashing past, rushing toward the sage display formation at the top of the Origin Court. One was black and the other was silver. Sovereign Darkness and Sword Emperor. The aura of the 2 sovereigns was very powerful, but it was completely covered by the sage display formation. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the 2 meteors broke through the sea of clouds and destroyed several figures of the sages. Next, a powerful light burst out and swept across the Kunlun Origin Court, forcing Zhou Xuanji to close his eyes. "Humph! You overestimate yourself." Sovereign Wuzhou's cold snort resounded like a great bell, resounding in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart trembled. Zhou Xuanji wanted to open his eyes, but the scorching light forced him to close them instinctively. He was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. What kind of light forced him to close his eyes? After a long while, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 5. His Origin Fusion Divine energy skyrocketed, and the speed at which the soul source in his body fused with his muscles and bones increased tremendously. His cultivation was still growing. Suddenly, he felt that the light had weakened enough for him to open his eyes. After he opened his eyes, the scene before him made him open his eyes wide. His pupils dilated. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 844. In front of Zhou Xuanji, countless figures of light floated in the vast starry sky. Within the light were countless creatures, and their souls were starting to form fleshly bodies. Revive. The dead were really being resurrected. Zhou Xuanji looked around and caught sight of Nan Muqiani, Beast Sovereign, Li Shenhuang, Wang Buao and the others. It was a dazzling sight, and his soul covered the entire starry sky. Exactly what kind of cultivation would be able to achieve such enormous power? Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw that the magnificent figure of the divine display formation had disappeared above the sea of clouds. Supreme Wuzhou, the Sword Emperor, and Supreme Darkness were nowhere to be seen. As expected of the creation realm. This junior is amazing. His voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ear. Even if he didn't see Sovereign Wuzhou, he didn't dare to show himself. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart. Impressive indeed. You're both sovereigns, but why is the gap between you 2 so big? Little Sovereign was silent, obviously agitated. Zhou Xuanji did not leave but continued to cultivate, feeling Sovereign Wuzhou's mighty power. Soon, his cultivation level stabilized at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 5th Enlightened stage and continued to grow. The souls floating in the sky gradually regained their vitality. Whenever a soul was about to condense into a physical body, they would suddenly fly in different directions and disappear into the end of the universe. Zhou Xuanji was confused but did not think too much about it. Most likely, Autarch Wu Zhou wanted them to return to where they had died. Otherwise, he could directly send them back to their respective god ranges. With Paragon Wu Zhou's abilities, he could see through the origins and pasts of all living beings with a single glance. The Supreme Being realm is really something to look forward to, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He had no idea how far away he was from the sovereign after absorbing the soul source. However, according to his previous understanding, there seemed to be some external conditions to become a supremacy. The power of a supreme being, perhaps it was like the power of the god of war, it existed on its own. While he was lost in thought, the people of the Kunlun origin court cheered. Those destroyed divine ranges were being rebuilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless living beings unconsciously flew back to their original divine ranges. Densely packed living beings and souls appeared around the Emperor Sword Divine Range. They were all Divine Range living beings from the Emperor Sword Divine Range. When they woke up, they all hugged each other and cried in joy. Then they wanted to return to the God Range, but the God Range had already changed owners. They couldn't even break through the pulse-protecting array. Damn it! Who is it that is occupying our home? We must rush in. Ji Zun has already returned, he will make the decision for us. Let's investigate which bastard did it first. There aren't many living beings in the God Range, but why is there such a powerful formation? They were extremely sullen as they looked at the majestic Emperor Sword Divine Range. No matter how angry they were, they could not rush in. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, all the higher-ups gathered together to discuss this matter. Xian Daoya smiled and said, "Young master has obtained the inheritance of a sovereign. Even if this matter was brought to the sovereign, it would be useless. Just ignore them." Everyone nodded. It wasn't easy for them to obtain a place to stay, so how could they give it up? Ren Niming asked curiously, "Why hasn't master returned yet?" Zhou Xuanji had been gone for many years, and after causing such a ruckus, he should have returned by now. "Don't worry, he will be fine. I have already divined his aura. He is in the Kunlun origin court and he is still growing stronger," Daoya old man said with a smile. His divination ability was far inferior to Ren Niming's, but his fate was connected to Zhou Xuanji's, and he had changed Zhou Xuanji's fate. He could calculate Zhou Xuanji's aura more accurately than Ren Niming, but that was all. If he wanted to divine Zhou Xuanji's future, he would only suffer a backlash. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up as she said, "Father is going to grow stronger again?" Everyone became excited when they heard this. They had absolute trust in Zhou Xuanji. How much stronger would he become this time? While the Kunlun origin court was cheering for sovereign Wu Zhou, Zhou Xuanji was still trying to fuse with the soul origin. At this moment, he had entered a state of epiphany. He could really feel the existence of the soul origin coiling around his soul. Soul origin. Controlling the souls of all living beings. At this moment, his fate began to transform. Rumble, Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating, began to tremble violently. More accurately, the surrounding space was trembling. Even the space of the Kunlun universe could not withstand his aura. A silhouette appeared in front of him, less than 100 meters away. It was Sovereign Wu Zhou. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and looked surprised. "Exalted Invasion Saint Physique," he mumbled. "This brat absorbed the soul source completely. Is he going to become the soul sovereign?" A smile appeared on his face. It was a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji did not know that Sovereign Wu Zhou had arrived. He was in a very mysterious state. Countless soul memories flowed into his mind, making him feel as though he was dreaming of Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, he had a strong will and did not lose himself. His cultivation continued to soar. In less than 5 days, he forcefully broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 6 comprehensions. His black hair turned into thousands of silver strands that danced in the wind. A silver rune appeared on his forehead. It was the shape of the Emperor Sword of Life and Death. Above him, billowing thunderclouds gathered. Countless illusory figures flew from all directions of the Kunlun origin court like celestial beings. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Soul power. Fate of everyone. Billions of souls flew into the sky and became the soul sovereign. Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly. His eyes were filled with a dazzling purple radiance. He could no longer control himself and let out a loud roar. "Break!" His roar resounded across the entire Kunlun origin court. Countless living beings looked up in shock. Within the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. In the Meridian Gathering Tower, all the range lords had woken up. They were talking to each other when they were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's roar. "This is Zhou Xuanji. Nam Wuqiani opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The other range lords were stunned too. Zhou Xuanji? Why wasn't he here? Billions of souls flew into the thundercloud vortex and gathered into a gigantic ball of light. A powerful beam of light shot down and shone on Zhou Xuanji. Within the light, Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He looked down at his own body and murmured, "What a powerful strength!" His body was radiating a silver radiance like a god. His body was filled with explosive power. This was the first time he had felt such a powerful and invincible feeling. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Sovereign Wu Zhou's figure. He couldn't help but be stunned. Sovereign Wu Zhou smiled at him and said, "You are becoming the Soul Sovereign. Make a good breakthrough. This is a very rare opportunity. When you succeed, this sovereign will give you a big gift." Soul Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He didn't answer but focused on fusing with the soul source power in his body. His extermination body was transforming. This feeling was very wonderful. He couldn't explain it clearly. Only he could feel it. The Soul Sovereign belongs to the extreme of the source laws just like the mortal sovereign. However, there is an insurmountable gap between it and the true great sovereign. To become a great sovereign like me and Wu Zhou, you need to master the source laws of the entire Kunlun origin court to reach a perfect state. Little Sovereign's voice resounded, introducing Zhou Xuanji to the Soul Sovereign. Chapter 845. Soul Sovereign. Great Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji memorized these two names. His goal was naturally Great Sovereign. He continued to break through. Under the gaze of Sovereign Wu Zhou, it didn't take long for him to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 comprehensions. The beam of light descending from the sea of clouds had yet to dissipate. The Soul Origin was passing on to Zhou Xuanji, crowning him and helping him become the Soul Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court's fate was surging. When everyone's fate recognized Zhou Xuanji as the Soul Sovereign, he was the Soul Sovereign and had mastered the Soul rules. Sovereign Wu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "When you become the Soul Sovereign, come to the peak of the Origin Court. This sovereign has prepared a big gift for you." Having said this, he disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes. He was immersed in the Soul Origin. On the same day, he successfully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 comprehensions. The speed at which his cultivation sword slowed down. He had completely integrated the Soul Origin and become the Soul Sovereign. The Soul Sovereign controlled the soul. He could see the soul world when he opened his eyes. In this world, the creatures in the Kunlun Origin Court were only in soul form. And those lonely souls and wild ghosts floating in the Kunlun universe were like Tao energy in his eyes. He could easily control them. This feeling was extremely wonderful. He felt like he was in control of everything. This was the sovereign, the only one. As the beam of light dissipated, his fluttering robe and silver hair fell to the ground. The light in his eyes began to converge, returning to his purple eyes. Compared to before, he had a more sacred temperament. But now he really looked like a sovereign, just like Sovereign Wu Zhou, the Sword Emperor, and Sovereign Hong Qin. They had a kind of domineering aura. Perhaps it was the domineering aura exclusive to sovereigns. Such a powerful feeling. This is just the Soul Sovereign. If I become the Great Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji looked at his hands and mumbled to himself with a fascinated look on his face. The Life and Death Emperor sword emerged from his back and circled around him. He smiled and suddenly flew up, breaking through the sea of clouds and flying toward the peak of the Origin Court. He didn't know where Sovereign Wu Zhou was. But as soon as he arrived at the peak of the Origin Court, he sensed Sovereign Wu Zhou's aura. Could it be that only sovereigns can sense sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji thought in doubt. Previously, it was all thanks to Little Sovereign that he could find the Sword Emperor. Now he could rely on himself to capture the aura of a supreme being. With that thought in mind, his figure flashed, and he directly teleported in front of Supreme Wu Zhou. There was a pagoda here that only had 2 floors. The door was open and it was completely unguarded. Sovereign Wu Zhou sat on the blue jade throne and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. He praised in amazement, "Very well fused. As expected of the absolute invasion Saint Physique. The fusion is so perfect, and it doesn't require a long time to consolidate. Zhou Xuanji, your serendipity is really amazing." This kid really had too many fortuitous encounters, so many that it made him somewhat envious. Back then he had relied on the world serendipity to rise up, and he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji at all. Perhaps the world serendipity had been perfected after going through him, which was why Zhou Xuanji's path was so smooth. No matter what, in Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes, Zhou Xuanji was the best candidate to be the sovereign. I'll cut to the chase. It won't be long before I leave again. You'll have to rely on yourself to become a supreme being, understand? Sovereign Wu Zhou said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious look. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What gift are you going to give me?" Sovereign Wu Zhou rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish my explanation first." "Explain?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. The Kunlun Origin Court's calamity had just ended, and Sovereign Wu Zhou was in a hurry to leave. Could it be that something had happened? Even if he was unwilling to be left out, there was no need to leave so quickly. In another place I have enemies. I'm taking a risk by coming back this time, so I must hurry back. From now on, I won't be coming back again. Sovereign Wu Zhou could see through Zhou Xuanji's doubts and said. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Is the other place a universe created by the sovereigns of the past, or is it an unknown domain that has always existed?" Sovereign Wu Zhou looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Are you interested? Then you should go and take a look yourself. Don't regret it." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. What was hidden in the unknown domain? Who was Sovereign Wu Zhou's enemy? Was it the sovereigns of the past, or was it someone from another place? The more he thought about it, the more curious he felt. This sovereign has suppressed the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness in an independent space. Their cultivation has been sealed by this sovereign, suppressing them to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jioming. I will let you in later and their lives will be in your hands. What do you think of this gift? Sovereign Wu Zhou said with a smile as though he was giving Zhou Xuanji a great deal. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart, but he pretended to be confused and asked, "Aren't you afraid that they will kill me?" Sovereign Wu Zhou shook his head and said, "Impossible. Don't pretend. As long as they die you can come out. Of course you can come out anytime you want. As for them they will either die or be trapped here forever." He said it casually, but Zhou Xuanji could sense his domineeringness. They were all sovereigns, but he did not take the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness seriously at all. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He did not even see how Sovereign Wu Zhou won. "Are you ready?" Sovereign Wu Zhou asked. After that he stood up. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Sovereign Wu Zhou waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji disappeared from the tower. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he mumbled, "Zhou Xuanji, will you be the hope of Kunlun Origin Court? I will wait for you over there." In a pale space, there were no mountains or islands other than the surging ocean. The Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness were sitting in the air to recover from their injuries. They were 1,000 miles apart and did not disturb each other. Zhou Xuanji's sudden appearance above the ocean shocked them so much that they opened their eyes at the same time. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura, they heaved a sigh of relief. He was captured too? The Sword Emperor frowned with a grave expression. Sovereign Darkness smiled mockingly. He was already prepared to kill Zhou Xuanji. Now was the perfect time. Sovereign Wu Zhou threw him in, giving him a chance. "Do you want to come at me together, or do you want me to kill you one by one?" Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the ocean, and the two sovereigns' faces darkened. "This brat, so arrogant." The two sovereigns charged toward Zhou Xuanji. When they saw Zhou Xuanji clearly, they stopped. Now Zhou Xuanji had a head of silver hair and an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from before. "This is the sole sovereign." The Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. "No wonder this brat was so arrogant." Sovereign Darkness snorted, "Brat, you think you can kill me just because you have become the sole sovereign? I'm afraid you're still asleep." After that, he attacked. Chapter 846. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness and said with a condescending smile, "Are you panicking now? Weren't you very arrogant before?" Now that he looked at the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness, Zhou Xuanji's mood was completely different. In his eyes, these two sovereigns were no longer a threat. Although their cultivation was still higher than his, he did not feel that they were much of a threat, not even a little bit dangerous. Confidence. Absolute confidence. Other than the sovereigns, Zhou Xuanji could look down on everyone. He wanted to test his power too. Boom. Before the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness could speak, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his aura. Silver gales wrapped around his body, creating a tornado on the surface of the ocean. "Humph! You are too arrogant." Sovereign Darkness snorted coldly and attacked first. He raised his right hand and a black trident appeared in his hand. He grasped it with one hand and thrust it toward Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The violent divine energy transformed into a black dragon and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed, intending to swallow him whole. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the Life and Death Emperor sword appeared out of nowhere. His sword chi swept across and dispersed the black dragon. The life and death Emperor sword landed in his hand. He turned around and looked at Sovereign Darkness. The Sword Emperor took this opportunity. Millions of sword shadows appeared in front of him, all pointing at Zhou Xuanji. The millions of swords moved together, shaking the heavens and earth and overturning the seas. Almost instantly, the millions of sword shadows crashed into Zhou Xuanji. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. The millions of sword shadows turned around and charged toward the Sword Emperor. Now the gap between them was not big. Zhou Xuanji's Inverse Chaos Divine Ability could also work against the Sword Emperor's Origin Fusion Divine Energy. The Sword Emperor's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged. Just when he stopped, Zhou Xuanji appeared before him. Their eyes met, and their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. At this moment, the Sword Emperor saw a pair of extremely cold eyes. The purple radiance in those eyes seemed to represent death. He had not seen such eyes for a long time. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's sword chi exploded suddenly and sent the Sword Emperor flying away. Then he slashed with his sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Billions of sword chi inundated the Sword Emperor from all directions. The sword chi exploded, sweeping up a vast mist like the sea in the sky. The Darkness Sovereign transformed into a black gust of wind, rushing over with a momentum that could engulf the heavens. Countless black-colored divine weapons shot out from within, densely packed with all sorts of divine weapons. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly as the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes. With a sweep of the divine light, all the soldiers stopped. He turned around and walked towards the Darkness Supremacy, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, neither hurried nor slow. The white clothes on his body fluttered in the wind, and his silver hair was like a myriad of silver strands dancing in the wind. The elegant demeanor of a supremacy was fully displayed. During the battle he had a smile on his face. His smile was so high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. When his smile fell into the eyes of the Dark Sovereign, it was an enormous humiliation. A mere Origin Fusion Divine Lord dared to humiliate him like this. The Dark Sovereign's rage grew exponentially, and he couldn't restrain his anger. He immediately let out a loud roar and penetrated the area sealed by the exterminating divine light, charging toward Zhou Xuanji like a demon that had lost its mind. The Sword Emperor also flew out from the explosion and pincered Zhou Xuanji with the Darkness Sovereign. Boom, boom, boom. The three fought intensely in this pale space. Their figures crisscrossed as they unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. The explosions shook the ocean, and the waves looked like they were going to break through the sky. Inside the Supreme Tower, Autarch Wuzhou was watching the battle with great interest. Not bad. This brat adapted too quickly. I even suspect that he was a soul sovereign before this, he said with a mocking smile. Such an evaluation was enough to show how satisfied he was with Zhou Xuanji. After that, he waved his right hand, and the 12 Rule Ancestors appeared in the tower. The Rule Ancestors were stunned. Seeing Sovereign Wuzhou, they knelt down. Greetings, Sovereign. Their voices were trembling. They were excited and anxious, but most of them were ashamed and uneasy. They did not take care of the Kunlun Origin Court, so they were too ashamed to face Sovereign Wuzhou. Autarch Wuzhou looked down at them and said, "The sovereign ranking has been reactivated to select the next Autarch. All of you must ensure fairness and impartiality. Otherwise I can kill you with a single thought no matter where I am. Do you understand?" The 12 Rule Ancestors agreed in fear and trepidation. Their hearts were pounding. Could it be that Sovereign Wuzhou knew about their previous actions? At the thought of this they could not help but feel a lingering fear. They made up their minds not to have too much private contact with the divine ranges in the future. Sovereign Wuzhou gave some instructions, and the 12 Rule Ancestors took note of them. Void Boundary. Nanmu Qianni wandered around as though he was looking for something. Wang Buao and Young Heavenly Lord followed closely behind him. "Range Master, what are you looking for?" Young Heavenly Lord could not help but ask. They had been in this void boundary for more than a dozen days, but Nanmu Qianni's cultivation had not improved at all. Nanmu Qianni replied without looking back, "You will understand in the future. Follow me closely, or else don't blame me if you miss this opportunity." Young Heavenly Lord frowned. He was even more curious. Wang Buao said with a smile, "Brat, why are you in such a hurry? Just follow me. Putting everything else aside, you are not as good as Zhou Xuanji in terms of temperament." Zhou Xuanji. Young Heavenly Lord's eyelids twitched wildly. He felt extremely complicated at the mention of this name. When he first met Zhou Xuanji he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. But now Zhou Xuanji had far surpassed him in both strength and reputation. Even Nanmu Qianni treated Zhou Xuanji politely. Young Heavenly Lord felt complicated every time he thought of this. Where is he right now? Young Heavenly Lord asked in confusion. Sovereign Wu Zhou had already overcome the crisis and resurrected all the dead. The sovereign list had been reopened. But at this moment, Zhou Xuanji, who was the most prestigious among the younger generation, was nowhere to be seen. Wang Buao's eyes flickered as he replied, I don't know, he should be in closed-door cultivation. Every time that guy appears he becomes stronger. In addition, his son has already shown his brilliance. Maybe he will become a formidable opponent for you and me in the future. Don't underestimate Zhou Tanhua. Although he is Zhou Xuanji's son, the age gap between the two is almost negligible. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude is not inferior to his father's. Hearing this, young Heavenly Lord's face turned gloomy. Being surpassed by Zhou Xuanji was already hard enough for him. If even Zhou Xuanji's son surpassed him, he would collapse at the thought of it. Nanmu Qianni, who was walking in front, listened to their conversation and sighed inwardly, you might really be surpassed by his son. He remembered Zhou Tanhua. When he first met him he had a strong premonition. This kid will definitely be the next Zhou Xuanji. I must find that thing quickly. Otherwise, the Qianni divine range will not be able to compete in the upcoming general trend. Nanmu Qianni thought in his mind. His eyes became firm. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was still fighting with the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign. He didn't use his full strength to kill the two sovereigns. Instead, he used them to hone his combat ability. His previous breakthroughs were too fast. He had to digest them through battles. Chapter 847. Above the sea, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air with his eyes closed. No matter how the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor attacked, they could not break through the inverse chaos divine ability. He returned to where he came from. The two supreme beings were incomparably sullen. Unprecedented humiliation filled their chests, ready to explode at any time. Damn it, this kid is actually still comprehending. Looking at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes closed, the Darkness Sovereign was furious. But no matter how angry he was, he could not harm Zhou Xuanji. At the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Realm, he could not break through the Inverse Chaos Divine Art. He suddenly turned his head and looked angrily at Sword Monarch. He scolded, You don't know the divine arts of your anti-Kunlun? When the Sword Emperor heard this, he nearly exploded in anger. What did that mean? Blame him? He angrily said, Even without the Inverse Chaos Divine Art, can you defeat him? The situation of this battle wasn't decided by the Inverse Chaos Divine ability, but by the fact that Zhou Xuanji was far stronger than them. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji not acting, they would have died long ago. After the Sword Emperor cursed, he started to think of a way to escape. If they continued to fight, only death awaited them. After all, Sovereign Wu Zhou was still watching from outside. Even if he could defeat Zhou Xuanji, he would still be in Sovereign Wu Zhou's hands. Damn it, they're both supremes. Why is he so strong? Wu Zhou from the Kunlun Origin Court isn't this strong, he gritted his teeth. In the anti-Kunlun he had also met Paragon Wu Zhou. In fact, he had even stepped on Paragon Wu Zhou to rise to the top. The two Kunlun Origin Courts regarded each other as anti-Kunlun and felt superior to each other. The other party was just an illusion. The Sword Emperor's Dao heart was completely shaken. Was there really no way to escape? Zhou Xuanji did not know what his enemy was thinking. He was currently comprehending the source of his soul. During the battle, he could clearly see the souls of the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. The Sword Emperor's soul color was different from the souls of the Kunlun Origin Court. As for the Darkness Sovereign, only a wisp of black gas was left of his soul. He had long lost his sense of self. Since he could peer into the soul, he could directly absorb it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to kill the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, it would only take a single thought. But he needed a whetstone now. The battle continued. 10 hours later. Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes and coldly laughed. Are you ready to die? Hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Supremacy suddenly retreated, distancing themselves from him. Zhou Xuanji raised the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and held the blade vertically in front of him. The cold light in his eyes and the blade's cold light reflected off each other, and killing intent instantly filled the entire pale white space. You won't die in vain. Your cultivation will help me go further. Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up in a condescending smile. The eyelids of the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign twitched. Within the Supreme Tower, Autarch Wu Zhou sat cross-legged in midair, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhou Xuanji in the palace. Just like when he entered, other than the fact that his aura had become more reserved, there were no other changes. Even his white clothes were not wrinkled. His face was calm and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He was neither arrogant nor sharp. Origin Fusion Monarch Ba Ming, not bad. However, you only increased your cultivation by this much after absorbing their cultivation. It seems like the invading venerable physique has a huge appetite. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. He had lived for so long, and there were not many geniuses who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji could become the Kunlun Origin Court, he would be completely at ease. Thank you, Autarch, for this great gift. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist with a smile. He was sincere in his words. Absorbing the Sword Emperor's cultivation had transformed his sword's way. And absorbing the Darkness Sovereign's cultivation had added a trace of Darkness Law to his body. Although it was just a trace, it was always difficult at the beginning. At least it helped him build the foundation for cultivating the Darkness Law. Sovereign Wu Zhou nodded and said, "It's time for you to go back. Did your divine range encounter any trouble recently? It's not a big deal. It's just being surrounded by the original divine range. I hope you don't start killing too early." Zhou Xuanji nodded and left with a bow. After he left the Supreme Tower, Sovereign Wu Zhou smiled and mumbled, "It's time for me to go back too." Just when he finished speaking, a beam of light flew out from his body and quickly disappeared from the top of the tower. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the Kunlun Origin Court. He took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and drove it. Since Sovereign Wu Zhou said that it was not a big deal, it meant that his Divine Range Guardian formation worked and blocked the enemies outside the Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and focused his attention on the Darkness Law. After comprehending the soul origin, he became very interested in this kind of law. Once he could master the 3,000 origins, he would become a great sovereign. The fusion of 3,000 origins was the sovereign law. However, he still had a lot of doubts about the sovereign law. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked, "After you leave the Kunlun Origin Court, will your strength drop a lot?" Little Sovereign flew out and replied, "What will happen? The Sovereign's divine power is cultivated by us. Before we leave, we will give up a strand of the Sovereign's divine power to protect the Kunlun Origin Court. As long as the next Sovereign appears, this strand of divine power will help the next Sovereign soar." Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Little Sovereign looked at him and sighed, "Kid, you are really powerful. You have already obtained the Darkness Law. Your path to the Sovereign has officially begun." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and replied with a smile, "That's natural. But I'm still far from the great Sovereign realm. Take your time. Next, I will develop the Emperor Sword Divine Range." He must make the Emperor Sword Divine Range a Super Divine Range. If possible, he even hoped that the Emperor Sword Divine Range would become a Sovereign Divine Range. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, "The Sovereign's Divine Range often doesn't have a good ending. You have to think about it carefully." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had long heard about this. A divine range that had given birth to a sovereign would always be targeted by future generations. Stepping on the predecessors to rise was the norm no matter where it was. But Zhou Xuanji still had to do it. As for the future, he would leave it to future generations. Even if the Emperor Sword Divine Range was destroyed, it was because the future generations didn't live up to expectations. Void Boundary, Nan Mutiani suddenly stopped and cried out in pleasant surprise, "I found it! I found it! Ah!" He laughed crazily as his body trembled. Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord looked at each other in dismay. Nan Mutiani turned around and laughed maniacally, "I found a treasure that can make the Qiani Divine Range dominate. I will make you stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuanji." The two were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. But they still had doubts in their hearts. What made Nan Mutiani so excited? It was the first time they saw Nan Mutiani lose control like this. "Follow me." Nan Mutiani waved his right hand and disappeared with Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord. Not long after they disappeared, a figure flew over. Surprisingly, it was Luan Pinnacle. Luan Pinnacle was in a weird state. His body was stiff and his face was dull. There was a black worm lying on his forehead. It was half the size of a palm and had 8 legs. It looked hideous and terrifying. His mouth was half open as he mumbled, "I must find you. I must find him." Chapter 848. Kunlun Universe. It had been decades since Sovereign Wu Zhou returned and suppressed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court had regained its peace. Every origin city was bustling with activity again. Because of Sovereign Wu Zhou's divine ability, the dead could be resurrected. The Kunlun Origin Court didn't need time to recover. However, there were still fights in the peace. Especially after the sovereign list was released, the competition for geniuses began. At this moment, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was surrounded by billions of creatures. At a glance, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was surrounded by countless creatures. Enchanted artifacts and mounts were everywhere. The massive Emperor Sword Divine Range was completely surrounded. The Emperor Sword Divine Range's protective array was still open, preventing these creatures from rushing in. Other than the original Divine Range creatures, many geniuses were stationed here, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to appear so that they could use him as a stepping stone to fame. When do you think Zhou Xuanji will appear? What is he doing? Is he afraid? A man in blue asked impatiently with his arms crossed in front of his chest. There were 6 geniuses in front of him, and they were equally impatient. They had been waiting here for too long. Not only them but many creatures were complaining about this every day. Let's wait a little longer, a lady in red said softly. She looked cold. She was Emperor Red Dragon who brought Zhou Xuanji and the others to the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time she was stopped by the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. She had no choice but to hand Zhou Xuanji and the others over to Old Ancestor Yinxin, which eventually led to them being sold to the Longbow Divine Range. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, she had been paying special attention to his news. This guy, who was once as insignificant as a bug, had become someone she couldn't even look up to. This made her feel extremely complicated. Emperor Red Dragon looked toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. At this moment, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was so majestic. It wasn't any weaker than her sacred Red Divine Range. When would she be able to establish such a supreme force? Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage. Zhou Xuanji is here. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out, causing countless living beings to turn their heads to look. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage came galloping over. The 3 phoenixes and the Qilin looked so majestic and awe-inspiring. The living beings stood up one after another, setting off magnificent waves in this part of the Kunlun cosmos. Zhou Xuanji. He's an existence that sits in the same row as the sovereign bloodline master. How strong do you think he is right now? No matter how strong he is just a heaven's favorite. Now that we have so many people here, what is there to fear? He's here. What are you waiting for? Prepare for battle. Let's defeat Zhou Xuanji together and pull him down from his godly altar. Haha, that's right. Let's work together first. When Zhou Xuanji's momentum drops, no one will be able to bully him. An uproar broke out. Everyone thought that they could defeat Zhou Xuanji with their combined strength. Emperor Red Dragon gazed at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage with a complicated expression. She felt both anticipation and apprehension. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage sped towards the Emperor Sword Divine Range without any intention of stopping. Immediately, several Origin Fusion Divine Lords rushed towards the Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage with unstoppable momentum. A cold snort came from within the carriage. Its might shook the entire universe, suppressing all living beings to the point of suffocation. How could this be? All the living beings widened their eyes. The Origin Fusion Divine Lords who were charging ahead also stopped in fright. A vast and boundless aura enveloped this part of the universe. So strong? Emperor Red Dragon was covered in cold sweat. She looked at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage in horror. He really grew stronger again. The most mysterious legend about Zhou Xuanji was his speed of growth. Every time he disappeared, his power would grow explosively. This was also the reason why he could continue to dominate the top of the sovereign list. If you don't want to die, retreat now. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. Just when he finished speaking, the curtains in front of the carriage were lifted. 2 heads flew out and landed on the billions of living beings ahead. All eyes fell on these 2 people's heads. Many living beings had seen Zhou Xuanji before. Seeing the Sword Emperor's head, they were stunned. Why did Zhou Xuanji throw out his own head? Hold on, wasn't that Zhou Xuanji? Was it Zhou Fa? No, that head's eyes were emitting a horrifying murderous aura. It was definitely not Zhou Fa. And the head beside it was equally terrifying. It's the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. An Origin Fusion Divine Lord cried out in horror. His voice resounded across the entire universe. Wah! The heads of 2 sovereigns. Billions of living beings fled immediately. In less than 5 breaths, the entire universe quieted down. Such a spectacular scene was witnessed by the living beings in the nearby divine ranges. All the divine ranges were in an uproar. Panic and shock filled the air. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range also saw it with their divine will. They were more excited than anything else. Their grand teacher had returned. Father is too powerful. How did he pick up the heads of 2 sovereigns? Zhou Xiaoxian hugged Jiang Shue's arm and said excitedly. They stood in the courtyard and looked at the horizon like a pair of sisters. Jiang Shui smiled proudly and said, "What do you mean picked up? They must have been killed by your father. Don't you know how powerful your father's poison is? No matter how unbelievable it is, he can do it." Zhou Xiaoxian felt that it made sense. Her father might have really killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign with his own hands. Thinking of this, she became even more curious. How did her father do it? Before she could continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji's voice came. "All disciples, listen up. From now on, no one is allowed to leave without my order. Cultivate with peace of mind. I hope that the Emperor Sword Divine Range can become a superior divine range or even a super divine range. And I want to fight for the Sovereign." His tone was so overbearing, so insufferably arrogant. All the disciples felt their blood boiling after hearing this. They couldn't hold back their excitement. Super divine range. Sovereign. Even Zhou Tanhua, Chang Xian, Daoya Old Man, Ren Niming, Xing Tiandao, and the others were overwhelmed with emotions after hearing this. What surprised them the most wasn't Zhou Xuanji's ambition but that Zhou Xuanji dared to say it out loud. Even with the Divine Range Guardian Array, there must be many powerful cultivators who could spy on the inside of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji had yet to enter and he said it in public. This was obviously a declaration of war. A declaration of war against the entire sovereign list. A declaration of war against the entire Kunlun origin court. Our Grand Teacher is so mighty. So domineering. I must become someone like him. Impossible, there is only one Grand Teacher in the universe. Only one person deserves to be called Zhou Xuanji. Yeah, you dare to dream about it? You are courting death. Without our Grand Teacher we would still be mortals. This body of ours lives for our Grand Teacher. All the realms in the Emperor Sword Divine Range were in an uproar. All the disciples were excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's words. At the same time, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in the courtyard where Jiang Shui lived. After landing, Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian came up to him. "Wow, Father, what happened to your hair?" Zhou Xiaoxian asked in surprise. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of excitement. She suddenly wanted to have hair like Zhou Xuanji's. Chapter 849. This is a symbol of growing stronger. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he looked at Jiang Shui. His eyes were full of tenderness. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Every time Zhou Xuanji came back, he would look for her mother. She sighed in her heart. Even though she was full of curiosity, she had no choice but to leave. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were left in the courtyard. Zhou Xuanji pulled his wife to sit down at the stone table. "Hurry up and tell me." Jiang Shui propped up her cheeks with her hands and urged him with a smile. Zhou Xuanji pinched her face and told her everything that had happened during this period of time from the beginning. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had become the sole sovereign and killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, even Jiang Shui, who was full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji, was stunned. She had guessed many possibilities, but she did not expect him to have such a great opportunity. How long has it been? In just a few decades, Zhou Xuanji was already comparable to the mortal sovereign. She couldn't help but fall into a trance. Seeing her expression, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but burst into laughter. He liked it when she was so shocked. It gave him a sense of accomplishment. "What are you going to do next? Look for other origin rules?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "I will accompany you. I will stay in the divine range from now on." With his strength and reputation, there was no need for him to go out and fight for his fame. Next, he only needed to stay in the Emperor Sword Divine Range and wait for the geniuses to challenge him. Without leaving the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he had defeated countless enemies. "Then you have to teach me more cultivation." "I don't care about your cultivation anymore," Jiang Shui said with a smile. Jiang Shui said with a smile. She was in a good mood. Zhou Xuanji staying was naturally what she was most happy to see. The couple continued to chat. Sometimes they talked about their disciples' cultivation, sometimes about the Kunlun origin court, and sometimes about the past. The news about Zhou Xuanji killing the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign also began to spread in the Kunlun origin court. Most of the creatures treated this as a joke. The Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign were killed by the sovereigns. How could they be killed by Zhou Xuanji? Those creatures who were scared away also came back to their senses. All of them felt humiliated. Immediately, a large wave of creatures began to gather against the Emperor Sword Divine Range. However, Zhou Xuanji's aura was really powerful. Without a powerful cultivator leading them, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was not in danger for the time being. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 1,600 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Life Fusion, Venerable Breaker Sword, Sword Emperor Divine Crown. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Zhou Xuanji was currently refining the law of darkness and had obtained a fusion sword, causing him to open his eyes and look at it. Sword name, Venerable Breaker Sword level. Myriad Fusion. Description. Countless paragons have been born in the various courts. There are paragons of laws and grand paragons. The Paragon Destroyer Sword is a sword that specializes in slaying paragons. It will absorb the paragon's divine power to grow stronger. To use this sword, one needs to be at least at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level. Specialized in killing supremes? Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked about the origin of the Sword Emperor Divine Crown. The Sword Emperor Divine Crown was a treasure that the Supreme Legendary Sword System had specially created for him using special materials. The Divine Crown contained a huge amount of sword intent. When faced with a life or death situation, the sword intent would automatically explode and kill the enemy. Of course, this sword intent wasn't invincible. If the enemy was too strong, killing the enemy would just be a joke. Zhou Xuanji took out the Sword Emperor Divine Crown. The crown was bluish-purple in color. It was very gorgeous and exquisitely carved. There were 3 swords on the top edge with the tips pointing upward. After he put it on, his entire temperament suddenly changed. His temperament became more majestic, becoming more and more similar to the Sword Emperor. He smiled with satisfaction. After putting on the Sword Emperor Divine Crown, he felt his consciousness become more open-minded. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. Immediately, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the law of darkness. Not long after, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after putting on the Sword Emperor Divine Crown, his comprehension of the law of darkness had become faster. What a great treasure, Zhou Xuanji thought. He couldn't help but smile. He was sitting in the courtyard cultivating. Very few people disturbed him. Generally speaking, Chang Xian was the one who came to inform him of anything. As for Jiang Shui, she was busy cultivating. After Zhou Tanhua became a Dao ancestor, Zhou Shaoxian followed closely and also reached the Dao ancestor realm. The cultivation of most disciples in the Emperor's Sword Divine range was constantly improving. On this day, Chang Xian once again came to find Zhou Xuanji. She stood respectfully to the side and reported in a soft voice, "Master, something strange has happened in the Kunlun Origin Court recently. Our Emperor's Sword Divine range must pay attention to it." Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes, "What is it?" Chang Xian replied, "A strange insect has appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court. Anyone who comes into contact with it will lose their mind. Even those at the peak of Almighty will have gone crazy. They are slaughtering creatures everywhere. So far, tens of thousands of creatures have been controlled by this insect. Some have high cultivation, some have low." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. Even Luan Pinnacle has suffered? Luan Pinnacle was an expert comparable to a sovereign range master. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Didn't the Origin Court do anything? If it was someone else he might not care. But Luan Pinnacle had taught him a divine ability. He was indebted to him. He had to go and rescue him. They have taken action. The Void Boundary Heavenly Sages and Void Boundary War Gods that were sent out are either dead or under the control of that strange insect," Chang Xian said with a frown. Chang Xian said with a frown, worry flashing in her eyes. They had just experienced the sovereign calamity and now such a strange insect had appeared. It was really disturbing. The most important thing was that there were rumors that Sovereign Wu Zhou had left the Kunlun Origin Court again. Perhaps it was because of this that such a strange insect appeared. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I understand. I will go out for a while. I will leave the trivial matters of the Emperor's Sword Divine range to you." Chang Xian bowed and agreed. Zhou Xuanji flew out of the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Just as he was about to use the 10,000 Worlds Piercer, a figure appeared beside him. It was Li Xianhuang. Xu Longhua was following behind Li Xianhuang. The two had obviously been waiting for some time. "Zhou Xuanji, you finally came out. I have something to discuss with you," Li Xianhuang said with a smile. Li Xianhuang smiled as if they were old friends. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and asked, "What's the matter?" He didn't feel too much disgust towards Li Xianhuang. The other party was waiting here and didn't disturb the Emperor's Sword Divine range. "You came out this time because you want to save the Wheel Peak, right? After all, he has taught you divine abilities. Such kindness should be repaid. I came to find you precisely because of this matter. You have already become the sole sovereign, and your status is higher than mine. The appearance of that strange insect is not a coincidence. I found a clue and I hope you can go check it out and deduce your fate. Li Xianhuang said sincerely, his eyes fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Xu Longhua followed up, that's right. I suspect that the Dark Sovereign isn't dead yet, or there might be new enemies lurking around. It's also very strange for the Dark Sovereign to leave in such a hurry. The top powerhouses of the Kunlun Origin Court need to stick together. Chapter 850. Where's the clue? What do you know about that insect? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had only been in seclusion for a short while, and the Kunlun Origin Court was in trouble again. It was a problem that even the Sovereign Range Lord could not solve. He felt really helpless. Since when had the Kunlun Origin Court become so weak? Even a little trouble could destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Li Xianhuang did not know what he was thinking about and replied, we came to you because we don't know much about that insect. We can bring you to the clue. It's in the Sea of Nothingness at the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was not afraid of their schemes. The three immediately left. Along the way, Li Xianhuang introduced Zhou Xuanji to the powerful cultivators who were possessed by the strange insects, as well as the specific effects of the insects. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he was shocked. In summary, there was only one thing. No matter how powerful the cultivator was, he would lose his mind and become violent and murderous after being possessed by the strange insects. The most confusing thing was that these people seemed to be looking for something. More accurately, they were being controlled by the strange insects. All of them repeated the same sentence. I must find you. I must find him. Zhou Xuanji was interested in the strange insects. Could they have some kind of rule power? Half an hour later. Under Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua's lead, Zhou Xuanji came to the Sea of Nothingness. The place was filled with violet qi and many asteroids were floating around. They stopped before a stone stele. The stele was charred black and looked like a tree trunk that had been cut in half. There was nothing on it. This is the stele. Someone saw a strange insect crawling out of the stele. Every time this happened, the word punishment would appear on the stele. Li Xianhuang said with a deep voice. He looked at the charred stele warily. Punishment? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of Zhou Fa. He wondered if that guy had already died. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and probed into the charred stele with his divine sense. But it was a pity that he found nothing. There was nothing in the charred stele. It was like an ordinary stone without any space-time ripples. Are you sure? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He suspected that there was something wrong with Li Xianhuang's information. Li Xianhuang nodded and said, it's definitely here. That person is my trusted aide and I know him very well. He will not lie to me or remember the wrong place. At their level of cultivation, how could they possibly remember things wrongly? The other possibility was that the strange insects had already moved away. Xu Longhua raised his eyebrows and asked, don't you feel that the atmosphere here isn't right? With this, Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang instinctively scanned their surroundings with their divine senses. Soon their expressions changed at the same time. There was not a single trace of Tao energy in the surroundings. The Kunlun universe was filled with Tao energy. Even the passageway between the two realms and the chaotic space-time flows contained Tao energy. Looks like those bugs aren't completely mindless. Li Xianhuang said with a dark expression. He raised his right hand and a pitch-black halberd appeared in his hand. Lightning coiled around the halberd, shaking the space around it. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as billions of sword shadows appeared out of thin air. With them as the center, they began to circle recklessly, engulfing the surrounding void boundary sea and dispersing the purple mist. Black bugs the size of human heads appeared one after another. They had 2 pairs of wings and were of different shapes. Their exoskeletons were black and shiny. These strange insects had a pair of dark green eyes, and they all stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had already become the sole sovereign, sensed danger. He couldn't help but frown. Where did these strange insects come from? Ever since he became the sole sovereign, this was the first time he had such a horrifying feeling. At this moment, spatial cracks began to appear around the strange black bugs. Creatures emanating powerful auras stepped out from the cracks. Among them were great chakra pinnacle cultivators. These creatures looked like walking corpses. Their postures were stiff and their faces were hideous. They kept muttering, I must find you. I must find him. I must find you. I must find him. I must find you. I must find him. They were all repeating this sentence. Their voices converged together, making one's scalp numb. Xu Longhua's face turned grim. He slammed his palms together and cried, overwhelming righteous energy. Just as he spoke, a powerful radiance burst out from his body. A majestic divine shadow condensed behind him and grew taller. This move was quite similar to the sage manifestation formation. The divine shadow roared furiously. His palms moved like the wind and slammed in all directions. His upper body twisted and countless blue palm shadows shot out with unstoppable momentum. The strange insects and the creatures under his control all dodged. Zhou Xuanji followed suit. The delusion sword sea erupted and covered the entire void boundary. The surging sword will shock Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua. So powerful. At this moment, waves of shock surged in their hearts. They were already shocked when they learned that Zhou Xuanji had become the sole sovereign. But in their opinion, even if Zhou Xuanji had become the sole sovereign, he should still be weaker than them. He should be about the same as the range lord of a super divine range. But now they were all shocked. Zhou Xuanji ignored their gazes. The delusion sword sea imprisoned all the strange insects and puppet creatures. Just as the delusion sword sea surged, the strange insects trembled violently and let out a strange and hoarse sound. The delusion sword sea was pushed away by their sound and dissipated in an instant. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. What were these things? Why was his divine energy dispelled when he approached them? He was now the sole sovereign. His divine energy could be called the Supreme Sovereign's divine energy. This was the divine energy that was second only to the great sovereign in the Kunlun origin court. Even such a Supreme Sovereign's divine energy could do nothing to the strange insects. No wonder those creatures could not withstand it. Let's retreat first. Li Xianhuang said in a deep voice. He noticed that there were more and more strange insects. There were already more than 100,000 of them. This number far exceeded his expectations. Another calamity had descended on the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji activated the exterminating divine light, which swept out and fixed all the strange insects in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three quickly left. They shuttled through the space-time tunnel with an ugly expression. Xu Longhua sighed and said, "Could it be that another supreme existence has set its eyes on the Kunlun origin court? These strange insects could not have been formed naturally. There must be someone behind this." Li Xianhuang said with a frown, "No matter what, we must deal with it. Next, let's go back and check the history to see if there were such strange insects in the past." Xu Longhua nodded. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He was thinking to himself. Suddenly his expression changed. He turned around abruptly. Hundreds of thousands of strange insects appeared behind them like a black ocean, chasing them relentlessly. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua also turned around, and their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 851. How did they chase us here? I can't sense their aura. Li Xianhuang cried out in shock. Fear was written all over his face. As a sovereign range lord, even he was frightened by the strange black insects. If Zhou Xuanji did not turn back, wouldn't they be controlled by the strange black insects without anyone knowing? At the thought of this, Li Xianhuang shuddered. Even when he faced the Sword Emperor, he did not feel this way. After all, when he faced the Sword Emperor, he was killed instantly by the Sword Emperor despite being accompanied by thousands of range lords. He had no time to feel fear. Xu Longhua glanced at these black insects and said softly, "Something's wrong, they seem to have something to ask of us. From the start to the end, they haven't attacked. They can follow us closely, so they can definitely attack when we stop." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang calmed down. It was indeed so. After they stopped, the strange black insects stopped as well. They maintained a certain distance from them and emitted a piercing sound, as though they were transmitting some kind of message. Zhou Xuanji reached out with his divine will and communicated with them telepathically. He was the sovereign of souls after all. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua could not compare to him in terms of telepathy. However, the strange black insects did not have souls, so he was not sure if they could communicate. A while later, the strange black insects suddenly flew toward another direction. After some distance, they stopped and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and the others. It was obvious that they wanted Zhou Xuanji and the others to follow them. The three looked at each other and made a decision with their eyes. They followed the strange black insects together. The strange black insects continued ahead. Suddenly they broke through the space-time tunnel and opened up a tunnel of absolute darkness. The three's hearts sank, but they did not stop. They took out their enchanted artifacts and spread out to illuminate the space within a radius of a few hundred meters. They advanced ahead without any obstruction. About an hour later, light finally appeared in front of them, and the three's eyes regained their focus. "What's next?" Li Xianhuang mumbled. He had never come to a cosmic space like this before, so he felt a little uneasy. Zhou Xuanji and Xu Longhua were calm, but they were more curious. After flying out of the light, they came to a dark blue universe filled with dazzling starlight. The stars here glowed with different colors and it was as beautiful as a dream. The strange black insects continued onwards, and looking at where they were going, Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions once again changed. A gigantic black tree stood in the center of the cosmos. Its height was impossible to estimate with the naked eye. Every leaf on it had stars and even suns of different sizes. It was an extremely spectacular sight. The most terrifying thing was that most of the stars had the aura of living beings. They were worlds with complete ecological laws. What tree is this? Divine tree of creation? Good fortune saint tree? Li Xianhuang asked with a frown. Xu Longhua shook his head, saying, I am not too sure either, but it is definitely not a natural creation of the world, most likely an inauspicious object. We have to be careful. We do not know if those worlds were created by this tree, or if they were captured by this tree. If it was the latter, then it would be horrifying and horrifying. Even Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang were fearful. What was the purpose of this tree's existence? Although they were doubtful, they still followed. Soon they arrived at the base of the huge black tree. The strange black insects scattered and burrowed into the leaves, quickly disappearing. The atmosphere became strange and the entire universe fell silent. Zhou Xuanji and the other two looked around and were prepared to fight at any moment. They began communicating telepathically to prevent others from hearing them. Should we destroy this tree? No, we do not know how powerful this tree is. This is too uncanny. Should we retreat? Since we are already here, why should we retreat? Just as they muttered, some of the leaves on the massive black tree began swaying. The Luan Peak appeared with the puppets. They walked over in the air, looking extremely strange. This time they did not repeat the same sentence. Instead, they kept their mouths shut and looked ahead without blinking. More accurately, they were looking at Zhou Xuanji and the other two. Zhou Xuanji and the other two stood back to back, each looking in a different direction. They took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. The Life and Death Emperor sword appeared by Zhou Xuanji's side and spun on its own, which caught Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua's attention. This sword, Li Xianhuang's pupils contracted. He immediately guessed that it was a supreme treasure formed from the fusion of the All-Lives brush and the Soul Bead. He had wielded the All-Lives brush before. Although it was only for a short period of time, that power was still fresh in his mind. He did not expect this brat to refine two supreme treasures of the Kunlun origin court. He was too daring. Wasn't he afraid of the sovereign's punishment? It would definitely take time to refine these two supreme treasures. The sovereign had just left not long ago, which meant that the sovereign had tacitly approved of his actions. When Li Xianhuang thought of Zhou Tanhua obtaining the sovereign's inheritance, his heart was shrouded in a shadow. Although he was cooperating with Zhou Xuanji, he still had a strong ambition to compete for the sovereign's position. Look over there. Xu Longhua suddenly cried out, pointing at the massive black tree. Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang immediately turned around. They saw a huge seed emerging from the main trunk of the massive black tree, rapidly expanding. In less than 10 breaths of time, the seed was tens of thousands of meters tall. It was crystal clear and looked like a peach. Its surface began to crack and a bright red juice gushed out like blood. It was a ghastly sight. A horrifying aura leaked out of the seed. Even though they were far away, Zhou Xuanji and the other two could feel it. Sure enough, those insects lured us here as prey, Li Xianhuang said, gritting his teeth with a gloomy expression. He was the range lord of the sovereign range. How could he tolerate being tricked by insects? Zhou Xuanji and Xu Longhua's eyes turned cold. The three's eyes were locked on the bleeding seed. I must find you. I must find him. I have already found him. Luan Feng suddenly shouted, startling Zhou Xuanji and the other two. His murderous aura soared into the sky. His face was hideous and he had a horrifying smile on his face. He charged straight at Zhou Xuanji and the other two. The puppets followed suit, each of them bursting out with their full speed. Just as they were about to reach Zhou Xuanji and the other two, they suddenly stopped. Their expressions froze, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Zhou Xuanji, Li Xianhuang, and Xu Longhua kept their composure. They didn't act immediately. They didn't understand the current situation. Naturally, they couldn't act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked in his heart, "Do you know about this tree?" Little Sovereign didn't answer immediately. After a few breaths of time, his exclamation suddenly rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears, "The evil tree outside the courtyard. Wasn't this thing suppressed by the sovereigns? Every generation of sovereigns would strengthen the seal. How did you find it?" His panicked tone made Zhou Xuanji's heart even heavier. After all, this guy was a sovereign. Even a sovereign would panic in the face of this tree. Chapter 852. What's the origin of the extra-court evil tree? Why does it need every sovereign to suppress it? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. Apart from fear, he was more curious about the extra-court evil tree. Why didn't Sovereign Wu Zhou mention this? How long has it been since the strange insects from the extra-court evil tree entered the Kunlun origin court? There must have been signs before this. How could Sovereign Wu Zhou not notice it? Could it be that Sovereign Wu Zhou deliberately left this disaster behind? When he thought of Sovereign Wu Zhou's previous actions, he felt that it was very possible. This guy was too conceited. He always wanted to let the future generations bear the burden. He called it testing the future generations. However, he forgot that back then, before he grew up, it was also thanks to the previous supreme being that protected everyone from above. But now, Sovereign Wu Zhou only served for a few 100 million years before leaving. He didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a sovereign at all. No one knows the origin of the extra-court evil tree, but it contains spirit-controlling evil insects. Any creature that is possessed by the spirit-controlling evil insects will lose their mind. All the spirit-controlling evil insects are controlled by the spirit-controlling evil mother. The spirit-controlling evil mother seems to be looking for something. The world on the tree is the spoils of war she found on the way. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's ear. His voice was trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, leave quickly, lest you get into unnecessary trouble." That brat Wu Zhou not only didn't strengthen the seal, but he also released it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Immediately, he told Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua what Little Sovereign had said, shocking them. The extra-court evil tree. Isn't that a legend? Does it really exist? I have only seen it in the Origin Court's History Pavilion. There are very few records. It only says that when the extra-court evil tree appears, the Kunlun Origin Court will be destroyed. There are too many legends like this. I thought they were all nonsense, Li Xianhuang sighed. His face was ugly. He already had the intention to retreat in his heart. This is an existence that even sovereigns fear. Xu Longhua said in a low voice, "Retreat?" Their eyes were still locked on the huge seed. It had already bloomed. There seemed to be something hidden in the bud. They could vaguely see a figure through the petals. The spirit-controlling evil mother. That peerlessly horrifying aura grew more and more powerful, to the point where Zhou Xuanji and the other two's hearts palpitated. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Let's retreat, but before we retreat, let's use our most powerful divine abilities. Even if we can't destroy this tree, we must at least severely injure it and buy some time for the Kunlun Origin Court." Alright. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua had no objections. The three of them circulated their divine power and prepared to attack. Zhou Xuanji activated the sword fusion technique and 9-soul fusion technique. He raised the Emperor Sword of Life and Death with his right hand, and his aura reached its peak. Beside him, Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua were inwardly alarmed. How did this brat's aura suddenly soar so much? Could it be that he had been suppressing his aura? Zhou Xuanji slashed with the Great Awareness Divine Slash. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua also took action. 3 extremely powerful divine powers gathered together and rushed towards the evil tree outside the courtyard with absolute power. There was a loud bang. The evil tree outside the courtyard shook violently as the 3 divine powers collided with it. Ah! A shrill cry came out from the flower bud. Countless leaves of the evil tree outside the courtyard began to shake, making a strange sound. The 3 of them glanced at each other before disappearing from where they were at the same time. In the mortal plane, Xian Xianghua sat in the air, focusing on cultivation. More than 36 Dao flowers appeared on top of her head. Above the Dao flowers there were 8 layers of purple clouds. She was trying to break through to the 9 vast heavens stage. Sovereign red dust was hovering at the side, watching quietly. She nodded slightly, showing a look of admiration as she mumbled, "It seems like he has become a lot stronger." She was confident in her teachings and inheritance. But every time Xian Xianghua's cultivation skyrocketed, it was definitely related to Zhou Xuanji. Thinking of Zhou Xuanji, she couldn't help but pinch her fingers to calculate. The next second, she furrowed her brow. She had always been able to calculate Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. This was also the reason why she could often rescue Zhou Xuanji. But now she couldn't calculate it at all. There was only one possibility. That was, Zhou Xuanji had already left the Kunlun Origin Court. Where did he go? Sovereign Red Dust was puzzled. She knew Zhou Xuanji's recent plans. He was competing for the Sovereign Spirit Nurturing range. There was no reason for him to leave the Kunlun origin court. He didn't have the ability to leave either. Could he have been attacked? Sovereign Red Dust immediately flew up to Xian Xianghua and said, "Don't move. This sovereign will calculate your husband's whereabouts through you." After that, she placed her right hand on Xian Xianghua's forehead. Within the dark realm, Zhou Xuanji and the other two were flying at an extremely high speed. The three looked gloomy because countless spirit-controlling evil insects were chasing after them. The controlled cultivators were also following closely behind. "Damn, that spirit-controlling evil mother should be here soon," Li Xianhuang said with gritted teeth. They could all sense the terrifying and oppressive aura behind them. At this moment he was extremely regretful. If he knew this, he wouldn't have followed the spirit-controlling evil insects. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What should we do?" Zhou Xuanji was knowledgeable. He could recognize the evil tree outside the court, and he was also the sole sovereign. He might have a way to escape. "Keep going, don't slow down," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Li Xianhuang frowned but had no other choice but to acquiesce. As Shu Longhua flew, he looked around in all directions as though he was guarding against something. "Where are you going to escape to?" A cold old woman's voice came and the three looked back in shock. A woman wrapped in withered leaves appeared above the swarm of spirit-controlling evil insects. She had a head full of black hair and looked very young and graceful. But her face was very old, and her skin was shriveled like an old woman in her 60s or 70s. Spirit-controlling evil mother. Her eyes were cold and tiny spirit-controlling evil insects were crawling all over her forehead. She looked extremely horrifying. Seeing her, Zhou Xuanji and the other two's hearts beat wildly. Such an spirit-controlling evil mother would make anyone tremble in fear. The spirit-controlling evil mother sped up and was getting closer and closer to them. At this moment, a ball of red chi appeared in front of them. It charged toward Zhou Xuanji and the other two with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and immediately guessed the other party's identity. "Mortal Sovereign. Why are you running? Start the battle or else you will lure her into the Kunlun origin court." Mortal Sovereign's cold voice came into their ears, and Li Xianhuang and Shu Longhua's expressions changed slightly. They recognized Mortal Sovereign too. Supreme crimson dust flew over their heads, heading straight for the evil mother of spirit manipulation. Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged with his sword. Li Xianhuang and Shu Longhua glanced at each other. Almost instantly they reached a unanimous decision. "Fight." The two moved like two meteors and charged into the swarm of spirit-controlling evil insects. Boom! Mortal chi exploded, sending countless spirit-controlling evil insects flying away. Mortal Sovereign and the spirit-controlling evil mother's palms clashed. Two extremely powerful forces clashed, shaking the dark universe. Chapter 853. Red Dust Sovereign was the most powerful cultivator below the sovereign after all. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had become the sole sovereign, was far inferior to her. She and the evil spirit-controlling mother clashed, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Both sides fought fiercely, surging with divine power. The spirit-controlling evil insects had no choice but to distance themselves from them. They vacated the void for tens of thousands of miles, allowing them to fight. Zhou Xuanji clashed with Luan Feng, while Li Xianhuang and Shu Longhua dealt with the other creatures controlled by the spirit-controlling evil insects. This dark space was desolate to begin with. It was like a world of living creatures, a place where they could fight to their heart's content. Facing a wheel-top cultivator who could be considered half his master, Zhou Xuanji was very domineering. With the life and death emperor sword in hand, Luan Feng was forced to retreat step by step. The wheel pinnacle divine ability was also very powerful, but it was a pity that it was reflected by the inverse chaos divine ability. His destiny manifestation technique was completely ineffective against Zhou Xuanji, who had a sovereign soul. The life and death emperor sword blocked the wheel's summit, and Zhou Xuanji cast the destiny manifestation technique. Rolling thunder clouds gathered above the wheel's summit. A gigantic figure stood above the sea of clouds, wielding a gigantic sword as it slashed down. This was the death tribulation of the peak of chakra. Zhou Xuanji looked over and realized that this figure was very similar to himself. Could it be that in the future he would be the one to kill the Luan pinnacle? Li Xianhuang and Shu Longhua also noticed the fate manifestation. This wasn't the first time they had seen it, so they knew what it meant. "That's not Zhou Xuanji, it's Zhou Tanhua," Li Xianhuang said solemnly. His voice was so weak that no one could hear him. Shu Longhua also recognized Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua had left a deep impression on him that day at the Pulse Convergence Pagoda. "Good lad, he can even kill a peak wheel expert." Isn't his bloodline inheritance too perfect? Xu Longhua muttered to himself, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. How could they allow such a prodigy to grow? Zhou Xuanji recognized that the mighty figure was his son, and he felt that it was quite funny. This kid won't be simple in the future. This posture was indeed his style. As for the hatred between him and Luan Ding, he didn't think too much about it. Although he was indebted to Luan Ding, he understood his son. Future grievances will be dealt with in the future. Facing the fate manifestation technique, even though Luan Feng was being controlled by the soul-controlling evil insect, he couldn't help but scream in agony. The killing tribulation pressure enveloped him, causing his soul and body to suffer extreme pain. He couldn't endure it at all. On this side, Zhou Xuanji had already suppressed the Wheel Summit, while Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua had gained the upper hand. Only Autarch Crimson Dust was still locked in battle. Zhou Xuanji and the others did not look down on her because of this. Instead, they admired her even more. The evil spirit controlling Mother's aura was simply too powerful, so powerful that it made their hearts palpitate. However, it was precisely in the face of such a powerful being that Crimson Dust's supremacy displayed an extremely domineering performance, and he was evenly matched with the evil spirit manipulation Mother. Zhou Xuanji directly charged over. He performed the greatly divine suppressor art, creating hundreds of thousands of greatly clones to support the entire battlefield while his true self charged toward the evil Mother. In the state of the sword fusion technique, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the origin fusion divine sovereign level. Even if he were to face the evil spirit manipulation Mother, he would still be able to fight it head-on, not to mention that he had Supreme Crimson Dust's help. The two of them joined forces and their aura surged. The evil Mother spirit manipulation was forced to defend. Your strength has risen so quickly. Autarch Crimson Dust said softly, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. He was clearly in a very good mood. She liked this kind of Zhou Xuanji. Back then, when she fell in love with him, he was far stronger than Zhou Xuanji. So, she could not bear to see Zhou Xuanji weaker than her. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji was indomitable and fearless. No matter what kind of predicament he faced, he could deal with it calmly. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay, but I still can't beat you." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Fighting alongside Autarch Crimson Dust at such a close distance, he could feel her vast aura. With such an aura, no wonder she was fearless in the Kunlun origin court. Without Sovereign Wuzhou, she was the sovereign. The great Li Avatar, Li Xianhuang, and Xu Longhua killed the spirit-controlling evil insect one after another. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua soon became invincible. They began to watch the battle between Zhou Xuanji, Autarch Crimson Dust, and the evil Mother. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. They were not surprised by Autarch Crimson Dust's power. What surprised them was Zhou Xuanji. His sword's way and strange divine abilities were really unpredictable. The evil Mother spirit manipulation evil insect often couldn't dodge in time. "I will kill you." The evil Mother spirit manipulation evil insect suddenly let out a shrill cry. A gust of wind came from the darkness, which shocked everyone. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw the evil tree outside the courtyard flying toward them with a majestic momentum, as though it was going to break through all the universes. Autarch Crimson Dust's expression changed slightly. Suddenly he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's right shoulder, and the two disappeared. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua were stunned. Escape? They immediately came back to their senses. Cursing in their hearts, they quickly retreated. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Autarch Crimson Dust traveled through the mortal qi. Zhou Xuanji didn't even need to fly with divine energy. He felt that Autarch Crimson Dust was pushing him forward. He asked curiously, "What channel is this?" He felt that the mortal qi here was like a channel of time and space. It was very mysterious. "The mortal spacetime is a divine ability that I created. It's not bound by the rules of time and space. I don't think the evil Mother spirit manipulation evil insect will find this place," Autarch Crimson Dust replied. Autarch Crimson Dust replied in a proud tone. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. "Can I create such a channel with my soul source? You have already become the sole sovereign. If you want to leave the Kunlun origin court in the future, you must take me with you." I guess Nianxing might have gone outside the court. Autarch Crimson Dust changed the topic and said meaningfully. She stayed in the Kunlun origin court to wait for Zhou Xuanji. Except for Zhou Xuanji, she had nothing else to miss. Zhou Xuanji asked, "You can already leave the Kunlun origin court? Isn't that an ability only great sovereigns have?" "Of course. When you absorb 10 more origin rules, you can do it too," Autarch Crimson Dust replied. Autarch Crimson Dust replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. No matter how long it had been, she still couldn't give up divine Yensheng. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "If I become the sovereign, I won't leave the Kunlun origin court soon. But I can promise you that I will leave sooner or later." Otar Crimson Dust nodded and said no more. The two fell into silence. About the time it takes to burn half an incense stick had passed. They returned to the Kunlun origin court. The evil mother spirit manipulation didn't chase after them. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua were nowhere to be seen. Zhou Xuanji didn't ask about their whereabouts. After all, they were acquaintances. "When can Xian Xianhua come back to me?" Zhou Xuanji stopped and asked Otar Crimson Dust. Otar Crimson Dust snorted and said, "Is there such a hurry? When she becomes an origin fusion divine lord, I will let her go back. At that time she can share the pressure for you in the Emperor Sword divine range." Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to speak again, she directly turned into a wisp of mortal qi and dissipated. Zhou Xuanji stayed in place, shaking his head and laughing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked into the depths of the universe and saw a figure in the void boundary looking at him. Chapter 854. The figure standing in the void boundary had disheveled hair and ragged clothes. His head was slightly lowered, revealing only his bloodshot right eye. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji as though there was a deep hatred in his heart. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and was curious. Who was this guy? His aura was very strong, and he had the cultivation of origin fusion divine Lord Wu Ming. However, it didn't look right. It was as if he had been possessed by a spirit-controlling evil insect. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand suddenly with a sharp look in his eyes. Puchi. The long-haired man's chest was pierced through, and black blood spurted out from his back. However, no weapon could be seen throughout the entire process. The vanishing divine sword. Shadowless, formless and soundless. The long-haired man did not die because of this, nor did he fly into a rage. He only twisted his neck and continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji from afar. Zhou Xuanji laughed and waved his right hand. The invincible sword pierced through the man's body from behind and flew in front of Zhou Xuanji. He had used the world internalization, but he didn't absorb the divine power of the man with the loose hair. It was really strange. Could it be that this fellow's divine power is different from others? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and immediately flew towards the disheveled man. As soon as he saw him flying over, the long-haired man immediately fled. How could Zhou Xuanji let him escape? However, after coming to the void boundary, Zhou Xuanji could no longer sense his aura. Strange, why did it suddenly disappear? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He first thought of the red dust passageway. Could it be that the long-haired man also grasped some sort of special rule and had already opened up a space-time passageway that belonged solely to him? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. If he moved in the Kunlun origin court, he would definitely leave behind traces of aura and soul fluctuations. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and flew toward the Emperor Sword divine range. The Kunlun origin court had a lot of things to deal with recently, so he was too lazy to think about it. He had just dealt with the evil spirit-controlling mother, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble. In any case, the Kunlun origin court's range masters had been resurrected, so it was time to let them take action. After returning to the Emperor Sword divine range, Zhou Xuanji did not disturb the others. He returned to the cultivation hall and continued his seclusion. However, this trip had changed his opinion of Zhou Tanhua. Therefore, he began to carefully observe his son in addition to his cultivation. Zhou Tanhua's temperament had become more and more stable with the improvement of his cultivation. Although he still looked like a teenager, he appeared very mature. He didn't have Zhou Xuanji's high-spirited spirit, nor did he feel inferior. He was always thinking alone and no one knew what he was thinking. When I leave in the future, I can be at ease leaving the Emperor Sword divine range to him. Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Compared to Zhou Tanhua, his elder sister Zhou Shaoxian seemed to never grow up. She always gave him a headache. Meanwhile, Zhou Tanhua sat by the lake and looked at the lake. He rested his chin on his right hand as he racked his brains. He was thinking about his sword path. He wanted to create his own sword Dao and not copy his father's path. Somehow he seemed to have grasped something, but he couldn't clearly capture it. This feeling drove him crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted it. Therefore his mood began to calm down. The sword that was stuck in the soil beside him suddenly came out of its sheath and hovered above his head. The grass beneath him burst into light and spread out in a circle. He began comprehending the Tao. Evil Sky Divine Range, Sovereign Palace. Beast Sovereign was sitting on the main seat, looking at the figure in the palace. It was the disheveled man who had been staring at Zhou Xuanji before. His face was still covered by his grass-like hair, only revealing a pair of eyes. Are you sure? Beast Sovereign asked in a cold voice with a cold face. The disheveled man said with a strange smile, yes, Zhou Xuanji has power that surpasses the sovereign. Hearing this, Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and fell into silence. Such an existence has appeared in the Kunlun origin court. If he doesn't die, he will definitely become a great sovereign. You either find a way to eradicate him and seize his opportunity or leave the Kunlun origin court and go to another court realm to make a comeback, the disheveled man said leisurely. The disheveled man said slowly and closed his eyes. After a long while, Beast Sovereign asked, what are the other court realms like? The disheveled man opened his eyes and replied with a smile, it's more exciting than the Kunlun origin court. The sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court are opening up court realms outside, constantly creating. The outside world is far more exciting than the Kunlun origin court. Of course, it's also more dangerous than the Kunlun origin court. All the sovereigns are chasing after a supreme treasure. Once you get that supreme treasure, you can command all the sovereigns and become a supreme ruler. Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and asked, why can you command all the sovereigns? The sovereigns were the strongest experts of an era. How could they be controlled by a supreme treasure? The disheveled man replied, everything has a starting point. The same is true for the origin of the sovereigns. In the vast court realms, there are 3 supreme opportunities. One of them is the sovereign divine power. Once you grasp the sovereign divine power, all the sovereigns must surrender. Otherwise they will turn into ashes. After all, the establishment of the sovereigns is derived from the 3,000 origin rules. Rules can make the sovereigns, but they can also overthrow the sovereigns. Beast Sovereign's eyes widened. He was shocked by the other party's words. His eyes lit up with the fire of hope. He curiously asked, apart from the sovereign divine power, what are the other 2 great opportunities and supreme treasures? The disheveled man shook his head and replied, no one knows. His tone was a little sad. He couldn't tell the vicissitudes of life outside the court. Many supremes had risked their lives for the sake of the 3 supreme fortuitous encounters. The sovereign divine power alone was enough to make the sovereigns fight to the death. If the other 2 supreme opportunities appeared, what kind of scene would it be? All right, this sovereign has decided to go outside the court. But before that, an eye for an eye. An eye for an eye. The corner of Beast Sovereign's mouth rose as he declared with a murderous smile. After 3 years, Zhou Xuanji sent Chang Xian to inquire about the news. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua had returned. The spirit-controlling evil insects had strangely disappeared. The creatures controlled by them were also nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had evaporated. This matter didn't cause too much of a stir in the Kunlun origin court. The main theme was still the sovereign list. The Qianxiong Divine Range, which had always been low-key, suddenly made a high-profile announcement. They wanted to gather all the powerful cultivators and geniuses on the sovereign list in one place to fight for the position of the new sovereign. The Qianxiong Divine Range was also a sovereign divine range. Their words carried a lot of weight. As soon as this statement came out, many creatures expressed their support. The emergence of the sovereign list had caused powerful cultivators and geniuses to fight everywhere. Although it was very lively, it would also make all living beings bored after a long time. The Qianxiong Divine Range also sent invitations to everyone on the sovereign list to fight in the universe area at the center of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji took the invitation from Chang Xian's hand and asked with a faint smile, are there any people from the Qianxiong Divine Range on the sovereign list? Chang Xian nodded and replied, yes, there are about 800 of them. All of them are above the 5 vast heavens realm. Although they are not as many as the super divine ranges, each and every one of them is a powerful existence. The highest ranked is Chu Jing, who is ranked 4th on the sovereign list. He broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 comprehensions 200 years ago. Chapter 855. There are so few people. No wonder they did this. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said disdainfully. He did not have a deep impression of the Qianxiong Divine Range. Back then at the Meridian Gathering Tower, the range lord of the Qianxiong Divine Range, Chu Xingquang, was very low-key and did not fight for anything. Facing the Sword Emperor, he didn't dare to ask for the position of Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Now that things were peaceful, he was eyeing the position of an exalted exalt. How thick-skinned. Chang Xian whispered, Master, if most of the people on the sovereign list go, will you go? Now Zhou Xuanji was ranked 1st on the sovereign list. If he did not go, this battle would become a joke and he would offend the Qianxiong Divine Range. Not going? Zhou Xuanji said without hesitation. He was not afraid of the hidden hero divine range. Although the Emperor Sword divine range was weak, the Tianyi divine range still supported them. Among the sovereign divine ranges, the Tianyi divine range was one of the top 3, slightly stronger than the Qianxiong divine range. Chang Xian nodded. She didn't try to persuade Zhou Xuanji but obediently retreated, not wanting to disturb his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji continued to comprehend the law of darkness and did not think too much. On the other side, the Qianxiong divine range had set up a battlefield in the center of the Kunlun origin court. Most of the rankers went to participate. After all, this battle was also a chance for them to showcase themselves. Of course, the reputation of the hidden hero divine range was also a big factor. The Emperor Sword divine range did not have any veins sealed, so many disciples wanted to take a look. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them. However, he didn't expect the Emperor Sword divine range to shine in the sovereign meet. To be precise, it was Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua and a group of Emperor Sword divine range disciples were originally there to watch the show. But because Zhou Xuanji didn't come, they were ridiculed a lot. Out of indignation, Zhou Tanhua joined the battle and shone brilliantly by relying on his swordsmanship and exterminating divine eyes. In just a few years, the entire Kunlun origin court knew of Zhou Tanhua. After all, his father was Zhou Xuanji, who ranked first on the sovereign list, and he himself had received the sovereign's inheritance. How could he not soar into the sky after displaying his strength? Zhou Xuanji witnessed Zhou Tanhua's performance through the 10,000 Worlds Piercer. He was very satisfied. This kid had his own style. On Zhou Tanhua's way back, he had been keeping an eye on him to prevent any mighty experts from targeting Zhou Tanhua. During this period, there were indeed people who wanted to attack Zhou Xuanji. But all of them disappeared into thin air, undetected by Zhou Tanhua. It was not Zhou Xuanji who did it. Strange, who is protecting him? Could it be Supreme Wu Zhou? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin in thought. Among the experts who wanted to attack Zhou Tanhua, there were many Origin Fusion Divine Lords. But they still disappeared without anyone noticing. It could be seen that the attacker was very strong. At least he was stronger than Zhou Xuanji because he could not pinpoint his opponent's position at all. In the end, Zhou Tanhua and the others came back safe and sound. Zhou Xuanji didn't ask Zhou Tanhua. He continued to cultivate in the Cultivation Palace. As Zhou Xuanji expected, the one who benefited the most from this battle was Chu Jing from the Qianxiong Divine Range. He had used his absolute strength to suppress the entire audience, and all the spectators were convinced. He only defeated his enemies, not killed them. He didn't rely on any helpers and fought alone. Now, the clamor for him to become the sovereign was very loud. In the eyes of everyone, he only needed to defeat Zhou Xuanji to prove that he was the first on the sovereign list. Zhou Xuanji's #1 position wasn't just for show. Putting aside his fame, he wasn't strong enough to be #1 on the sovereign list. For a time, the Kunlun origin court was in turmoil. The matter of the sovereign was also getting more and more intense. Sovereign Wu Zhou left again. The Kunlun origin court urgently needed a new sovereign. On this day, the Cultivation Palace shook violently. The entire mountain was submerged in black clouds, making it look like a demonic domain. Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya Old Man, Ren Niming and the others gathered. All of them looked terrified. They felt an extremely oppressive aura, which almost suffocated them. Dark Law. What a powerful aura. Is Father breaking through or is there an enemy? Zhou Shaoxian asked nervously. This dark aura made her feel uneasy. Everyone mistakenly thought that the enemy had arrived. Even Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya couldn't divine it. The black clouds coiled around the mountain, forming a spectacular black tornado that swept across the sky with great momentum. Thunder and lightning roared along with it. Everyone looked up and saw the black clouds condensing into a mighty figure. It was Zhou Xuanji. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, they became even more nervous. After all, the Sword Emperor and Zhou Fa who had appeared before looked exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji. Darkness complete. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded as the majestic black clouds directly exploded, restoring peace and tranquility. Next, his figure appeared above the Cultivation Palace. His silver hair had turned black, even darker than before. There was a black line at the edge of his purple pupils, which made him look a little more evil. He looked down. Everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. They lowered their heads subconsciously. I'm just breaking through. Everyone disperse, Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. After speaking, he entered the Cultivation Palace. He had completely mastered the Dark Law. He was one step closer to the great sovereign realm. Everyone looked at each other and could only leave. Master has become stronger again. Judging from the momentum just now, it must be a big breakthrough. At this rate, guess how long it will take for him to become the sovereign? I'm not sure. The sovereign might not be in the same realm. We have to work harder too. We can't be left further and further behind by Master. At the peak of the Origin Court, above the sea of clouds, one could overlook the magnificent scenery of the divine ranges. The evil spirit controlling mother suddenly appeared. She stood on top of the clouds. Evil spirit controlling insects emerged from behind her and surrounded her. Kunlun Origin Court. I'm finally back. Wuzhou, you brat, you made a mistake. Now the Kunlun Origin Court will become my hunting ground. The corners of her mouth curled up as she muttered to herself. Her smile was extremely sinister. She raised her right hand and countless spirit-controlling evil insects flew out from her sleeves. Spatial cracks appeared behind her as powerful cultivators with powerful auras stepped out. There were hundreds of them, including the Wheel Summit. The Wheel Summit looked so mediocre among them. Every one of these puppets looked extraordinary, especially the leader. He was hundreds of meters tall and held a golden staff in his hand. He wore a golden red scale armor and a crown with horns on his head. His eyes were pitch black and looked extremely domineering. He stood there as though he could break through the peak of the Kunlun Origin Court. The other puppets instinctively distanced themselves from him. Kill, the evil mother said softly. The evil mother spirit controller said softly. As soon as it said that, the hundreds of powerful puppets behind it disappeared at the same time. Boom! A horrifying explosion came from below. Fiery light shone on the old face of the evil mother. She narrowed her eyes and mumbled, "Sovereign Heaven, I will destroy everything you care about. Whether you are alive or not, I will make you regret it." After she finished speaking, her face became extremely sinister. She turned into countless spirit-controlling evil insects and flew in all directions. Chapter 856. The majestic divine range was like a pillar that maintained the stability of the universe in the Kunlun universe. It stood tall and immortal. Boom! A huge fireball that was as large as the sun collided with this divine vein, directly breaking it in half. This scene was extremely shocking. Not only this divine range but the surrounding divine ranges were also attacked and collapsed one after another. The Kunlun Origin Court once again faced a great calamity. Zhou Xuanji, who was far away in the Emperor Sword divine range, saw this scene. He couldn't help but frown, but he wasn't too shocked in his heart. The evil mother controlling spirit was really coming. Just what was the background of those puppets? Why were they all so ridiculously powerful? Among them, there were a dozen creatures whose auras were not inferior to mortal sovereign. He couldn't help but think of the battles with the heroes of the past and present in the northern wilderness region. Could it be that these puppets were powerful cultivators from different eras? Like the Chakra Summit, they were refined into puppets by the evil mother controlling spirit? This was the only possibility. Apart from the Chakra Summit, it was his first time seeing other powerful cultivators. The Kunlun Origin Court is going to be chaotic again. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself before slowly closing his eyes. He was busy trying to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jioming. As long as the war didn't affect the Emperor Sword divine range, he couldn't be bothered. The Kunlun Origin Court wasn't that weak. The evil mother controlling spirit wasn't as powerful as the Sword Emperor. When the evil mother controlling spirit launched its attack, all the sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges went to support it. A super war swept through the Kunlun Origin Court. However, things didn't go as Zhou Xuanji wished. He didn't look for trouble with the evil mother controlling spirit, but the evil mother controlling spirit had its eyes on him. A burly figure holding a golden staff stepped forward in the air. His long hair danced in the wind, and his golden red scale armor flickered with a chilling radiance. Wherever he passed, the space twisted like ripples on the surface of a lake. Boom! A god whose figure wasn't any weaker than the man with the golden staff suddenly appeared and slammed into him from the side. The man with the golden staff didn't move at all. He was like the divine mountain of creation that would never move. Old ancestor, wake up! The man with the golden staff roared furiously. His arms were bare and he was wearing a dark purple armor. A pair of bronze wings grew on his back. His face looked somewhat similar to the man with the golden staff. Hearing his call, the man with the golden staff waved the giant staff in his hand. In an instant, the violent golden divine power swept out like an ocean and collided head-on with deity Qingyu, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. From the beginning to the end, the man with the golden staff did not stop. Innumerable Emperor Sword divine range disciples flew out from the divine range. They spread out and formed a giant net, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Their leader was Barbaric Ultimate God. He was still in his black cat form, standing on Chongming Demon Monarch's right shoulder, while the little black snake was on his left shoulder. "Listen to my command, prepare for battle," Barbaric Ultimate God shouted in high spirits. Millions of elite disciples unsheathed their swords at the same time. The sound of swords being unsheathed was loud and clear. The little black snake could not help but spit. "Who do you think you are? Who allowed you to give orders?" Barbaric Ultimate God glared at him and snorted, "Don't think that you can insult this god just because you are the mascot of Emperor Sword Divine Range. Back then, if it weren't for my guidance, how could Zhou Xuanji have survived the Great Elimination? If he had died, you wouldn't be here today." The little black snake was dismissive, while Chongming Demon Monarch found it funny and didn't participate in the bickering. At this time, Zhou Tanhua suddenly flew past them and flew to the forefront. "Young master. Be careful, young master, the opponent is very strong. You can't act recklessly. Stop the young master. What does the young master want to do? Don't let anything happen to the young master." The disciples cried out in alarm and followed suit, wanting to stop Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua directly unsheathed his sword. His speed suddenly increased as he rushed toward the man with the golden staff without hesitation. Clang! The golden staff and the sword collided. Zhou Tanhua only felt a sharp pain in his palm. His pupils suddenly shrank as he saw the man with the golden staff appear in front of him. So fast. He was secretly shocked. He didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Just as he was about to make his next move, the man with the golden staff grabbed him with one hand. Zhou Tanhua suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared in the giant hand. The man with the golden staff didn't have any consciousness and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Zhou Tanhua appeared behind the man with the golden staff out of thin air, and thousands of silver clones flew out of his body. Greatly doppelgangers. He quickly waved his sword and countless sword energies shot out. The same was true for his greatly doppelgangers. Great awareness divine slash. The man with the golden staff was submerged by countless sword energies. The sword energies exploded and turned into a sea of fog. Zhou Tanhua's eyes turned cold as he followed suit. As soon as he disappeared, the golden staff came out of the sea of fog and just happened to pass by him. He moved to the front of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range and heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. The man with the golden staff turned to look at him, and his empty eyes made him shudder with fear. "I'm still not strong enough," Zhou Tanhua thought to himself, but there was no fear in his eyes. "He is my ancestor. He used to be the previous Origin Court War God. Everyone calls him Heartless War God. His strength surpasses Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Don't fight him head-on. Otherwise you will suffer heavy losses. Don't look for trouble with our Qinxiong Divine Range." Deity Qingyu flew over and said in a deep voice. His voice clearly reached the ears of all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. "Origin Court War God. Surpasses Origin Fusion Divine Lord." Everyone was shocked. At this time, Heartless War God suddenly charged at the Emperor's Sword Divine Range with unstoppable momentum. Deity Qingyu immediately cast his divine ability, and a giant bronze bell appeared in front of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Bang! The giant bronze bell was directly smashed into pieces. Heartless War God's speed didn't decrease. He was about to hit the disciples. Heartless War God's throat was pierced, and his figure came to a stop. "Heartless War God? It reminds me of an old friend." Zhou Xuanji's chuckle came from the Divine Range as sword shadows flew out from the Divine Range, converging into a river of swords. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as he walked over. His posture looked so elegant. The Life and Death Emperor's sword levitated beside him, radiating a cold black and white radiance. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range heaved a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was invincible. Even if his cultivation wasn't as high as the enemy's, he could turn any danger into safety. Deity Qingyu was stunned. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's attack. He didn't even see Zhou Xuanji's divine ability clearly. Such a feeling made him revere Zhou Xuanji. When Heartless War God saw Zhou Xuanji, he immediately let out a furious roar. His face turned sinister. The evil mother-controlling spirit gave him the order to kill Zhou Xuanji. He held the golden staff with both hands and swung it at Zhou Xuanji with all his might. The surging divine energy transformed into countless dragons and tigers that charged forward, stepping on billions of lightning bolts. It was majestic and extremely oppressive. Zhou Xuanji smiled. The non-existence legendary sword moved again and attacked Heartless War God crazily. Heartless war god was like a target and he was constantly being attacked. Chapter 857. In the eyes of the others, the heartless war god twisted and turned crazily. The wounds on his body increased and in a short while they were densely packed. Deity Qingyu was horrified. He knew Zhou Xuanji, the top cultivator on the sovereign list. But wasn't this guy a prodigy? It was already incredible that he had reached the origin fusion divine sovereign realm before the age of 2000. Now he actually had strength that surpassed the heartless war god. Didn't that mean that Zhou Xuanji was really qualified to become the sovereign? The disciples of Emperor Sword Divine Range were extremely excited. The heartless war god's aura was too strong, so strong that it made them feel intimidated. But with Zhou Xuanji's appearance, the heartless war god was nothing. What did this mean? This meant that their ancestor had surpassed the Origin Court War God. What was the status of Origin Court War God? The number one person below Supreme Being. How could the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples not be excited? Zhou Tanhua was also very excited. After all, he had fought against the Heartless War God and knew how terrifying he was. Now that he saw the Heartless War God being beaten to the point where he couldn't even resist, his heart was filled with emotions. His father's strength was truly unfathomable. Every time he thought that his cultivation had made a great leap, it was nothing compared to his father's. He did not feel defeated. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Heartless battle god roared. He tried his best to struggle, but the speed of the vanishing god sword was too fast. He couldn't use any techniques at all. The most important thing was that the invincible divine sword was invisible and formless. The heartless war god couldn't catch it at all. He couldn't even sense where it was. Although being controlled by the spirit manipulation demonic insect would make one fearless, it would also cause one to lose one's judgment in battle. There are pros and cons. Zhou Xuanji walked on the River of Swords and sized up the Heartless War God. For some reason he felt that the Heartless War God was similar to the Heartless Emperor Baihao Yisin. In terms of appearance, the two of them were worlds apart. However, he always felt that the two of them were somewhat similar. Could it be that Baihao Yisin had obtained the Heartless War God's inheritance? Just as he was thinking, the Heartless God of War roared again. His body exploded, turning into wisps of green smoke that dissipated. The invincible godly sword could no longer hurt him, let alone track him down. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Numerous greatly avatars flew out from his body and charged toward the green smoke formed by the Heartless War God. His greatly doppelganger was much stronger than Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up, and his emotions surged like the waves of the sea. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the clones of the Dali dynasty waved their swords to extinguish the wisps of green smoke, forcing the heartless god of war to roar in agony. Hee Kit, you've actually become stronger again. An eerie laughter rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw the evil mother descending from above. Its robes and withered hair danced in the wind. Her peerlessly horrifying aura silenced the entire Kunlun cosmos. Everyone was frightened by her aura and could not move, feeling a chill in their hearts. Deity Qingyu was stunned. He looked at the evil mother spirit controller in fear. This aura. Deity Qingyu suddenly recalled the fear he felt when he faced the Sword Emperor. Could it be that this demonic woman had strength comparable to a supreme being? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Supreme Wu Zhou had just left, and now the Kunlun Origin Court was facing such a calamity. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that Supreme Wu Zhou had left because there was an enemy he couldn't defeat? Otherwise, why would Supreme Wu Zhou be in such a hurry? Thinking of this, Deity Qingyu could not help but feel despair. At this moment, it was not just the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Battles were happening everywhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. Countless spirit-controlling evil insects were capturing living beings everywhere. Any living being that they attached themselves to would be turned into puppets. The evil mother spirit controller's subordinates were increasing rapidly, and the living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court were also decreasing. The Kunlun Origin Court was in a precarious situation. Evil mother spirit controller, you are really difficult to deal with. What do you want to do? Replace the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji looked up at the evil mother spirit controller and asked with a smile. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was heavy. Although he had comprehended the Dark Rule, there was still a huge gap between him and the evil mother spirit controller. At least, facing the evil mother spirit controller, Zhou Xuanji felt immense pressure. The evil mother controlling spirit said contemptuously, "The one who offended this seat is a sovereign of your Kunlun Origin Court. This seat destroyed the Kunlun Origin Court to take revenge on him. You pitiful creatures should hate him." After that, she raised her hand and slapped Zhou Xuanji. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine energy burst out and blocked the wind from her palm. But the disciples below were all blown away. The majestic emperor's sword divine range shook violently. The great Li avatars dissipated, and the heartless war god regathered his body. The situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. The emperor's sword divine range was in a critical situation. God Qingyu looked at the heartless war god and then at the evil mother spirit controller. Gnashing his teeth, he turned around and fled. He had no friendship with the emperor's sword divine range. This trip was just for the reputation of the Qianxiong divine range. But the enemy was too powerful. He had no choice but to retreat. Zhou Xuanji endured the wind from the evil mother spirit controller's palm. His brows were tightly knitted as he kept thinking of countermeasures. Swoosh! A red arrow tore through the universe and flew toward him. The evil mother spirit controller raised her left hand and caught the arrow with two of her fingers. She glanced over and saw waves of red dust chi sweeping toward her like a vast ocean. Sovereign Hongqian was in the middle of it. The domineering aura of a sovereign was on full display. She looked at the evil mother spirit controller disdainfully and said with a proud smile, "A bug like you wants to destroy the Kunlun origin court. Do you think you are a sovereign?" The evil mother spirit controller's face darkened. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent everyone back to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. At the same time he activated the Divine Range Guardian Array, leaving him alone in the universe. "Seems like we still have to fight together," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the arrival of Sovereign Hongqian, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. "Not only you." A familiar voice came. It was Li Xianhuang. A giant golden gate that was tens of thousands of meters tall appeared out of nowhere. Li Xianhuang stepped out with his giant halberd, followed by Yuan Ruzhen, Xu Longhua, and the powerhouses of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. There were also a few giant figures inside the gate. It was like a miracle. The evil mother spirit controller's face darkened. A look of shock flashed in her eyes. "You didn't expect this, right? It's not that the Kunlun origin cord is getting weaker with each generation, but each generation is stronger than the last. Although the Kunlun origin court was almost destroyed, that was against the sovereign. It's more than enough to deal with you," Sovereign Hongqian said with a mocking smile. The sea of red dust transformed into countless phoenixes that soared around recklessly. "It's more than enough to deal with you." Li Xianhuang raised his halberd and pointed it at the evil mother spirit controller, shouting, "You dare to touch the Kunlun origin court? You must be tired of living. Don't even think about escaping today." As soon as he spoke, the Kunlun universe fluctuated like an illusion. Zhou Xuanji keenly sensed that the surrounding space was filled with a strange energy. When the space-time rules approached it, they froze immediately. It was very strange. Li Xianhuang was freezing the universe space to prevent the evil mother spirit controller from escaping. He narrowed his eyes. His gaze was a little cold. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but even the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was frozen. Chapter 858. With Li Xianhuang's order, the powerful cultivators of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range surrounded the evil mother. The evil mother spirit controller did not panic, nor did she go berserk. She scanned her surroundings and prepared for battle. "Kill!" Li Xianhuang roared. In an instant, a powerful radiance burst out, dazzling the divine wills of all living beings in the divine range. Over 1,000 figures exuding powerful auras began to surround and attack the evil spirit mother. Zhou Xuanji watched quietly. He was shocked by the power of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. All of them were Origin Fusion Divine Lords. There were more than 200 cultivators who were stronger than level 5. Back in the Meridian Connection Tower, he had not seen such a powerful force. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. The powerful cultivators of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range unleashed their divine abilities, forcing the evil mother to defend with its own divine energy. Sovereign Hongqian was also observing and did not make a move. She wanted to see if the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range could kill the evil mother. Yuan Ruzhen bellowed as his entire body was engulfed in dark red flames. 6 arms grew out of his body, each holding a divine weapon. His long hair turned into flames and burned fiercely. The intensity of the flames rose rapidly and condensed into a dark red sun that hung above his head. He charged forward, passing through the divine ability bombardment, and crashed into the evil mother. The evil mother blocked him with a palm and said with a mocking smile, "So it's you. Your body is still in my hands. Do you miss it?" Yuan Ruzhen was also an Origin Court war god in his previous life, and he died in the hands of the evil mother. He did not mention this to anyone because it was a humiliation to him. Now the opportunity for revenge had come. Yuan Ruzhen's eyes glowed fiercely as he launched a powerful attack. Violent divine energy blasted toward the evil mother. Facing such attacks, the evil mother dealt with them with ease. At the same time, it was defending against attacks from other directions. Sovereign Hongqian appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, "What do you plan to do?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked with a smile, "What do you mean? With them around, I just need to watch." Sovereign Hongqian gave a faint smile and did not speak anymore. The battle continued. Under the suppression of the revered Emperor Divine Meridians, the heartless war god was killed very quickly. Although the evil Mother Spirit Controller's divine power was boundless, it could only resist. Gradually it started to get injured. Xu Longhua said softly, "Branch Master, I feel that things aren't that simple. With her strength, how can she charge into the Kunlun Origin Court? It's impossible for her not to know about the situation in the Kunlun Origin Court." Previously, a large wave of soul-controlling evil insects had intruded into the Kunlun Origin Court, so the evil spirit-controlling mother must have known about it. Looking at the evil mother of soul manipulation, it was clear that she was not flustered at all. There must be a trap. No matter what kind of conspiracy it is, our revered Emperor Divine Range will destroy it. After all, we are the Divine Range that gave birth to the next sovereign. Li Xianhuang snorted disdainfully. Golden scales appeared on his face and quickly covered his entire body, forming a set of divine armor that emitted golden and silver divine light that illuminated the universe. As his aura exploded, he raised the giant halberd in his hand and charged forward. Xu Longhua did not act and remained where he was, glancing at Zhou Xuanji indistinctly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his gaze but did not mind. It seemed that the revered Emperor Divine Range wanted to take this opportunity to suppress the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The 10,000-meter-tall Golden Gate had yet to dissipate. There was a majestic aura inside. Apparently an army was waiting. They were not targeting the evil spirit-controlling mother but the Emperor Sword Divine Range. "If you want to deal with me, you will have to destroy the evil spirit-controlling mother first." The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose into an extremely contemptuous smile. Boom! The evil spirit-controlling mother suddenly spread out its arms, sending all the enemies around it flying away. Following that, it raised its hands and crossed its palms, muttering a strange incantation that other creatures could not understand. The revered Emperor Divine Range's experts rushed up again but were blocked by an invisible force. With the evil spirit-controlling mother as the center, no divine energy could penetrate within a radius of 100 feet. A bad feeling emerged in Zhou Xuanji's heart. Xu Longhua and Li Xianhuang also furrowed their brows. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, standing above the sea of clouds, Zhou Tanhua muttered with a frown, "Is the person that the sovereign mentioned coming?" Zhou Shaoxian, who was next to him, asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Did you get a reminder from the sovereign when you accepted the sovereign's inheritance?" Zhou Tanhua nodded and took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. Zhou Shaoxian asked, "Why didn't you say it before?" She looked at Zhou Tanhua with a suspicious expression as if to say, "Kid, are you betraying us?" "It doesn't matter if I say it or not. You will understand in a while." Zhou Tanhua rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. His words made Zhou Shaoxian even more curious. The others around them looked at each other in dismay. In their eyes, Zhou Tanhua was becoming more and more like Zhou Xuanji, unfathomable and always calm. "He's here," Mortal Sovereign said in a soft voice. He had a complicated look on his face. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Who is coming? Does the evil spirit-controlling mother have other stronger puppets?" "A ruthless character. He used to be the sovereign, and his master is also the sovereign," Mortal Sovereign replied. His expression was thought-provoking, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Throughout history, there were not many cases where both master and disciple were sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's his name and who is his revered master?" "He is called Sovereign Kong Sheng. His revered master's name is very mysterious, but it should be very familiar to you," Mortal Sovereign explained with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He suddenly had an answer in his heart. He asked with his eyes and Mortal Sovereign nodded. Zhou Xuanji was moved and his expression became strange. "Little Sovereign. Sovereign Kong Sheng belongs to the few sovereigns who didn't leave the Kunlun Origin Court. He has been sleeping in an independent plane. When I faced the Sword Emperor, I went to find him but I couldn't wake him up. This person used to be the adopted son of the evil spirit-controlling mother. He once sealed the evil spirit-controlling mother with his own hands, so he felt very guilty. He claimed that if the evil spirit controlling mother escaped again, he wouldn't do anything. He would even help the evil spirit controlling mother to repay the kindness of raising him, mortal sovereign explained leisurely. She didn't use a sound transmission technique, but Xu Longhua, who was in the distance, could hear her. Sovereign Kong Sheng. Xu Longhua's expression changed drastically. He had guessed many possibilities, but he didn't expect that the evil spirit controlling mother's backer was a sovereign. Sovereign Kong Sheng. He was a famous sovereign who had shocked history. He was the first sovereign to initiate the Great Elimination. But at that time, it wasn't called the Great Elimination. The rules of the Great Elimination only existed in the super divine ranges. This is going to be troublesome. Xu Longhua's expression was gloomy as he tried to think of a countermeasure. If Sovereign Kong Sheng came, they would definitely lose. The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range also stopped attacking. Everyone became restless. They could feel an extremely strong pressure coming at them, which made them panic as if a great calamity was coming. Li Xianhuang furrowed his brow. He was fighting just now and didn't pay attention to mortal sovereign's words. He was looking around, guarding against the enemy's sneak attack. The evil spirit controlling mother's face was gloomy. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She was looking at all the experts of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range as if she wanted to remember all their faces. Chapter 859. It's Sovereign Kong Sheng. Xu Longhua transmitted his voice to Li Xianhuang. Hearing this, Li Xianhuang's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Why would Sovereign Kong Sheng help the demons who want to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court? He still remembered all kinds of legends about Sovereign Kong Sheng. When he was young, he even regarded Sovereign Kong Sheng as his lifelong goal. Now that such an ancient powerhouse was about to arrive, the pressure on him suddenly increased. Damn it, we must retreat. Li Xianhuang quickly made a decision. Once Sovereign Kong Sheng arrived, let alone the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, even all the Sovereign Divine Ranges together wouldn't be able to stop him. Just as he was about to give an order, a boundless pressure that seemed to come from ancient times descended. He felt as if his throat was being strangled, making him unable to speak. He turned his head in horror. The same was true for all the Sovereign Emperor Divine Ranges experts. Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Hong Chen also looked in the direction they were looking. They saw a giant shadow appear in the darkness at the end of the universe. It seemed to be some kind of giant bird. It was flying so fast that only its shadow could be seen. Just its shadow alone was much larger than the divine ranges next to it. Looking from afar, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. Sovereign Kong Sheng hadn't even appeared yet, but the Sovereign Emperor Divine Ranges experts were already in despair. How could they defeat such an imposing aura? Zhou Xuanji silently took out the Lesser Supreme Sword. Together with the Emperor Sword of Life and Death, they were suspended on both sides. Little Sovereign, wake up. He called Little Sovereign in his heart. After a while, Little Sovereign woke up lazily. Kit, what's wrong? He cried out in dissatisfaction. He was having an unspeakable dream and was interrupted. He was a little angry. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart, look who's here. Little Sovereign was stunned for a moment before he released his divine will. In the distance, the giant bird's shadow was still looming. It didn't come close. But the pressure was getting stronger. All the experts under the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 5 Enlightened Ones were shivering. All the Enlightened Ones directly knelt in the void. Whoosh, 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 air-piercing sounds could be heard coming from all directions. Everyone looked left and right and saw many strong cultivators gathering around them. Namu Tianyi, Chu Xingquang, Ancestor Hong Qin, the 12 Law Ancestors, and so on. All the top experts of various forces had gathered. Every one of them had a solemn look on their faces. Zhou Xuanji looked around and his gaze fell on Namu Tianyi's face. Why is there something wrong with this fellow? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in confusion. Namu Tianyi's forehead was covered with strange black dots. They were densely packed and looked very evil. Not only him, but young Heavenly Lord and Wang Buao also felt the same way. What did the three of them encounter? Why did they all look like this? Namu Tianyi did not notice Zhou Xuanji's gaze. His face was dark as he mumbled, Sovereign's aura? Could that legend be true? Young Heavenly Lord asked curiously, what are you talking about? What legend? He looked at the shadow of the giant bird in the depths of the universe, and his scalp went numb. Why did another super strong enemy appear? In just a short span of 100 years, the Kunlun Origin Court had encountered two great calamities that were hard to come by in a billion years. This was not a good sign. The evil mother snorted coldly, Brat, get over here. Her impatient tone was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and clear sound of footsteps could be heard. It was clearly in the void, but the sound of footsteps could be heard, making the atmosphere even more horrifying. Sovereign Kong Sheng's figure soon appeared in everyone's sight. He was wearing a white robe and dressed like a scholar. He had an elegant temperament and looked to be in his 40s. He was extraordinarily handsome and had a pair of eagle-like eyes, brimming with vigor. Everyone's heart shuddered at the sight of him. Sovereign Kong Sheng was the kind of existence that would scare people with just a glance. Even if he looked gentle and elegant, this impression was hard to erase. "Mother, your hatred is too great," Sovereign Kong Sheng sighed. Autarch Kong Sheng sighed, the light in his eyes fading away. Facing the evil mother spirit controller, he felt guilty. He continued to sigh, "You were so graceful back then. But now you have become like this. Why bother? As long as you are willing to give up, I can save you." Everyone held their breath as cold sweat overflowed from their foreheads. "Damn. How come it's this brat?" Little Sovereign's exclamation resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He then muttered, "No wonder the evil mother looked so familiar. It turned out to be her. Back then she was a rare beauty in the Kunlun origin court. I didn't expect that girl to embark on this evil path. TSK, she used to be full of kindness. She adopted many homeless children and established her own sect. How did she end up like this?" His tone was filled with disdain. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, in Sovereign Kong Sheng's heart, who is more important, you or his adoptive mother? He could tell from Sovereign Kong Sheng's attitude that he was a filial son. How could his master be more important than his mother? "Of course it's me," Little Sovereign proudly said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "His adoptive mother has been with him for 16 years, and I have taught him for 30,000 years. He has escaped from death many times thanks to me." While they were talking, Sovereign Kong Sheng had already arrived beside the evil mother. The evil mother coldly said, "What? You don't keep your promise? Do you know what kind of suffering I had to go through to save you? How many difficulties did I have to go through to let you become Little Sovereign's disciple?" Hearing this, Sovereign Kong Sheng felt guilty. He sighed and turned his head to look at the people in front of him. He faintly said, "As the Sovereign, I should think about the people of the Origin Court. I don't owe the Origin Court anymore. Now it's time to repay the kindness of raising me. I'm sorry." After saying this, he raised his right hand. "You are Sovereign Kong Sheng? Do you want to attack your descendants?" Namuchani suddenly shouted. His tone was extremely disrespectful. He was denouncing Sovereign Kong Sheng. No one blamed him in their heart. On the contrary, they were indignant. It wasn't wrong to die in the hands of the demons outside the court. What was wrong was to die in the hands of the sovereign they believed in. Sovereign Kong Sheng looked at Namuchani and replied, "Being the sovereign for a while doesn't mean that I will be the sovereign forever. The path to becoming the sovereign is not to be supported by all living beings but to suppress all living beings to reach the top and then bless all living beings. Apart from your cheap faith, all living beings have not given me anything in return. You mortals will never understand how many things I have lost for all living beings." He said it very calmly and casually. But such an attitude made people feel bitterly disappointed. This world-shaking supreme being did not have any pity for the common people. The evil mother coldly snorted and said, "Why didn't you realize this at the beginning? It seems that you have encountered a lot of difficulties after I was sealed." Sovereign Kong Sheng shook his head and stepped forward. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As long as I kill them, I don't need you to do anything." The evil mother laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Sovereign Kong Sheng rolled his eyes. If these people were killed, what threat would the Kunlun Origin Court have to the evil mother? "Damn it, let's fight it out." Yuan Ruzhen roared. He was once the Origin Court war god and most respected the sovereign. How could he tolerate the sovereign's betrayal? Chapter 860. Yuan Ruzhen's roar ignited everyone's anger. Looking at Sovereign Kong Sheng, they were no longer afraid. Their blood was boiling. Yeah. So what if he's a sovereign? If the sovereign wants to kill us, then we will kill the sovereign. Yeah, we have already faced the Sword Emperor. Why should we be afraid of him? I can't stand this cowardice. At worst, I will die. Let's do it together. The experts of each divine range were filled with indignation. They all roared and cheered each other on. Sovereign Kong Sheng was expressionless. He didn't stop. At this critical moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stepped forward and asked in a loud voice, "Sovereign Kong Sheng, in your heart, do you owe your adoptive mother the most?" As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji, including Sovereign Kong Sheng. The evil mother also looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. She wondered what this kid wanted to say. In the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Jiang Shui, Zhou Tanhua, and the others were anxious. What is father doing? The bird that sticks out gets shot. Zhou Xiaoxian couldn't wait. She wanted to rush out, but the Divine Range Guardian Array was blocking her way. No one could break through. Jiang Shui patted her chest and said calmly, Xuanji must have a way. The others couldn't help but look forward to it. What do you mean? Sovereign Kong Xing stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked calmly. He could hear the underlying meaning. Zhou Xuanji obviously knew something. If your revered master asks you to help your mother, what will you do? Zhou Xuanji stared at him without fear. His tone was thought-provoking. The evil mother's expression changed. She instantly guessed who Zhou Xuanji was talking about. Little Sovereign. It had been so long. Shouldn't Little Sovereign have been forgotten by everyone? After all, Little Sovereign didn't make any significant contributions. He wasn't outstanding in history. Not many people remembered him. She asked in a cold voice, Brat, where did you come from? Sovereign Kong Xing furrowed his brow. He stared at Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to see through him. Sovereign Kong Xing, I'm asking you a question. Which is more important, your teacher's kindness or your upbringing? Zhou Xuanji stared at Sovereign Kong Xing and asked forcefully. The Lesser Supreme Sword suddenly flew in front of him and rotated at high speed. The powerful aura of Little Sovereign leaked out. Sovereign Kong Xing's expression changed drastically. Even the evil mother couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be impossible? Yuan Ruzin's eyes widened. When he was still the Origin Court war god, he had seen Little Supreme's glory. That arrogant and contemptuous existence was still alive? The other creatures were both nervous and curious. Could that divine sword be the keepsake of Supreme Kong Xing's master? What is your relationship with my master? Audark Kong Xing asked, but he already had an answer in his heart. Could it be that this child had obtained his master's inheritance? No wonder he could become a sole sovereign. Therefore, his heart was filled with confusion. On one side was his master, and on the other side was his adoptive mother. Who should he choose? A soul flew out of the Lesser Supreme Sword. It was Little Supreme Sword. He glared angrily at Supreme Exalt Kong Sheng and cursed loudly, You bastard! Have you forgotten what I taught you? He learned about Sovereign Kong Sheng's words from Zhou Xuanji. I don't betray all living beings owe me. This sentence was 2F** King Heartless. When Supreme Kong Sheng saw him, he hurriedly knelt down and cupped his fists. Greetings, master. He was very excited. His master was actually still alive. Don't call me master. You are going to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court for the sake of the demons. Are you crazy? Don't say that you are betraying your duty as a sovereign. Once you do this and leave the Kunlun Origin Court, you will die without a doubt. Little Supreme angrily rebuked Supreme Kong Sheng in a tone of exasperation and disappointment. All the creatures in the universe were dumbfounded. This is Sovereign Kong Sheng's master? In other words, Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Kong Sheng are very likely to be brothers? The Emperor's Sword Divine Range was in an uproar. This kid actually has such a backer. Daoya Old Man said excitedly. The others were also pleasantly surprised, including Jiang Shui, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly, Tanhua has the inheritance of the current sovereign. Father has the backing of an ancient sovereign. Our Emperor's Sword Divine Range is going to take off. Looking at Sovereign Kong Sheng's attitude, he was obviously in awe of Little Supreme. He is really a treasure. How many powerful cultivators are helping him? Ren Niming sighed with emotion. Ever since he knew Zhou Xuanji, many powerful cultivators had taken a liking to Zhou Xuanji and risked their lives to save him. This was the terrifying effect of aptitude. He couldn't even be jealous. Revered master, facing Little Sovereign's scolding, Sovereign Kong Sheng felt very ashamed. He didn't know how to answer. Little Sovereign crossed his arms over his chest and snorted, I don't ask you to kill her, but you can't help her harm the world. Once a sovereign, forever a sovereign. Sovereign Kong Sheng lowered his head. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. The evil mother controlling spirit said in a cold voice, What? Are you going to kill your mother again? Sovereign Kong Sheng shuddered. He didn't answer. At this moment he fell into a dilemma. He didn't know how to choose. His heart was filled with regret. If I had known this earlier, I would have stayed in seclusion and never come out. Seeing Sovereign Kong Sheng in such a sorry state, everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of them found it unbelievable. At the same time they were curious about Little Sovereign. Who is this person? Li Shenhuang asked Shu Longhua in a low voice. Xu Longhua furrowed his brow and said hesitantly, Sovereign Kong Shing has many masters, but the one he respects the most is Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign. Li Shenhuang was moved. The name Little Sovereign sounded worse than ordinary sovereigns. But if one knew Little Sovereign's past, they would understand that Little Sovereign's strength surpassed most grand sovereigns. The other sovereign range masters and super divine range masters were discussing Little Sovereign's identity. Sovereign Kong Shing gritted his teeth and said, Then I won't help her, but I hope revered master won't do anything to her either. This was the biggest concession he could make. The evil mother controlling spirit sneered, You are still so weak. As a sovereign you are so respectful. You are really a disgrace to the sovereigns. No matter how she ridiculed Sovereign Kong Shing, he remained unmoved. He looked up at Little Sovereign with a complicated expression and asked, Revered master, how did you end up like this? Before he could finish his words, Little Sovereign glared at him. What do you know? This is called cultivation. Cultivating sovereigns is my hobby. This kid named Zhou Xuanji will become a sovereign. Moreover, he will become a sovereign that has never been seen before. You will see it in the future. Little Sovereign snorted. His words made everyone's expression drastically change. Zhou Xuanji looked calm as he watched Little Sovereign build momentum for him. This old kid is quite tactful. Sovereign Kong Shing turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and carefully sized him up. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What kind of power is in his body? I can't even see through it. He exclaimed in his heart. He suddenly developed a strong interest in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said, Sovereign Kong Shing, since you don't want to help her, then you should leave, lest you get into trouble again. Chapter 861. Zhou Xuanji's words made Sovereign Kong Shing fall into silence. He didn't respond immediately. He was still thinking about Zhou Xuanji's origin. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Little Sovereign, on the other hand, was very upset. He scolded, Why are you being so wishy-washy? Are you going to get lost or not? His irritation made all the students break out in a cold sweat. Little Sovereign might have a very powerful origin, but he was only left with a soul while Sovereign Kong Shing was still in his peak state. If he angered Sovereign Kong Shing, could Little Sovereign bear it? Sovereign Kong Sheng's eyes flickered. In the end, he bowed to Little Sovereign before turning around and leaving. Brat! You heartless brat! How dare you abandon me again? The evil mother controlling spirit angrily rebuked. Her eyes were bloodshot, looking very ferocious. However, no matter what she said, Sovereign Kong Shing didn't look back. Kill? Namu Channy immediately ordered. The Channy Divine Range's experts took the lead. Next were the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, Chenxiong Divine Range, Mortal Divine Range, and so on. As soon as the Sovereign Divine Ranges attacked, the other Super Divine Ranges also made their moves. The great battle broke out once again. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the evil mother controlling spirit. The evil mother controlling spirit didn't sit still and wait for death. It immediately manipulated its puppets to fight. Zhou Xuanji didn't intervene in the rest of the battle. As long as Sovereign Kong Shing didn't intervene, the evil mother controlling spirit was dead. The evil mother controlling spirit's plan was good. Unfortunately, it ran into Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Otherwise, Sovereign Kong Shing might really kill the Kunlun origin court for the sake of nurturing her. Yuan Ruzhen was the most violent and furious. He rushed to the front and was repelled by the evil mother controlling spirit again and again. Yet he could still launch attacks. The other powerful cultivators were also very strong. They suppressed the evil mother controlling spirit to the point that it couldn't resist. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign quietly watched the battle. I really didn't expect her to end up like this. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. His tone was full of sorrow. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, It's all fate. Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, You are already a soul sovereign. Do you still believe in fate? Zhou Xuanji could hear that he was really sad. It seemed like the evil spirit controlling mother was really a peerless beauty in the past. Now she had fallen into a state that was neither a human nor a ghost. Otherwise, how could a supreme martial artist of a generation sigh in admiration? Little Sovereign didn't let him make a move. They watched the defeat of the evil spirit controlling mother together. In less than an hour, the evil spirit controlling mother was suppressed by Namu Channy with a golden alms bowl. The other almighty experts from the various divine ranges also applied sealing techniques. In the blink of an eye, the golden alms bowl was covered with tens of thousands of different seals. It was impossible for the evil spirit controlling mother to break free on its own. The creatures controlled by the mind-controlling evil insects were also sealed one after another. This calamity ended just like that. However, the atmosphere was still quite strange, and all of the creatures looked at Zhou Xuanji with complicated expressions. Li Xianhuang took a step forward and asked, "May I know Senior's name? Are you the little sovereign who has shaken the ages?" Little Supreme Sovereign. Some creatures were immediately moved, but most of them were very curious. What was the origin of Little Supreme Being? The word little made them feel that Little Sovereign was just a half-step sovereign. So what if I am? Little Sovereign said with an arrogant look on his face. This was his nature, but in fact he was just pretending. The stronger he appeared, the less people would dare to plot against him. Namu Tianyi then asked, "Are you going to make Zhou Xuanji the sovereign?" These words tugged at the hearts of all the living beings present. The competition for the sovereign's position was the hottest topic at the moment. I naturally hope that he can succeed, but the sovereign's position depends on the people. You can play with him as much as you want, but you will die easily. Whether it's worth it or not, it all depends on you. There is only one sovereign in each era. If you don't become the sovereign, it doesn't mean that you can't achieve great things. Little Sovereign replied, his voice reaching the ears of all the living beings. These words didn't surprise everyone. Instead, they fell into contemplation. They felt that what Little Sovereign said made sense. No matter how they fought, there was only one sovereign. Thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge wasn't even enough to describe it. If they didn't become the sovereign, they could still live freely. If they wanted to become the sovereign, they would have to fight all over the Kunlun origin court. Yeah, in fact, we don't have any hope of becoming the sovereign. There are only a few people who are really qualified to become the sovereign. Why should we offend Little Sovereign for this? Zhou Xuanji is indeed powerful. He also contributed to the battle against the Sword Emperor and Dark Sovereign. I heard from the 12 ancestors that Zhou Xuanji indeed killed the Sword Emperor and Dark Sovereign. But at that time, the cultivation of the two sovereigns was suppressed to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Doesn't it mean that he is invincible in the same realm? In this catastrophe, it's all thanks to his appearance that Sovereign Kong Sheng was forced to retreat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow as he listened to the discussions of all living beings. He didn't expect Little Sovereign's words to be so useful. Namu Tianyi flew over and said with a smile, "Brother Xuanji, your progress is beyond my expectations every time. I don't even dare to speculate about your possibilities." In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to become the sovereign. However, Zhou Xuanji's limit wasn't as simple as Great Sovereign Lord. "I think Brother Nanmu also has an opportunity," Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile as he exchanged pleasantries with Namu Tianyi. Namu Tianyi burst into laughter. The two chatted for a while before Namu Tianyi suddenly turned to look at all living beings and shouted, "I, Namu Tianyi, on behalf of the Tianyi Divine Range, declare that I strongly support Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign. Whoever dares to stop Zhou Xuanji from becoming the sovereign will be the enemy of the Tianyi Divine Range." Everyone was in an uproar. Even Li Xianhuang, Chu Xingquang, Old Ancestor Hongqian, the 12 Law Ancestors, and other peerless powerhouses had their expressions drastically changed. Xu Longhua's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "Namu Tianyi, you are using the same trick you used in the past again." When Sovereign Wu Zhou rose, Namu Tianyi supported Sovereign Wu Zhou and helped him become the sovereign. After that, the originally desolate Tianyi Divine Range began to rise and became one of the top three. Yuan Ruzhen furrowed his brow. His eyes were burning with anger. He hated Zhou Xuanji and he believed in the position of the sovereign. How could he hope for Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign? "Okay, everyone, please disperse. My Emperor Sword Divine Range can't bear your presence here. I reckon many disciples have been overwhelmed by your divine might," Zhou Xuanji said, cupping his fists. Zhou Xuanji said as he cupped his fist. He tried to resolve the tense atmosphere with a joke. All the powerhouses burst into laughter and left one after another. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, there were no other divine ranges in this universe. Zhou Xuanji, Little Sovereign, and Mortal Sovereign were floating in front of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. "Brat, whether or not you can become a sovereign will depend on yourself. You already have 2 nomological powers and you're only one step away from becoming a sovereign. You don't have to collect nomological powers one by one. All you need to do is cultivate the soul nomological powers to the extreme and absorb 3,000 nomological powers into your soul." Little Sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded. "I will help you become an autarch." Hearing this, Little Sovereign glanced at her and said with a faint smile, "Are you going to use the cultivation method this sovereign taught you in the past?" Chapter 862. Seeing the weird smile on Little Sovereign's face, Zhou Xuanji was speechless. But mortal sovereign pretended not to hear him. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You reach Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 clears first, then I will help you." Shimming? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He thought that Origin Fusion Divine Lord only had 9 enlightened realms and did not expect him to have 10 enlightened realms. Supreme Hong Qin coldly glanced at Little Sovereign before disappearing from the spot. TSK, she's really interesting. She wasn't like this in the past. Little Sovereign teased with a gloating tone. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him before turning around and entering the Emperor's Sword Divine range. The shock of the Kunlun Origin Court had just begun. After all, this battle involved 2 Supremes. After returning to the Divine range, Zhou Xuanji received deafening cheers. All the disciples were shouting Zhou Xuanji's name to express their excitement and surprise. Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua suddenly became very interested in Zhou Xuanji. They began to pester him, hoping to get his teachings. The disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine range became even more excited as they cultivated diligently. In just a few days, a slogan spread in the Divine range. Cultivate for the sake of the supremacy. Help divine ranges become venerables. Most of the disciples changed their mindset to not drag Zhou Xuanji down. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Xuanji was almost certain to become the sovereign. With the help of a supreme being, his aptitude was unprecedented. If he couldn't become a supreme being, who could? At the same time, Sovereign Kong Sheng, Little Sovereign, and Zhou Xuanji became the most frequently mentioned names in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone was shocked. Was Zhou Xuanji really going to become the sovereign? If he succeeded, he would be the fastest person in history to become a supreme. There was no other. Now, Zhou Xuanji was not even 2,000 years old. Ever since he broke into the Kunlun Origin Court, he had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. By now, all living beings were already used to his existence. Speaking of Zhou Xuanji, everyone's impression was that he was a peerless genius. Now, this prodigy had already launched a powerful attack towards the position of a supreme being. This kind of qualitative change would cause an extremely strong shock to the hearts of all living beings. And this kind of shock would give rise to extreme worship. More and more creatures began to worship Zhou Xuanji and even cheered for him. Zhou Xuanji should become the sovereign. That's right. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's rise, if he's not the sovereign, who is worthy to be the sovereign? Among all the sovereigns in history, none of them is as legendary as Zhou Xuanji. His path to the supremacy stage has gone through 5 supremacies. The Sword Emperor is the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. This proves that Zhou Xuanji is qualified to become the sovereign. Who can tell me what happened before Zhou Xuanji entered the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji's voice began to spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Many divine ranges were discussing this matter. Some range masters wanted to suppress him, but this kind of voice had already gained momentum. It was impossible to suppress it. Of course, more divine ranges were supporting and even promoting such a call. If they could gain Zhou Xuanji's favor, their future development would be even smoother. This was standing on the supreme martial artist's side. Although Zhou Xuanji was cultivating in the Emperor's Sword Divine range, with Chang Xian as his spy, he could clearly understand the movements of the Kunlun Origin Court. After knowing all of this, he didn't seem too excited and remained very calm. He only had one goal now: breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Monarch 10th Brilliance. His current cultivation was Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 Comprehensions. It seemed close, but in fact the gap was like heaven and earth. It was very difficult to surpass. Little Sovereign fell into a deep sleep again. If Zhou Xuanji didn't call him, he wouldn't wake up. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. A palace in the Origin Court was filled with clouds and mist. The 12 technique ancestors stood in a circle, looking solemn. Each of them was holding 3 jade slips. They looked at each other in dismay. No one spoke. After a long while, a technique ancestor who looked like a young man said, "What's there to hesitate about? I recommend Zhou Xuanji. This kid has talent, ability, background, benevolence, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. He is the most suitable candidate to become the sovereign." As soon as he said this, the other technique ancestors also spoke up. "I also choose Zhou Xuanji." The sovereigns who are related to Zhou Xuanji are the Sword Emperor, Sovereign Kong Sheng, and Little Sovereign. Who else should we choose but him? Don't forget that the sovereign asked him to kill the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign with his own hands. Let's choose Zhou Xuanji. Only his divine range is established for the first time. God knows how much trouble will be involved if he chooses another divine range. Let's vote. After chatting for a while, the 12 technique ancestors raised their hands to vote. In the end, 9 people chose Zhou Xuanji to be the sovereign. In that case, let's start building momentum for Zhou Xuanji. His current cultivation is Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 comprehensions, and he's ranked first on the sovereign list. It's very easy to build momentum, said an old technique ancestor. The other technique ancestors nodded upon hearing this. They immediately took action. This year the Origin Court announced that Zhou Xuanji was ranked first on the sovereign list and had never tasted defeat. They elected Zhou Xuanji as the first candidate for sovereign. As soon as the statement came out, the Kunlun Origin Court was shocked. Countless creatures were talking about this matter. Most of them expressed their support. A new sovereign ascended to the top meant that a new era had arrived. When the news reached the Emperor's Sword Divine range, it shocked the entire Origin Court. Daoya Old Man held a celebration for Zhou Xuanji. All the disciples of the range celebrated together. Although Zhou Xuanji didn't attend, the disciples were still very excited. On this day, a technique ancestor came in person to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. He led 100 Origin Fusion Divine Lords and brought all kinds of gifts. Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, and the others welcomed them and gathered in the conference hall. Senior Mei, how can we trouble you to come in person? Jiang Shui said with a smile. Her tone was very calm. She didn't seem to be humble or arrogant. Senior Mei waved his hand, smiled, and said, if nothing goes wrong, Zhou Xuanji will become the next sovereign. In the future he will be the leader of the 12 technique ancestors. The technique ancestors only sent me, which is already disrespectful. It's just that they are busy with the ascension of the sovereign. Jiang Shui gave Chang Xian a look. Chang Xian immediately understood and left quietly. Senior Mei continued with a smile. In today's Origin Court, there is no genius who can rival Zhou Xuanji. It's no exaggeration to say that there is no genius who can rival Zhou Xuanji in history. He began to flatter Zhou Xuanji without holding back. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. At first, Jiang Shui was able to keep calm. But toward the end she was beaming with joy. Daoya Old Man, the little black snake, Beishao Wangjian, and the others also began to flatter Zhou Xuanji. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more glorious they looked. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, Senior Mei stood up. In the previous battle with the spirit-controlling evil mother, Senior Mei had seen Zhou Xuanji's elegance. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, we meet again. The next time we meet, I may have to call you sovereign. The compliment had already turned into a positive expression. Chapter 863. Zhou Xuanji sat on the main seat with his hands on his knees. He looked at Senior Plum and asked with a smile, so, the Origin Court has already recognized me as the sovereign, or are there other tests later? He noticed the title of the first candidate. Senior Plum nodded and said, there is indeed a test, but judging from the current momentum of the Kunlun Origin Court, it is almost certain that you will become a supreme. When the others heard this, they all became excited. They had long dreamed of Zhou Xuanji becoming the sovereign, and this day finally became clear to them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, what do I need to prepare next? Do I need to wait until I reach the sovereign's power, or? Senior Mei waved his hand and transmitted his voice. Once you become a supreme being, you will obtain supreme god force. As long as you have the cultivation of an Origin Fusion Divine Monarch, you will be able to obtain supreme god force. This matter must not be spread. For him to reveal such a secret, it could be said that he was treating Zhou Xuanji like a sovereign. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to exchange pleasantries with Senior Mei. After chatting for almost an hour, Senior Mei finally left with her people. Zhou Xuanji asked Beishao Wangjian and the others to take inventory of the ancestors' gifts. Looking at Beishao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest. He wondered how they had been lately. They had not returned for a long time. Wow, the ancestor of technique is so generous. So many high-grade Dao stones, magic treasures, and Origin Court techniques and magical powers. Zhou Shaoxian exclaimed in surprise, holding a golden silk bag. The others were also holding different bags and rings of holding, all of them very excited. Jiang Shui walked to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, you don't seem to be happy. You're about to become the sovereign. Are you still afraid that something will go wrong before that? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked with a smile, how do you know? Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, I can guess it just by looking at your serious expression. Zhou Xuanji pulled her into his embrace and smiled. His eyes became clear. He began to think about how to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th brightness. With his current rate of growth, it would take a very long time. As for absorbing other living beings to become stronger, that was temporarily out of the question. Right now he was trying to break through to the Supreme Exalt realm. How could he lift a rock and smash his own foot? No matter how discreet he was, he would still be exposed. Haste makes waste. Forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Looking at his trusted subordinates who were having fun in the palace, he could not help but smile. The news about the technique ancestors coming to the Emperor Sword Divine range spread like wildfire in the Kunlun origin court. This confirmed that Zhou Xuanji had become a sovereign candidate, and not just any ordinary candidate. The technique ancestors treated Zhou Xuanji as the next sovereign. For a time, a storm was brewing in the Kunlun origin court. Those on the sovereign ranking, on the other hand, were having a hard time. Being on the sovereign ranking had given rise to their ambitions for the position of sovereign. But now their ambitions had no choice but to be destroyed. They suffered a great blow and felt very uncomfortable. They wanted to give up on this thought, but they felt extremely reluctant, as if they were cutting off a part of their heart. Void Boundary Palace. A Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate sat on the main seat. He had a dignified expression as he looked at the Void Boundary war gods in the hall. He said, "That's all I have to say. Go and make preparations. Remember, do not provoke the Emperor Sword Divine range." Yes. The group of Emptiness Boundary Martial Gods immediately obeyed the order and left. When the Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate was the only one left in the hall, Zhou Fei's figure appeared beside him. Zhou Fei's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He said in a cold voice, "Something is wrong. Why didn't the Origin Court investigate the Void Boundary Palace?" The Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe they are busy with the new sovereign. The order of the Kunlun Origin Court is already in chaos. They are too busy to deal with it. They want to establish the sovereign first before sweeping away all the heretics." He looked up at Zhou Fei and asked seriously, "Are you sure that Zhou Xuanji will not deal with you after becoming the sovereign?" He didn't know much about Zhou Xuanji. But in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. He was decisive in killing and even dared to contradict the sovereign. Would such a proud son of heaven tolerate Zhou Fei's existence? Not only did Zhou Fei look exactly like Zhou Xuanji, but he had also threatened to eliminate Zhou Xuanji. If he were Zhou Xuanji, the first thing he would do after becoming the sovereign would be to eliminate Zhou Fei. "Don't worry, I know him," Zhou Fei said, shaking his head. Zhou Fei shook his head. Then he changed the topic and coldly snorted, "Beast Sovereign is too vicious. We must destroy the evil Sky Divine range before he leaves. Let's see if he will still pursue his great Tao." The Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate nodded upon hearing this. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine range, Zhou Xuanji stood by the lake and taught Zhou Tanhua. He was giving pointers to the greatly divine suppressor technique. Zhou Shaoxian was practicing swordsmanship not far away. She looked like a female immortal waving her sword on the lake. Her posture was elegant and full of celestial aura. The scene was harmonious like a painting. Zhou Tanhua opened his eyes and asked, "Father, will you create a new cultivation technique after becoming the sovereign? I feel that although the greatly divine suppressor technique's avatar ability is exquisite, its strength is only on par with the main body. You need to create a better cultivation technique." Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, "Why? You already looked down on the greatly divine suppressor technique?" This kid was indeed powerful. The greatly divine suppressor technique had already reached the 4th level. He could break through to the 5th level at any time. Everyone in Emperor Sword Court thought that he would be as powerful as his father. "No, I feel that your aura has changed. It seems that you have cultivated a new cultivation technique," Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua said with a smile full of confidence. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Kid, your senses are very sharp. I wonder if it's innate or acquired." This kid's growth rate was visible to the naked eye. He was getting stronger almost every day. When Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, he could let Zhou Tanhua take the position of range master with peace of mind. "They are all sovereign's inheritances, but compared to you, father, they are definitely far inferior," Zhou Tanhua said, scratching his head with a smile. Zhou Tanhua scratched his head and smiled. Then he became a little shy. At this moment, strands of red dust chi appeared in the air above their heads, quickly condensing into a red hole. Then, Mortal Sovereign and Xian Xianghua stepped out of it. "Mother!" Zhou Tanhua cried out excitedly and immediately rushed over. Mortal Sovereign came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. She stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and asked, "Have you had any contact with Sovereign Kong Xing during this time?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He doesn't hate me. How could I have any contact with him?" "Sovereign Kong Xing has fallen," Mortal Sovereign said in a low voice, her eyes cold. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Sovereign Kong Xing has fallen? How is this possible? He was a sovereign. And even if he had fallen, how could there be no movement? Could it be that Sovereign Kong Xing was killed outside the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji's sword-like eyebrows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. How strong was the existence that could kill Sovereign Kong Xing? I went to visit Sovereign Kong Xing. His independent plane was destroyed. His body was left in the cave intact. But his soul had been taken away, and all his divine energy had been sucked away. Mortal Sovereign's face was solemn. There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Chapter 864. His body was unharmed, but his soul was extracted? Zhou Xuanji's brow furrowed even tighter. He was even more astonished. From the looks of it, there were only two possibilities. One was that Sovereign Kong Xing deliberately left his body. The other was that he encountered an enemy far stronger than him and had no power to resist. The former was still okay, but the latter was unimaginable. Sovereign Kong Xing was a sovereign, and a famous one in history. His strength was unfathomable and unpredictable. An existence that could kill him. Just thinking about it made people shudder. "Then why are you looking for me?" Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked. He had no friendship with Sovereign Kong Xing. It didn't matter if he died. Sovereign Hong Chen stared at him and said, "Have you forgotten that you will soon become a sovereign? The mysterious existence who killed Sovereign Kong Xing might attack you." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "The other party did not harm the Kunlun origin court. It's either a personal grudge or he is only targeting the sovereigns." It was impossible for him not to feel pressured, but he had to stay calm. He couldn't be afraid before even seeing the enemy. Now the other party seemed invincible and invincible. But when Zhou Xuanji became a great sovereign lord, it was still unknown who would be the winner. He had encountered such an invincible enemy at every stage of his growth. "I will remind you to be careful," Sovereign Hong Chen said softly. Otar Crimson Dust said softly. With these words, she vanished from where she stood. Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. "What did the sovereign say to you?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She had always wanted to know the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Hong Chen. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He and Sovereign Hong Chen weren't communicating telepathically. Why didn't the others hear it? He shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing. You have already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord? How did you cultivate?" Although he and Xian Xianghua's exterminating divine eyes were connected, it had only been a short time. She had already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord by leaps and bounds. There must be other reasons. I have already become half a mortal god. It won't be long before I become a complete mortal god. At that time you can leave the Emperor Sword Divine Range if you want. I will help you guard the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Xian Xianghua said excitedly. She rubbed her hands looking eager. It was as if she couldn't wait to help Zhou Xuanji take the position of Range Master. After all, she had the heart of a powerhouse and wanted to be independent. She already knew that Zhou Xuanji had become the first candidate to become the sovereign. In the future, the Emperor Sword Divine Range would naturally need someone new to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile, "Oh, you want to be the Range Master, then what about your son? Your son is now the supernova of the Kunlun Origin Court just like me back then." Hearing this, Xian Xianghua turned to look at Zhou Tanhua with a surprised expression. Did this kid's cultivation catch up again? Zhou Tanhua smiled shyly and said, "I still can't compare to you." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and was instantly displeased. She pinched Zhou Tanhua's ear and snorted, "Brat, do you know how hard your mother has been cultivating recently? How did you catch up with her? It seems like you inherited your father's talent perfectly. Sai, should I be happy or disappointed?" She was both angry and amused. She should be happy that her son was so powerful. But she was also a person who was unwilling to be left alone. "Forget it. I'll just be the branch master's mother." Xian Xianghua sighed inwardly. The former number one in the northern wilderness region was at a loss. The idea of being the sole ruler in her heart began to collapse. Zhou Tanhua said seriously, "I'm still too young. Although my cultivation has improved quickly, I don't have much experience. Give the position of the range master to my mother. I will learn from her." He really didn't have much desire for status and power. He even found it troublesome. Every time he thought of how many creatures there were in the Emperor Sword Divine Range and how many powers there were, he would have a headache. "Humph, does your mother need you to give in?" Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, twisting Zhou Tanhua's ear half a circle. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and scolded with a smile, "Your son has grown up. You can't bully him like this in public." Xian Xianghua was disdainful, but she still obediently let go. Only in front of Zhou Xuanji would she be obedient. Zhou Shaoxian flew over and hugged Xian Xianghua's arm. She giggled and said, "Aunt Xian, have you learned any powerful divine abilities? Teach me. Teach me." "Okay. Let's go, little girl." Xian Xianghua hooked her nose and said with a chuckle. The two women left hand in hand and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Tanhua sighed helplessly and said, "Father, my sister is my mother's biological daughter, right?" Zhou Xuanji glared at him and scolded, "Get lost, hurry up and cultivate. You must become an origin fusion divine lord within 100 years. If you can't do it, you will stay in the Emperor Sword divine range for the rest of your life." Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly upon hearing this. 100 years? This is going to trap me to death. After Xian Xianghua's return, the Emperor Sword divine range became restless. This woman fought with people everywhere. Except for Zhou Xuanji, no one in the Emperor Sword divine range was her opponent. Even if everyone joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat her. Therefore she began to challenge the surrounding divine ranges. In less than 3 years she had defeated dozens of divine ranges in the vicinity. Xian Xianghua's name also began to spread. She even called herself the Devil's Sovereign. No matter how she won, whether it was because of Zhou Xuanji's fame or not, she had already become famous. Zhou Xuanji learned of this news while he was cultivating. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used his divine will to probe Xian Xianghua's cultivation. To his surprise, she was constantly improving in battle. It seemed that the cultivation technique passed down by mortal sovereign was amazing. He didn't interfere and let Xian Xianghua do as she pleased. On this day, the Void Boundary Palace began to move. They mobilized their army to attack the evil Sky Divine Range. This war came quickly and sensationally. Countless creatures threw themselves into the war. Many divine ranges could hear the commotion. Zhou Xuanji remained unmoved after receiving the news. Chang Xian asked hesitantly, "The Void Boundary Palace has enmity with us, and the evil Sky Divine Range is our old friend. Are we not going to make a move?" Although she was loyal to Zhou Xuanji, the evil Sky Divine Range was her hometown after all. Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "Beast Sovereign hasn't made a move." Chang Xian immediately furrowed her brow when she heard this. "That's right. Why hasn't Beast Sovereign appeared? Could this be a conspiracy?" Chang Xian asked nervously. She carefully recalled the details of this war. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji continued, "Just wait and see. Beast Sovereign will appear. At that time he will definitely shock the Kunlun Origin Court." The reason why he dared to say this was that he had seen Beast Sovereign leave the Kunlun Origin Court. He even appeared in Sovereign Kong Sheng's independent plane. His whereabouts were very secretive. In his opinion, Beast Sovereign must have something to do with Sovereign Kong Sheng's death. Perhaps there was a mysterious and powerful existence plotting against the Kunlun Origin Court. After all, Sovereign Wu Zhou had also said that he had enemies outside the Kunlun Origin Court. Chang Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end she chose to leave. Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured, "Very good, you are actually plotting against me. You will regret it." Chapter 865. Zhou Xuanji saw Beast Sovereign appear around the Emperor Sword Divine Range. He was shrouded in black qi, hiding his true appearance. Beast Sovereign seemed to be looking for something. He kept wandering around the Emperor Sword Divine Range. If not for Zhou Xuanji's powerful exterminating divine eyes, he might not have been able to see him. At least, the guards of the Emperor Sword Divine Range did not notice his appearance. After a long while, Beast Sovereign left. He didn't take anything with him, nor did he leave any traces. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the palace, noticed his murderous intent. This fellow was already eyeing the Emperor Sword Divine Range. "Originally, I didn't want to be your enemy. However, if you want to harm Emperor Sword Divine Range, then don't bother about me." Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. He had already repaid the kindness that the evil Sky Divine Range had given him. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty facing Beast Sovereign. He had saved the evil Sky Divine Range and Beast Sovereign. The debt of gratitude had been repaid. If they wanted to start a war, then so be it. After that, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The battle between the Void Boundary Palace and the evil Sky Divine Range continued. The Origin Court didn't intervene as if they didn't know about it. All the divine ranges were paying attention to this matter. Most of them were curious. After all, the Void Boundary Palace was under the jurisdiction of the Origin Court, which was equivalent to the Imperial Court of the mortal world. The Evil Sky Divine Range was just a city. Could it be that Beast Sovereign had offended the Origin Court? The news of Beast Sovereign being imprisoned by the 12 Law Ancestors was quickly dug out. The news of Zhou Xuanji rescuing Beast Sovereign was also spread by some people, causing an uproar in the Kunlun Origin Court. The Void Boundary Hall's Void Boundary Emperors, Void Boundary Gods, Void Boundary War Gods, and Void Boundary Heavenly Venerables came from different divine ranges. In a short period of time, there were hundreds of divine ranges attacking the Evil Sky Divine Range. In the past, the Evil Sky Divine Range was so overbearing that it had made countless enemies. Now that the Origin Court's Void Boundary Palace was attacking them, those enemies naturally came to beat them when they were down. The successive defeats of the Evil Sky Divine Range caused the enemies to surround the Evil Sky Divine Range. At first glance, the entire starry sky was filled with the figures of people fighting. In the void outside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, a young man in blue stood with a curved sword in his hand. He shouted, "Zhou Xuanji, come out and fight." As his voice fell, he unleashed the aura of his Origin Fusion Divine Lord Seven Lights. Boom! The surrounding space twisted as if it was being roasted by a high temperature. After a few moments, a figure flew out from the Emperor Sword Divine Range. It was Xian Xianghua. "Humph, you want to challenge my husband? Are you qualified?" Xian Xianghua raised her palm, and the chi of the mortal world condensed into a heavenly demon. It was as tall as a world and it slapped out. The blue-clothed youth frowned and quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Meanwhile, in the Cultivation Palace, Zhou Xuanji was communicating with Little Sovereign. "TSK, your little wife is really fierce, aggressive and ambitious. Not bad, not bad." During this time, more than one person had come to challenge Zhou Xuanji, but they were all repelled by Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. The Demon Sovereign and the Small Sword Emperor were already rather famous. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Don't bother about her. Tell me, does my energy technique work?" Recently, he had been creating a new cultivation method of his own. Using the greatly divine suppressor art and the world Buddha art as the foundation, he created his own divine technique. Heavenly Separation Saint Suppressing Yuan Slaughtering Art. At first glance, it was obvious that the name was randomly created. The Heavenly Distance Saint Suppressing Origin Slaughtering Art is not bad, but it requires a great fortune to accelerate its growth. You opened it with the origin of your soul. If you want to create it directly, you will need an even stronger divine power. Let's go. It seems like we have to absorb another origin rule. It seems that we have to absorb another origin law. Little Sovereign touched his chin and said in a hesitant tone. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where is it?" "There is an independent plane outside the Kunlun Origin Court. It is a place of inheritance left by a sovereign. It might be able to cultivate a sovereign candidate in the future. But since you need it, I will give it to you first," Little Sovereign replied helplessly. Little Sovereign replied helplessly. He felt that he had fallen into a pit. Why did he start to obey this kid now? Does he think of this kid as his son? If Zhou Xuanji knew what he was thinking, he would definitely go berserk. "How much do you know about such a place of inheritance?" Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. He was trying to hold back his excitement. "If I can absorb a few origin laws, wouldn't I become extremely powerful?" Little Sovereign glared at him and scolded with a smile, "Greedy. Are you ready? We can go now." Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately disappeared. After leaving the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he saw that Xian Xianghua and the young man in blue were still fighting. Even if her cultivation was inferior to the other party, Xian Xianghua was still very strong. She wasn't injured. The mortal chi was indeed powerful. It could corrode the enemy's divine power. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the Suppressing the Universe. He focused his mind on the young man in blue, accurately locking onto him. The young man in blue paused. Xian Xianghua followed suit and slapped him with her palm. There was a loud bang. The young man in blue was sent flying back, vomiting blood. Xian Xianghua was about to follow up with another attack when he suddenly shattered the void and disappeared into the turbulence of time and space. Xian Xianghua was stunned. She cursed, gritting her teeth. He escaped. At the same time, in the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji grabbed the young man in blue, lifted him by the shoulder and flew with him. The young man in blue looked up in horror. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed drastically. "How can it be? he was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he felt that he was facing his ancestor. "The next time you come to the Emperor's Sword Divine range, you will die," Zhou Xuanji said calmly, looking straight ahead. After speaking, he threw the young man in blue into the turbulence of time and space, into the unknown universe. Zhou Xuanji continued to move forward. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword as Little Sovereign's soul emerged. "Use your Absolute Time Realm with the Absolute Time Realm," instructed Little Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. With a thought, he directly entered the Absolute Time Realm. With the Absolute Time Realm, he could easily enter the Absolute Time Realm through the turbulence of time and space. The Absolute Time Realm wasn't the only and fixed existence. It was more like a manifestation of a realm. Meditate and keep chanting the Great Phoenix Ruins Realm. At the same time, spread out your divine will, continued Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign continued. He closed his eyes and began to mobilize his soul power. Great Phoenix Ruins Realm? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He felt that this name was familiar. He seemed to have seen it in the History Pavilion of the Evil Sky Divine Range. However, he couldn't remember the specific information. He chanted the name again and again. His divine will spread out, covering the entire Absolute Time Realm. After about half an incense stick of time, a space-time crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji didn't need Little Sovereign's reminder to know that it was the Great Phoenix Ruins Realm. He turned into a sword light and dove into it. When he landed again, he came to a cliff. Below him was a dense forest with undulating mountains. As far as the eye could see, celestial mist filled the air, resembling dragons and tigers. The sky was cloudless. The scenery was magnificent and refreshing. At first glance, the Great Phoenix Ruins Realm didn't seem too special. Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned his head and saw a figure standing on the top of a high mountain next to him. His eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" Chapter 866. Xin Yanxing, why is she here? Is she really still alive? Zhou Xuanji frowned as he looked at the figure on the top of the mountain. His face was a little gloomy. When he saw Xin Yanxing again, he was pleasantly surprised at first, but then he became vigilant. Xin Yanxing looked the same as before, but she was exuding an aura that made his heart palpitate. She was even more terrifying than Mortal Sovereign. TSK, this pair of sisters are amazing. They both have great opportunities. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion, but his expression was a bit solemn. Xin Yanxing is very dangerous. Although she looked like a girl, she was no longer as playful and lively as before. Her face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She wasn't looking at Zhou Xuanji but at the depths of the Great Phoenix Ruins Realm. It was unknown what she was looking at. "Don't go there, I feel something wrong," Little Sovereign warned. Little Sovereign reminded, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "This aura is so familiar. I seem to have met it before." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Xin Yanxing suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Before the two of them could come back to their senses, Xin Yanxing had already appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. She used her hand as a knife and her fingertips stopped in front of his throat. "Hey, have we met somewhere?" Xin Yanxing asked, staring at Zhou Xuanji's face as if she wanted to remember something. Zhou Xuanji was just about to speak when Little Sovereign answered first, "We haven't. We just accidentally broke into this place." Little Sovereign smiled, pretending to be calm. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Could it be that Xin Yanxing has lost her memory or has her body been possessed? An existence that can make Little Sovereign so flustered is definitely not a simple character. "Really? I think I know him. I don't know why, but I actually like him. This feeling isn't good. I must kill him," Xin Yanxing said, staring at Little Sovereign with a faint smile. Xin Yanxing stared at Little Supreme Being with a smile that wasn't a smile. After that, she patted Little Supreme Being's soul with her right hand and directly dispersed it. Zhou Xuanji subconsciously dodged, but he was still slapped to the ground by Xin Yanxing's palm. Cracks began to appear on the mountain like a spider web. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to stand up, Xin Yanxing stepped on his chest. Layers of black light appeared from the soles of her feet, covering his body. He wanted to stand up but he couldn't move at all. Xin Yanxing looked down at him and sneered, "You still want to escape? Your cultivation is only at Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 Realms, but your strength surpasses that of an ordinary Origin Source Sovereign. It's a pity that you're just a mortal in front of me. Previously, your Kunlun Origin Court Sovereign Kong Sheng was killed by me. All of his supreme divine power belongs to me." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. She killed Supreme Venerable Kongxing? He took a deep breath, stared at Shen Yinxing and said, "Do you want to understand your relationship with me?" With the overbearing strength displayed by Shen Yinxing, she could easily kill him, but she did not do so. This was enough to explain her inner thoughts. "Speak." Shen Yinxing ordered expressionlessly as her right foot moved away. Zhou Xuanji didn't hesitate to tell them about his previous experience with Shen Tang and Shen Yinxing. He spoke very calmly and did not deliberately express anything. After he finished speaking, Shen Yinxing sneered, "Looking for me? Did that stupid sister think she was amazing just because she became a mortal supremacy? She's nothing in front of us." Her gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji again and her eyes flickered. She was considering whether to kill Zhou Xuanji. After a while, she smiled again. Her smile was very dangerous. "Very well, then I will let you live," Shen Yinxing said with a smile. With a wave of her right hand, the black light patterns on Zhou Xuanji's body dissipated. Zhou Xuanji then stood up straight. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. Instead he asked, "Can you tell me why did you spare my life?" Shen Yinxing brushed past him and walked to the front, looking at the horizon. "That thing is coming out." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was curious. What could make Shen Yinxing so concerned? Could it be that the sovereign of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm is still alive? From killing Supreme Venerable Kongxing, Shen Yinxing seemed to be looking for a sovereign to absorb the sovereign's divine power. Shen Yinxing was lost in thought. She didn't say a word. Zhou Xuanji felt a strong sense of oppression which made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to act rashly. He had thought of all kinds of scenes of meeting Shen Yinxing, but he had never thought that he would be in such a sorry state. What has she become? Zhou Xuanji frowned. At the same time, he called out to Little Sovereign in his heart. Little Sovereign wouldn't be killed so easily. He still had a remnant soul in the sword. After an hour, Shen Yinxing suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was hesitating whether to escape or not. Just as this thought came to his mind, Shen Yinxing returned to him. She was holding a golden feathered rooster in her hand. It was as big as an eagle. She was clutching its neck. Its two eyes were bulging, filled with panic. "This thing is transformed from the origin of the crimson flame. It contains the most overbearing energy in the world. After countless years, it has become a spirit. Now it has the cultivation of a great sovereign," Shen Yinxing introduced. Shen Yinxing introduced with a playful expression, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart twitch. Great sovereign. Someone as strong as great sovereign is being held in her hand like a chicken? This is too exaggerated. Zhou Xuanji was extremely curious. How can Shen Yinxing cultivate to such a level? Could it be that she has traveled through time far longer than Shen Tang? Shen Yinxing threw the golden feathered rooster to Zhou Xuanji and said, "I will leave this guy to you. You can't let him escape, let alone let him die." The golden feathered rooster fell into Zhou Xuanji's arms and cried, "I'm the golden crowned divine lord. Don't humiliate me. I'm not a fowl." Shen Yinxing smiled disdainfully, deeply provoking the golden crowned divine lord. However, his cultivation wasn't good enough. The golden crowned divine lord could only endure it. The corner of Shen Yinxing's mouth rose as a green lotus appeared under her feet. She then left with Zhou Xuanji and the golden crowned divine lord. Flying to the top of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm, she looked down. The mountains and rivers below were directly destroyed, destroying the world with a single glance. The Great Phoenix Ruins realm was like a broken dream, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji only felt the scene in front of him change. Next, they came to a blue and red universe. He carefully observed his surroundings and found that there was no Tao energy here. Instead, it was filled with another extremely powerful energy gas. There were no stars, no world. Everything was in a state of nothingness. The golden crowned divine lord sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. "Kid, you and I will join hands and escape together. If we are caught by this crazy woman, we will definitely die." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He didn't reply. With Shen Yinxing's ability, she could definitely spy on their voice transmission. Shen Yinxing snorted and said, "Escape? Not even 10 of you can escape." The golden crowned divine lord trembled in fear. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where are we going?" Seeing his calm expression, the golden crowned divine lord cursed in his heart. This little bastard is too adaptable to the wind. When Zhou Xuanji entered the Great Phoenix Ruins realm, he had already noticed it. His soul was smashed by Shen Yinxing, but this kid wasn't angry at all. He's too unyielding, a coward. Chapter 867. Let's go to the hiding place of the next sovereign. I'm hunting great sovereigns. My goal is revenge, Shen Yinxing replied. She stood in front, looking into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious. Shen Yinxing is hunting great sovereigns. How strong are they? Zhou Xuanji remained silent. He couldn't imagine how a power far beyond that of a sovereign could be cultivated. The source law alone was broad and profound, giving him endless benefits. What kind of essence would a stronger power have? Zhou Xuanji fell into infinite reverie. The golden crowned divine lord angrily rebuked, "You treacherous woman, you deserve to be hunted down." Shen Yinxing glanced at him, making him tremble in fear. He didn't dare to scold her anymore. Zhou Xuanji didn't laugh at him but concentrated on thinking. The rules seem to be unfathomable, but they are just the foundation. If you perform well, I can help you surpass great sovereigns in the future and compete for the path of a true expert. Shen Yinxing turned around and said with a smile. Shen Yinxing turned around and smiled. Her smile was thought-provoking, as if she was just joking. Zhou Xuanji didn't dare to chuckle. He did feel a murderous aura from her before. At least, it showed that Shen Yinxing had killing intent toward him. She wasn't as loyal to him as Shen Tang. He sighed in his heart. Back then Shen Yinxing worshipped him very much. Things are still the same, but people have changed. They continued moving forward. Along the way Zhou Xuanji was looking for a way to escape. Unfortunately, Shen Yinxing was keeping a close eye on him and the Golden Crown Divine Lord. They couldn't do anything at all. The Golden Crown Divine Lord also settled down. He was no longer stubborn. About 7 days had passed. They came to another independent plain. Here the wind and sand were everywhere. The sky was the sea. It made people feel as if the world had turned upside down. The strong wind was blowing. The Golden Crown Divine Lord shivered. He couldn't help but shout, "There are no source laws here. Why don't you give up?" The sand here was very hard. Even with their physical strength, it was difficult to bear. Zhou Xuanji was feeling this special sandstorm. Shen Yinxing brought them here, which meant that there must be a great sovereign hiding here. Could it be that the special sandstorm here is the power of a great sovereign? Shen Yinxing flew while looking around. Suddenly, Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful divine will sweep past him. It was so powerful that it made him shudder. The Golden Crown Divine Lord's hair stood on end like a golden hedgehog. "Humph! How dare you barge into my world? You're courting death." A cold snort sounded out and it was incomparably dull. Shen Yinxing immediately disappeared. Bang! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion in front of them, only to see the sandstorm swirling up, a blinding light expanding rapidly. Zhou Xuanji activated his exterminating divine eyes and looked carefully. He could vaguely see two figures crossing each other in the bright light. Shen Yinxing and a mysterious Grand Supreme. This time, Shen Yinxing was unable to directly suppress the other party, and the two sides were locked in battle. Zhou Xuanji and the Golden Crown Divine Lord quickly stepped back. The might of the battle made them shudder in fear. If Shen Yinxing started a war in front of them, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. Could there be such a huge gap in the strength of grand sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. His words almost made Golden Crown Divine Lord vomit blood. He roared, "Are you looking down on me? If it weren't for that bitch, I would have killed you with a slap." Her opponent is a tough one. It looks like she's going to lose. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. If Shen Yinxing died, could they escape? No. This grand sovereign would kill them to vent his anger. Golden Crown Divine Lord was also terrified. Shen Yinxing alone gave him a headache. If there was an even more terrifying existence, wouldn't they be dead for sure? No. I can't sit still and wait for death. Golden Crown Divine Lord gritted his teeth. He suddenly looked back at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes widened as he transmitted his voice. "Quickly pour your supreme divine power into my body and help me break the seal. We must take this opportunity to escape." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He only hesitated for half a second before he slammed his palm on Golden Crown Divine Lord. He could endure it before, but he couldn't now. Shen Yinxing's aura was being suppressed. If this continued, she would lose without a doubt. As his supreme divine power entered Golden Crown Divine Lord's body, the golden feathers of Golden Crown Divine Lord fluttered. "No way. Is this all you've got?" Golden Crown Divine Lord cried in dissatisfaction. Zhou Xuanji wanted to strangle him. But things had already come to this. There was no point in arguing. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to use the sword fusion technique. His aura soared as the violent and boundless supreme divine power wantonly rushed into Golden Crown Divine Lord's body. "So cool." Golden Crown Divine Lord cried in a strange voice. Zhou Xuanji felt goosebumps all over his body. This guy, he really deserves a beating. Little girl, you dare to have killing intent towards me with such little strength? Today I will suck your soul. You have no chance to regret it. The dull voice sounded again. His words were filled with bone-chilling killing intent, dropping the temperature of this independent plane to the freezing point. Boom, 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 the entire world was exploding. So was Golden Crown Divine Lord's body. Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power was trying to break his seal. But Xin Yinxing's divine power was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power couldn't break through it all. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "No, I can't help you." Trash. Golden Crown Divine Lord was flustered and exasperated. He immediately cursed Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He immediately reversed the technique and began to absorb Golden Crown Divine Lord's divine power. Golden Crown Divine Lord's expression changed drastically. He furiously cursed, "Brat! You dare to offend your superior?" Zhou Xuanji laughed. This guy must be a fool. Zhou Xuanji didn't stop. Instead he sped up the absorption. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Since Golden Crown Divine Lord was willing to help him, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Xin Yinxing was still fighting over there while Golden Crown Divine Lord kept cursing. As time went by, his cursing became less and less confident. Until the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. I was wrong. Bro. Dad. Grandpa. Please forgive me. Golden Crown Divine Lord wailed. He had become unprincipled. He was like a different chicken compared to his previous arrogant self. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to absorb. He planned to take this opportunity to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jiuming. Golden Crown Divine Lord became more and more desperate. It's over. I'm going to die in this kid's hands. How unfair. Unfair. He roared hysterically in his heart. His eyes seemed to be a little moist. At this moment, Xin Yinxing suddenly appeared in front of them. She wrapped them with her divine power and quickly took them away from this world. Want to escape? It's not that easy. The dull voice snorted. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji felt a horrifying murderous intent coming from behind. It made him feel like he was in a cold cellar. His invincible saint body stiffened. Boom. Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow from behind. He immediately fainted. Before his consciousness disappeared, he vaguely heard Golden Crown Divine Lord's cursing. I'm not convinced. Chapter 868. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness slowly woke up. He felt powerless and a breeze was flowing around him. He opened his eyes, and what entered his field of vision were countless corpses that floated about like stars, densely packed and innumerable. His eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to move but he couldn't move at all. Zhou Xuanji glanced in other directions and found that this universe was very strange. The space was like water. He could clearly feel the flow of space. It seemed that as long as he exerted force, the surrounding space would explode. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the Golden Crown Divine Lord. His wings had been broken. He looked like a corpse. He also saw Xin Yinxing. This girl's clothes were ragged, her hair was messy, and her body was covered in blood. What the hell happened? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in doubt. He couldn't absorb Dao energy here. Fortunately, his Qinsha map stored a massive amount of supreme divine power, which was enough for him to recover. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji regained his mobility. He was about to leave. Where are you going? Xin Yinxing's voice suddenly drifted into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His body instantly stiffened. He looked back with difficulty and saw Xin Yinxing with disheveled hair appear behind him. Her cold eyes were staring at him. Are you okay? Zhou Xuanji asked. His expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. Xin Yinxing coldly said, I almost died but that guy is really dead. She raised her right hand and pointed. Zhou Xuanji followed her gaze. He saw a headless corpse 100 meters away. It was badly mutilated and looked very miserable. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He thought that Xin Yinxing had been defeated. He didn't expect that the great sovereign had already died. What's going on? He looked at Xin Yinxing in surprise and found that the woman's aura was weak like a candle that was about to be extinguished. Humph, what are you thinking? No one can get close to me. This guy underestimated me. I will use the divine ability Mutual Destruction and then use the rebirth technique, Xin Yinxing said with a contemptuous smile. Xin Yinxing smiled contemptuously. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed. At this moment she looked so weak. Zhou Xuanji had a strong hunch that if he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill her. However, he suppressed this idea. Xin Yinxing was also testing Zhou Xuanji. She wasn't sure and could only bet on her past with Zhou Xuanji. I want to go back to the Kunlun Origin Court. Can you show me the way? I can help you recover, and from then on, we don't owe each other anything. Zhou Xuanji looked into her eyes and said seriously. He had promised to bring Xin Yinxing back to the Kunlun Origin Court, but in the end he failed to keep his promise and caused Xin Yinxing to encounter an accident. He had always felt guilty. This was also the reason why he could face Xin Yinxing calmly. Okay, I'll go back and see my poor sister. Immediately afterward, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Zhou Xuanji's arms. She raised her right hand with difficulty and pointed at the golden-crowned Divine Lord. She said with a trembling voice, "Take him and leave this place." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and sighed softly. He took out a white robe and put it on Xin Yinxing before sucking the golden-crowned Divine Lord over. He held Xin Yinxing in his right hand and the golden-crowned Divine Lord in his left hand as he quickly left. Not long after, he realized that he was unable to enter the absolute time realm directly. The space here was very strange. It looked soft, but it couldn't be completely penetrated. He began to search for the weak space. If they could fall into this place, there must be a space-time node that could lead them out. However, it took him half a year to search for it. Xin Yinxing and the golden-crowned Divine Lord hadn't woken up yet. They were both in a comatose state. Zhou Xuanji stopped and began cultivating on the spot. Since he couldn't find it, he could only become stronger and look for an opportunity. Another 3 months passed. Xin Yinxing finally woke up. She opened her eyes and found herself wearing a loose white robe, floating in the void. "You are finally awake." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the side. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. This girl fainted without saying anything, making him waste so much time here. How could he not be resentful? "Why haven't you gone out yet? Are you so weak?" Xin Yinxing asked with a frown. Zhou Xuanji's liver ached when he heard this. "What do you mean I'm so weak?" Xin Yinxing coldly snorted and said, "If you want to leave this place, you don't have to break the space but absorb it." As soon as she said this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. Absorb space? Why didn't I think of it before? He didn't answer her. Instead, he began to feel the surrounding space and absorb the space that was as soft as water. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. Suppressing the pleasant surprise, he exclaimed, "I found it." He suddenly stood up. Purple light burst out from his eyes as he took in the entire universe. In the next second, he, Xin Yinxing, and golden-crowned Divine Lord appeared in the turbulence of space and time. He curiously asked, "What was that place just now? Why can't those corpses be erased?" Xin Yinxing coldly snorted and said, "Those corpses have long been turned into the eyes of the array. This space is a domain created by me. Those corpses are all source sovereigns. There are hundreds of great sovereigns among them. Their vast divine power is gathered together. This is a peerless array that no one can break into. Now this array belongs to you. You have to thank me." Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, "Why can I absorb it so easily? If he could, so could other great sovereigns. In this way, this array was like an empty shell. That's because I agreed in my heart that you could absorb it. Otherwise, you would have already broken out." Xin Yinxing snorted disdainfully. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He suppressed his anger and asked, "In other words, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape unless you woke up and agreed in your heart? Then why didn't you agree before?" He finally understood that this girl was lying to him. She deliberately coaxed him to stay here? Xin Yinxing proudly smiled and said, "Why do you care so much? This array is called the 10,000 Venerables God-slaying array. This kind of good fortune makes you wait a little longer. What's wrong? Sophistry." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and flew forward with Xin Yinxing and golden-crowned Divine Lord. He swept out his divine will, searching for the aura of the Kunlun Origin Court. Xin Yinxing was in his arms, staring at his side face thoughtfully. As for golden-crowned Divine Lord, he was still in a coma. "I suddenly feel that I might have liked you before," Xin Yinxing suddenly said. Xin Yinxing suddenly said. Her eyes were intriguing. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He just looked ahead. "Little chicken, don't sleep. I don't need you now. You can say your last words." Xin Yinxing changed the topic and said with a soft smile. Golden-crowned Divine Lord immediately opened his eyes and struggled in Zhou Xuanji's hands. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Since my spiritual wisdom was born, I haven't really left the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. Just treat me as a pitiful worm. Let me go." Golden-crowned Divine Lord cried and begged. He felt extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. It turns out that this guy is just a paper tiger. But he can pretend for so long. It's amazing. Shen Yinxing said with a playful smile. So what? There are many pitiful worms that died in my hands. Chapter 869. After being tricked by Shen Yinxing, Zhou Xuanji was very angry at first, but his anger quickly disappeared. No matter what, it was a blessing in disguise. It was just that the 10,000 god-slaying formation was created by Shen Yinxing. Perhaps this girl had left behind some tricks, so he had to be careful. Seeing Shen Yinxing teasing Golden Crown Divine Lord, he couldn't laugh. He couldn't see through the current Shen Yinxing. God knew when she would make a move on him. They fooled around for a while. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed the aura of the Kunlun Origin Court. He immediately flew over with Shen Yinxing and Golden Crown Divine Lord. The Golden Crown Divine Sovereign shouted, "Is that Kunlun Origin Court really that good? Is it worth it for you to rush back so quickly?" His top priority was to find a way to escape from the clutches of Shen Yinxing. In the end, this guy actually cooperated with Shen Yinxing, which made him very angry. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared ahead. The Divine Lord with the golden crown pouted his lips and did not say anything else. The corners of Shen Yinxing's mouth raised, but she didn't say anything. The rest of the journey became quiet. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji finally entered the Kunlun Origin Court. The familiar Tao energy and spiritual qi made him take a deep breath. This is the Kunlun Origin Court? How weak. The Golden Crown Divine Lord snorted disdainfully. He raised his head high and looked at the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji didn't bother to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Shen Yinxing and said, "Next, do you want to find a place to recuperate or follow me?" Shen Yinxing had already been to the Kunlun Origin Court. Supreme Kong Sheng was killed by her without anyone knowing. Although she was seriously injured now, she was definitely not someone the Kunlun Origin Court could plot against. Go. It won't be long before you come looking for me. Shen Yinxing waved her hand. With a flip of her right hand, a floating island appeared in her palm. With a gentle wave, the floating island rose up and quickly grew larger. She carried the Golden Crown Divine Lord and flew into it. Zhou Xuanji looked at the massive island that was tens of thousands of meters tall and could not help but click his tongue. This lass was too arrogant. You're seriously injured, yet you're not hiding. On second thought, perhaps this island could defend against the attacks of a supreme being. However, it was impossible. If she was really that powerful, why would Shen Yinxing be so embarrassed in the face of that mysterious supreme being? He flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. This place wasn't far from the Kunlun Origin Court and was close to the void boundary. In less than half an hour, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. During the time he was away, the Emperor Sword Divine Range did not encounter any danger. Zhou Xuanji found Chang Xian and asked her about what had happened during this time. He had been worried that Beast Sovereign would attack the Emperor Sword Divine Range. However, Chang Xian told him that the Evil Sky Divine Range had already been defeated. The entire Divine Range had been flattened and collapsed. It was very miserable. As for Beast Sovereign, he never showed up from beginning to end. Now the Evil Sky Divine Range no longer existed. Its name had been erased from the history of the Kunlun Origin Court. Most of the original living beings of the Evil Sky Divine Range had died, and the remaining ones were hiding like street rats. Master, the Void Boundary Palace's target doesn't just seem to be the Evil Sky Divine Range. They have begun to attack other super divine ranges. It seems that the Origin Court is going to purge them. Chang Xian said with a frown. She had no feelings for the Void Boundary Palace. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is there any movement from the sovereign divine ranges?" Chang Xian shook her head and said, "No, they are all recuperating and cultivating in seclusion." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. After a while, "Go contact the Tianyi Divine Range and invite Nanmu Tianyi to come as a guest," Zhou Xuanji instructed. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian nodded. He then waved his hand, motioning for Chang Xian to leave. When he was the only one left in the palace, he sighed and said, "Kunlun Origin Court, you think you are the highest existence, but you don't know that there are many terrifying existences lurking outside. Your fight is just a joke." He closed his eyes and began cultivating. After absorbing the divine power of Golden Crown Divine Lord, he was only one step away from Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment. Once the breakthrough was successful, his strength would soar. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment. He didn't need to go through the tribulation. Everything seemed so calm. Even the people inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range didn't notice his breakthrough. He didn't walk out of the Cultivation Palace but continued to adjust the supreme divine power in his body. until Nan Wuxian came to visit. The two gathered in a pavilion. Chang Xian prepared wine and dishes for the two to talk alone. Nan Wuxian exclaimed in admiration, "Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment, how did you cultivate?" If it was in the past he would definitely be amazed. But now he felt that Zhou Xuanji's achievements were reasonable. After all, this kid would be the next sovereign. It's just a small opportunity. I want to ask you, what opportunity did you, young heavenly lord, and Wang Buao get? Did it come from outside the Kunlun origin court? The Kunlun origin court isn't at peace yet. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked with a smile. He had been thinking about this question before. Nan Wuxian's aura was very strange. It gave him the feeling that he was facing the energy outside the court. Each plane outside the court had different energy, and most of them were stronger than the Kunlun origin court. Nan Wuxian's aura was incompatible with the spiritual qi and Dao energy of the Kunlun origin court. He was constantly devouring the spiritual qi and Dao energy around him. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, Zhou Xuanji could still clearly feel it. Did your opportunity also come from outside the Kunlun origin court? Nan Wuxian asked curiously. He carefully observed Zhou Xuanji and found that the kid's essence, qi, and spirit had changed significantly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and then told him about his experiences during this period of time. He hid his relationship with Xin Yanxing and only talked about his experiences. Nan Wuxian was dumbfounded after listening to him. Are there so many great sovereigns? Nan Wuxian was drenched in cold sweat. He felt conceited because of his breakthrough. But after listening to Zhou Xuanji, he realized that he was still a frog in the well. Zhou Xuanji continued, the recent actions of the void boundary and the disappearance of Beast Sovereign may be related to the outside world. As the range master of the sovereign range, not only must you be careful but you also can't ignore it. It's best to ask the law ancestors what they mean. Don't be used by evil. Nan Wuxian solemnly nodded. The Kunlun origin court had experienced so many disasters during this period of time. He was also very worried that something bad would happen. Thinking of this, Nan Wuxian no longer had the mood to drink. He found an opportunity, got up and said, in that case I will go find the 12 law ancestors now. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Nan Wuxian disappeared from the building. It seems that his opportunity also told him something. Zhou Xuanji shook the wine glass and murmured to himself. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and mumbled to himself. His eyes fell on the surface of the wine in the glass, as though he was peeking into another world. After Nan Wuxian left, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate in the following days. Xin Yanxing didn't come to disturb him either. Everything fell into a state of tranquility. It seemed easy but Zhou Xuanji felt the pressure. The peace was broken by Zhou Tanhua's visit. Chapter 870. Father, I have something to ask you. Hearing Zhou Tanhua shout outside the hall, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, come in. Zhou Tanhua rarely took the initiative to disturb Ning Cheng's practice. But today he was making a fuss. It seemed that there was really an urgent matter. Ever since Zhou Xuanji returned from outside the court, he had paid less attention to Zhou Tanhua. At this moment he felt a little regretful. He wanted to nurture Zhou Tanhua into the range master of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Tanhua pushed the door open, closed it and quickly walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He hurriedly bowed and looked up saying, Father, Mother went to find trouble with the mortal divine range. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately got up with his eyes wide open. What's going on? Is she crazy? Zhou Xuanji asked furiously. Xian Xianghua's cultivation was increasing day by day, but the mortal divine range was the sovereign divine range. How could she fight with the mortal divine range? Zhou Tanhua gritted his teeth and said, she said she wanted to collect the mortal qi. I wanted to stop her, but she used her exterminating divine eyes to stop me. By the time I broke free she had already disappeared. Nonsense. Zhou Xuanji cried out before disappearing on the spot. Zhou Tanhua still wanted to chase after him, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't track his father's whereabouts at all. He had thought that he was strong enough. Even if he wasn't as strong as his father, he wasn't at a level where he couldn't catch up to him. But now, as expected, my cultivation is still not enough. Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly. He immediately left and prepared to go into seclusion. The other side. Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the mortal divine range. At the same time he activated the exterminating divine eyes, trying to establish a connection with Xian Xianghua. Their exterminating divine eyes were connected, but as Xian Xianghua became a mortal god, the connection between them also decreased. Not only Xian Xianghua but even Zhou Xuanji was the same. They had an even more powerful force suppressing the god-exterminating eyes. Soon Zhou Xuanji accurately sensed Xian Xianghua's aura. He immediately rushed forward. Right now Xian Xianghua was fighting with 3 Essence Fusion Divine Lords. They all had the cultivation of Essence Fusion Divine Lord Er Ming. They surrounded Xian Xianghua, but they were unable to gain any advantage. In fact, they were even injured. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rush over, a figure sped over. He glanced over and saw that it was Shen Yanxing. Her speed was very fast and she quickly grabbed Xian Xianghua. Her left hand clasped Xian Xianghua's wrist, and with a wave of her right hand, the 3 Essence Fusion Divine Lords were killed and turned into ashes. What do you want? Zhou Xuanji angrily rebuked. He wanted to stop her but Shen Yanxing pulled Xian Xianghua behind her. She sneered, "You want to save your wife?" Xian Xianghua was shocked. She wanted to struggle but she found that she couldn't move, and she couldn't mobilize the mortal divine power in her body. She looked at Shen Yanxing in horror. Who was this woman? Don't mess around. I did save you before. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, his eyes flashing with a cold light. If Shen Yanxing dared to harm Xian Xianghua, then he would no longer care about their past friendship. He would definitely kill Shen Yanxing in this life. When Shen Yanxing saw his expression, she couldn't help but curl her lips and snort, "Do you have such feelings for my poor sister?" Zhou Xuanji was silent and did not reply. He stared fixedly at her. Xian Xianghua was very confused. Who is this woman's sister? At this time, Shen Yanxing suddenly let go of Xian Xianghua and said to her with a smile, "Your mortal god changed halfway. Your aura is not pure at all. It seems that you are related to my poor sister. After all, you both serve the same husband. That's why she can treat you with all her heart." As soon as she said this, Xian Xianghua's expression changed drastically. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. She had always respected mortal sovereign and regarded him as her master. She didn't expect that the cold and powerful mortal sovereign would like Zhou Xuanji. No wonder, Xian Xianghua's expression became more and more strange. Her gaze made Zhou Xuanji feel pressured. He said in a deep voice, "Shen Yanxing, what are you going to do? Are you trying to tease me?" "Tease you?" Shen Yanxing burst into laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Xian Xianghua looked for an opportunity and immediately fled behind Zhou Xuanji. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yanxing as the mortal qi exploded. Mortal sovereign Shen Tang appeared. She looked excited and wanted to hug Shen Yanxing. However, Shen Yanxing avoided her. Shen Yanxing grabbed mortal sovereign's wrist and said with a sneer, "Poor thing, you finally came out. After cultivating for so long, why haven't you broken through to great sovereign lord? If you had come to me earlier, you might have been far stronger than you are now. This shows that Zhou Xuanji is more important than me in your heart." Mortal sovereign hurriedly explained, "It's not like that, Yanxing, listen to me." "Explain what? You just want to use your lack of strength as an excuse." Shen Yanxing said impatiently. She was furious when she saw mortal sovereign. She squeezed her right hand, causing mortal sovereign to frown. Zhou Xuanji said, "We have the same root." "Shut up!" Shen Yanxing shouted. After that, she grabbed mortal sovereign's neck and threatened, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break her neck and make you regret it." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Why did he feel like he was watching a melodramatic drama? Mortal sovereign couldn't break free from her grip. She was so powerful in the Kunlun origin court. But at this moment, in the hands of Shen Yanxing, she was like a defenseless mortal. She looked very weak. Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to speak again, Shen Yanxing left with mortal sovereign, disappearing into thin air without leaving any aura behind. Zhou Xuanji turned around, looked at Xian Xianghua and said seriously, "Don't mess around in the future. Think about the situation just now. If you do it again, you will die." He felt that it was necessary to teach this woman a lesson. She was really getting more and more arrogant. She actually dared to challenge the sovereign divine range alone. Xian Xianghua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What if I meet your little lover next time?" The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. "Come back with me first and then I will deal with you." Zhou Xuanji took Xian Xianghua into his arms and flew toward the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Xian Xianghua asked with a frown, "What about mortal sovereign? Aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to her?" "They are sisters. If Shen Yanxing wanted to kill her, she would have done it just now. Why take her away?" Zhou Xuanji replied indifferently. If Shen Yanxing really hated mortal sovereign, she would have made mortal sovereign suffer just now. But she didn't. She just captured her. Xian Xianghua nodded. She was full of curiosity about the relationship between Shen Yanqing and mortal sovereign. She began to ask Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. While flying toward the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, he told her about his experience in Anti-Kunlun. By the time they returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, he had also finished telling the story. Women are really affectionate. Even time and space can't isolate their affection for you, Xian Xianghua said with a teasing smile. At the same time she fell into deep thought. She could have what she had today because of the celestial devil rebirth technique passed down by her ancestors. And this technique was created by mortal sovereign. Everything was destined. Chapter 871. After returning to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji severely criticized Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua also realized her arrogance and promised not to challenge the Sovereign Divine Range again, unless she surpassed Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Zhou Xuanji was still worried. He made her promise not to provoke the Super Divine Ranges on her own and not to go in alone. Xian Xianghua hurriedly promised, but she seemed very perfunctory. Zhou Xuanji could not do anything to her and could only give up. After letting Xian Xianghua leave, he directly escaped out of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range to track down Shen Yanqing's whereabouts. Soon he saw that the giant island that Shen Yanqing had taken out was still there. He immediately teleported over. After entering the huge island, he saw Golden Crown Divine Lord bathing in a lake. The golden pheasant hummed a song as it washed, looking very comical. Zhou Xuanji noticed that he did not have any divine energy in his body. Even so, he could still be so happy it was really puzzling. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to talk to the Golden Crown Divine Lord and flew toward a massive black castle on the island. He could already hear Shen Yanqing's wild laughter, cruel and insane. He could even vaguely hear the sound of a whip being lashed. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank and he immediately sped up. He quickly penetrated the stone wall and came to the palace where Shen Yanqing was. He stood on the stone beam and looked down. His expression instantly froze. Shen Yanqing held an iron whip in her hand and frantically whipped a stone man. This stone man was still wearing the clothes of mortal supremacy. Even though he was repeatedly whipped by the iron whip, the red clothes did not break. "You're here. Have you seen? This is the consequence of offending me." She didn't look at Zhou Xuanji above. Instead she stared at the stone man. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically and asked in a deep voice, "You turned your sister into this?" He immediately went in front of the golem and helped it block the iron whips. Shen Yanqing didn't wave the whip again. Instead she asked with a faint smile, "What? Is your heart aching?" She came up to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed the cloth in front of his chest with her right hand as fast as lightning, pulling it back. Zhou Xuanji could only see darkness before his eyes. He could not control his body and fell into it. He fell into the endless darkness and looked back. He saw Shen Yanqing standing at the entrance of the cave looking down at him, smiling extremely coldly. Damn it! Zhou Xuanji struggled with all his might, but he could not mobilize the sovereign's divine power in his body. Plop! He fell to the ground in a sorry state. The hole above him suddenly disappeared, and he fell into complete darkness. He immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes and scanned the surroundings with purple light. There was nothing under the darkness. Even the space beneath his feet was transparent. He slowly turned around and looked behind him. His body suddenly stiffened, because he saw a figure. It was Autarch Crimson Dust. At this moment, Autarch Crimson Dust wasn't wearing any clothes and was in the middle of cultivating. His snow-white body and his fluttering black hair caused his heart to skip a beat and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. "You were imprisoned here by her?" Zhou Xuanji asked with his back facing mortal sovereign. In the darkness, he could clearly hear Supreme Crimson Dust's breathing, and he could even feel her warmth. Supreme Crimson Dust didn't answer him. After a while, a soft body suddenly hugged him from behind, causing his body to stiffen even more. He frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" He couldn't help but wonder if Supreme Hongqian had been bewitched by Shen Yanqing. "She wants to humiliate me by helping you become stronger. She doesn't know that I have this plan all along," Supreme Crimson Dust replied softly. Autarch Crimson Dust replied softly, his voice no longer as cold as it usually was. She began to pull Zhou Xuanji's clothes. He resisted instinctively, trying to avoid her. "Don't move. Don't you want to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened? I will help you and help you become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Anyway, I see that she is still alive. I have no regrets," Supreme Crimson Dust said softly, hugging Zhou Xuanji tightly. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to refuse, she suddenly covered his mouth, stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, This is the cultivation method that you and I should have done. Are you really going to refuse? This is also a good thing for me. After all, you have the soul origin. As far as I am concerned, it is not a loss." She suddenly burst out her divine power of the mortal world, drowning Zhou Xuanji like warm water. An uncontrollable desire rose from the bottom of Zhou Xuanji's heart. His eyes burst out with purple light, illuminating the dark space. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji was horrified in his heart. He tried to suppress this desire but to no avail. Supreme Crimson Dust's hands then touched his chest, completely igniting the flame in his heart. Inside the hall, Shen Yinxing was sitting on a stone seat covered with animal skin. She supported her chin with her right hand. Her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was looking at. She had a strange smile on her face. She licked her lips and murmured, "Interesting." At this moment, Golden Crown Divine Lord's voice came from outside. "Bitch. I have already washed it. Do you want to stew or roast it? It's up to you." Golden Crown Divine Lord's tone was full of pride. He wasn't afraid of death at all. He even began to kick the gate of the Black Castle, shaking the Black Castle. Shen Yinxing let out a cold snort. With a wave of her right hand, a black shadow flew out of her sleeve and quickly flew out of the Black Castle. "Ah, what are you doing? Bitch, you are crazy. You can kill me but you can't humiliate me. I'm going to kill you." Golden Crown Divine Lord's scream resounded. He was surrounded by black chi as his golden feathers were thrown away. In less than 10 breaths, he turned into a featherless chicken. His fleshy wings wrapped tightly around his body. He squatted on the ground, shivering. He was crying. He had lived for so long but had never suffered such humiliation. He was the Crimson Flame origin. He lowered his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and murmured, "Shen Yinxing. Just you wait." Boom. A strong wind blew in his face, sending him flying backward while vomiting blood. His body was like a ball, rolling along the ground and crashing into the woods. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A few days later, the Black Castle shook violently as a terrifying aura erupted. Was Zhou Xuanji. He had forcefully broken through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened. A horrifying pressure shrouded the entire island. Golden Crown Divine Lord, who was sleeping in the grass, suddenly opened his eyes. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji's fate was the same as his, a prisoner. Why could Zhou Xuanji still break through? It's unfair. At the same time, inside the palace, Shen Yinxing nodded with satisfaction and said in amazement, "This method is very suitable for cultivation. I can use him as a cauldron for my cultivation in the future." Clang, a sword chi appeared out of thin air, tearing the space apart and creating a black crack. The sword chi rushed up and broke through the top of the castle. Next, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the black crack with Mortal Sovereign in his arms. He was wearing white clothes and a black robe wrapped around Mortal Sovereign's body. Mortal Sovereign was nestled in his arms. His eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. Chapter 872. Do you like this kind of cultivation method? Shen Yinxing asked with a smile, leaning back on the stone seat lazily. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Did you do it?" He looked calm but he was helpless in his heart. He really couldn't control himself before. "I just did you a favor." "What? You don't want to admit it after putting on your pants?" Shen Yinxing said with a sarcastic smile. Zhou Xuanji stared at her. Swords of light appeared around him, pointing at her, ready to attack at any time. "You are not my opponent. Don't make trouble for yourself," Shen Yinxing provoked. Shen Yinxing provoked, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. At this time, Mortal Sovereign in his arms slowly opened her eyes and said, "Forget it." She looked at Shen Yinxing with gentle eyes and said, "Yinxing, no matter what, I am very happy now because I found you. I am relieved to see that you are stronger than me." Shen Yinxing snorted and said in a bad mood, "What are you talking about? You are happy for the man next to you. Look at you in his arms. You are really shameless. You can leave but he has to stay." With a wave of her right hand, Mortal Sovereign uncontrollably left Zhou Xuanji's arms. Zhou Xuanji wanted to catch her but he couldn't. Even if he had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Realm, he was helpless. Mortal Sovereign quickly put on the black robe given by Zhou Xuanji. She looked back but she could no longer see Zhou Xuanji. She was directly sent out of the Black Castle. She frowned and could only watch the Black Castle getting farther and farther away from her. Not long after, she was sent to the depths of the universe by Shen Yinxing's supreme divine power. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji looked at Shen Yinxing with a calm expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" After breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Realm, Shen Yinxing was still unfathomable in his eyes. This unfathomable feeling made him uncontrollably nervous. He tried hard not to show this nervousness. He wanted to be calm and collected. What do I want to do? Naturally, I want to do what you were doing before, Shen Yinxing said with a teasing smile. Shen Yinxing teased. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He didn't take it seriously. He felt that Shen Yinxing was teasing him and mocking him. Shen Yinxing stopped smiling and asked, "Do you want to become a supreme being?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. After all, he had not become the sovereign. I'll be leaving soon. If you can become a sovereign, then I'll come back to find you. I'll have you accompany me to hunt grand sovereigns. I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll impart my cultivation technique to you. Before that, I have to leave. I'll leave the Scarlet Flame essence to you. Take good care of it. I'll come back to inspect it. Shen Yinxing stood up and said slowly, I'll leave this island in your care for the time being. This place is very suitable for cultivating supreme god force. As her voice fell, Shen Yinxing stepped down. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Yinxing disappeared. He was stunned and spread out his divine sense to cover the entire island, but he could no longer capture Shen Yinxing's aura. She really left. Zhou Xuanji felt that everything was unreal. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Shen Yinxing, but he didn't expect her to leave just like that. It seemed that her injuries had healed and she was in a hurry to hunt grand sovereigns. However, judging from Shen Yinxing's words, it would take a long time for her to come back again. After all, it was impossible for him to become a sovereign immediately. Zhou Xuanji sighed and flew out of the Black Castle. He first looked for Golden Crown Divine Lord. His expression turned weird. Golden Crown Divine Lord was napping on the ground. His body was bare and covered with big leaves. His fur? Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud. It must have been done by Shen Yinxing. This guy is really miserable. He didn't disturb Golden Crown Divine Lord but went to look for Mortal Sovereign. After Shen Yinxing left, Mortal Sovereign regained her freedom. She was rushing to the island and met Zhou Xuanji head-on. As soon as she saw that Zhou Xuanji was safe and sound, she was pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xuanji was the same. But just as the two of them wanted to speak, they remembered the previous cultivation scene. They couldn't help but fall silent. What happened before? Zhou Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He wanted to say sorry, but when he thought about it carefully, it was Mortal Sovereign who took the initiative. However, Mortal Sovereign might have been controlled by Shen Yinxing. Mortal Sovereign shook her head and said, "No need to say more. For you, cultivation is the most important thing right now. Don't care about unnecessary romantic feelings." Zhou Xuanji was a little disappointed when he heard this. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be a man who says such things? Ottar Crimson Dust tightened his black robes and chuckled softly. It seems she has already left. Since that is the case, I'll go back and train as well. That cultivation technique earlier allowed me to comprehend the laws of the soul. After speaking, she turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji stayed in place and fell into contemplation. This pair of sisters were really sisters. They acted so swiftly and decisively, making him feel like he was abandoned. He shook his head and laughed as he rushed toward the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. After a month, the 12 Law ancestors came to visit the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. This alarmed the nearby divine ranges. The news spread quickly. Soon, the news about Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court. Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened. Even the range masters of some super divine ranges might not have such cultivation. For a moment, the gloomy atmosphere resounded again. More and more creatures were spreading the news, hoping that all living beings could elect Zhou Xuanji as the sovereign. As long as the Kunlun Origin Court didn't have a sovereign, all living beings couldn't feel at ease. All living beings were looking forward to an indomitable expert standing at the top of the Origin Court to protect the order of the Origin Court and resist all kinds of catastrophes. The 12 Law ancestors stayed in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range for 6 days before leaving. When they left, they all had smiles on their faces, looking very satisfied. In the meeting hall, Zhou Xuanji was chatting with the higher-ups of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. "Ah, now we should congratulate our master. He is no longer the first candidate for the sovereign but the sovereign." Qiuhu burst into laughter as if he had become the sovereign himself. Zhou Shaoxin stood up in excitement and asked, "Father, can we announce this in advance?" Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. He was no longer afraid of anyone in the Kunlun Origin Court. Naturally, he had no scruples. After cultivating with mortal sovereign, his cultivation had soared. He even comprehended a trace of the mortal rule. Next, he could continue to grow stronger by comprehending the mortal rule. Zhou Xuanji instructed, "The origin court will prepare for the sovereign's ascension. You don't have to worry too much. Just take care of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. When I become the sovereign, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range will be handed over to you. At that time, Tanhua will be the range master. The others will assist him. Also, gather all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Court who are wandering outside." He began arranging the positions of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. No one dared to object to his arrangements. Everyone was very convinced by Zhou Tanhua. Chapter 873. While Zhou Xuanji was arranging the positions of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, the Kunlun Origin Court was already in a heated argument. There was only one topic in all the divine ranges, and that was the position of supremacy. On the sovereign list, Zhou Xuanji sat firmly at the top. He had not lost to any other geniuses on the list. Zhou Xuanji is really going to become the sovereign. I heard that the 12 Law ancestors all went to visit him. When they came out, they were talking and laughing. Isn't that how it should be? Is his cultivation strong enough? It is said that becoming a supreme doesn't just depend on one's own cultivation. The Origin Court will grant you the supreme power. Come on, if the Origin Court had such power, it would have been used long ago. The sovereign divine ranges have already acknowledged him. After all, Zhou Xuanji has 2 sovereigns as his backing. Zhou Xuanji's name once again became a name that was passed down by everyone. Half a month later, the Origin Court made a public announcement, officially electing Zhou Xuanji as the current sovereign. This news was earth-shattering. All living beings rejoiced. This also meant that the dark period that had lasted for a long time had officially ended. 3 years later, at the peak of the Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji would be crowned as the sovereign with the title of Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor had once brought terror to the Kunlun Origin Court, so Zhou Xuanji wanted to use the name of the Sword Emperor to protect all creatures and restore the Sword Emperor's reputation. Just like that, the name of the Sword Emperor spread through the mouths of all living beings. Zhou Xuanji officially became the Sword Emperor who reigned above all worlds. Time flew by. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation, and one of the 12 Law ancestors, Senior Mei, was waiting outside the cultivation palace. Senior Plum immediately cupped his fists and bowed as soon as he saw him. "Greetings, Supreme Elder," Senior Plum said with a smile. She seemed very enthusiastic. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and smiled as he asked, "Why have you come, Senior?" I don't dare. I hope that the Supreme One will not call me Senior in the future," Senior Plum said in fear and trepidation. He knew clearly that Zhou Xuanji was just being courteous and did not really revere him. With Zhou Xuanji's current strength, he was really not a match for him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and continued to ask, "What is it?" Senior Plum immediately replied. It turned out that the supreme palace built for him by the Origin Court had already been built. It was located at the peak of the Origin Court, an independent space that belonged to the highest position of the Kunlun Origin Court. The spiritual energy and Tao energy of the entire Kunlun Origin Court and the myriad realms would flow into it, and then flow to the various realms to realize the heavenly cycle. "Then lead the way. I'll go take a look," Zhou Xuanji muttered. He originally wanted to teach Zhou Tanhua cultivation, but now he had become interested in the sovereign plane. Senior Plum immediately led the way. The 2 of them moved out and quickly flew upwards. "By the way, Sovereign, have you seen Sovereign Kongxing again? We originally wanted to invite him to participate in your ascension ceremony, but in the end, we discovered that his independent plane had already been destroyed." "Where did he go?" Senior Plum asked curiously. Sovereign Kongxing was a sovereign after all. If they could rope him in or even have him assist Zhou Xuanji, it would be a blessing for the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Sovereign Kongxing is dead." Senior Mei's eyes widened when he heard this, and he said in a trembling voice, "How is that possible? He is a supreme martial artist." "Wait a minute. How did Zhou Xuanji know about this? Could it be that he had teamed up with Little Sovereign?" Senior Mei knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji definitely did not have much respect for the sovereigns. Recalling Little Sovereign's rage that day, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart quickly rose. Next, Senior Mei became respectful. He didn't dare to speak rashly anymore. They didn't speak along the way. They passed through the spatial wall and arrived at the sovereign plain. This place was filled with clouds and mist. The blue sky was high and vast. In front of them was a towering, sword-like mountain. The mountain was hundreds of thousands of meters high and had a majestic aura. At the top of the mountain stood a magnificent palace. 2 giant swords stood in front of the gate. This palace was built with Dao stones that are hundreds of millions of years old. You can cultivate at any time while living in it. Even if you rest, your cultivation will continue to improve. A virtuous demonstration array has been set up in the Sea of Clouds. When you move in, no one can break in without your permission. Senior Mei began introducing the sovereign plane to Zhou Xuanji. His tone was full of pride. This world also had his share of effort and he was very satisfied with it. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Suddenly, 2 exterminating divine light burst out from his eyes. Swoosh! The exterminating divine light swept across, shocking Senior Mei. A loud bang resounded. A light blue light curtain appeared out of thin air, covering the entire mountain and blocking the exterminating divine light. The entire mountain shook violently, making Senior Mei shudder in fear. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine light dissipated in time. Not bad, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. After that, he flew forward. Senior Mei, who was originally worried, immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly followed. In the universe filled with white light, Shen Yanqing was moving quickly. Her eyes were cold as she locked her gaze ahead. She saw a green light speeding ahead, making it impossible for her to catch up. Don't chase anymore. It's impossible for you to catch up with me. A female voice came from the green light, full of anger. Shen Yanqing let out a cold snort. She ignored it and continued to chase at full speed. The 2 chased each other. Soon they rushed out of the white light space and came to a vast starry sky. Countless creatures were fighting in front of them. They were all over the starry sky. The scale was huge and there were corpses everywhere. Shen Yanqing and the green light directly passed through the battlefield. In an instant, all the creatures and stars were directly shattered, turning into flying ashes. The space was also shattered. Spiritual chi poured into the cracks, taking away countless flying ashes. Such a scene had happened before. In order to chase the green light, Shen Yanqing had destroyed countless planes. Let's see who will stop first, Shen Yanqing said with a cold smile. As she spoke, she licked her lips. Even though she looked like a young girl, she still gave people a very evil feeling. When the green light heard this, it flew even faster, gradually distancing itself from Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing frowned. She didn't expect the other party to be able to accelerate. At this moment, a huge black vortex appeared in front of them. It swallowed the turbulence of time and space. It was extremely terrifying. A big black hand reached out and grabbed the green light before putting it into the black vortex. Shen Yanqing stopped in fright. She looked at the black vortex vigilantly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" This black vortex appeared so suddenly that she couldn't see through it. There seemed to be countless demons hidden in the darkness. It was very terrifying. After a while, a hoarse voice came from the black vortex. "Little girl, I advise you not to create a massacre. You have attracted the attention of many immortal existences. Although you are strong, you are not the strongest." Shen Yanqing's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. She asked him politely, "You're talking nonsense. Get out now. Let me see what kind of immortal existence you are." She had a magical ability to escape. Even if she was no match, she could still escape. This was her arrogance. Chapter 874. A girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hoarse voice coldly snorted. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space-time turbulence began to riot. Shen Yanqing didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "Can you stop talking nonsense? If you don't want to offend me, hand over that guy. I will definitely eat her." She raised her hands, causing the surrounding space-time to fluctuate visibly. In the blink of an eye, the entire space-time turbulence was wantonly twisting like countless water dragons surging. The scene was very spectacular. The black vortex suddenly shrank and quickly turned into a black ball with a diameter of only 6 feet. It was flashing with a faint red light. A figure emerged from the surface of the black ball. It was an old man with disheveled hair. He looked like a ferocious ghost. His expression was horrifying. His eyes were full of stones, making people shudder. Upon seeing him, Shen Yanqing couldn't help but frown. She asked in a deep voice, "Are you the legendary Black Demon Shen Ancestor?" Black Demon Shen Ancestor. As soon as she thought of this person, she didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. "Little girl, since you know my name, do you still want to eat her?" Black Demon Shen Ancestor looked at Shen Yanqing coldly and asked in a cold voice. His voice was so hoarse, filled with endless killing intent. Shen Yinxing suddenly laughed and said, "Well, I admit defeat." After saying that, she turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. Black Demon Shen Ancestor stood on the black ball. He raised his right hand and the green light appeared in his hand. He murmured, "What is the origin of that girl? She is hunting grand sovereigns everywhere. Is she related to that person?" His expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and finally chose to leave. The black ball shrank and disappeared into thin air with him. As soon as he left, Shen Yinxing appeared in his previous position. "Humph, Black Demon Shen Ancestor, do you really think I am afraid of you? I happen to be looking for you. As long as I refine you, I will be able to transform. At that time, I will devour the soul source and surpass Grand Sovereign." Shen Yinxing excitedly muttered to herself. She shook her body and disappeared. Kunlun Origin Court Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. Behind him, there were countless huge barriers coiling around him. He looked majestic and domineering. The hall was wide and was filled with immortal mist. Then giant pillars emerged from the mist, rushing into the clouds above. The air of an immortal, the lofty sentiments of a supreme being. Senior Mei stood in the hall and rubbed his hands. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "I can sense endless Tao energy flowing toward me. This feeling is very good. I'm very satisfied with this palace. I will reward you in the future." A supreme being was the faith of all living beings. Once he became a supreme being, a single word from him would be enough to abolish the 12 law ancestors, and no one would dare to object. Only I am supreme. This was a grand supreme. When Senior Mei heard this, she couldn't help beaming with joy. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you rest here first? I'll go back and prepare for the ascension with the other ancestors. We can't be careless about this. We will definitely make this the greatest event of the Kunlun Origin Court and let the name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the world, forever engraved in the river of history." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Senior Mei left immediately. After his aura completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the laws of the mortal world that he had obtained earlier. The Origin Fusion Divine Lord was already superior to most living beings, but he was still far from being comparable to a Grand Supreme. He wanted to become stronger. At least before the next time he met Shen Yinxing, he had to have the power to protect himself. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, making it hover beside him. Little Sovereign's soul flew out as well. Diske, this place is really magnificent. It's even more magnificent than my Supreme Palace," Little Sovereign exclaimed. Little Sovereign sighed with a face full of envy. Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes, "Do you want to be resurrected?" He also had the help of the souls of 9 powerful cultivators. All of them had been resurrected and reincarnated by him. Now they were wandering around the world. He had always been grateful to Little Sovereign. Therefore he was willing to resurrect Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. But the next second, his eyes dimmed again. "I will not be resurrected. Once I am resurrected, how long will it take for me to cultivate again? I might as well follow you like this. I believe that you will surpass all the other sovereigns. Maybe you will have the ability to resurrect me and restore me to my peak state," Little Sovereign said with a proud smile. Little Sovereign smiled proudly. His expression was as annoying as ever. Zhou Xuanji opened one eye, glanced at him and asked curiously, "Do you really have that kind of ability?" Little Sovereign was a genuine Grand Sovereign. It wasn't easy to resurrect him, let alone directly raise his cultivation to the pinnacle. Wasn't that too difficult? As long as you dare to think about it, it may not be impossible. Little Sovereign said with a smile. There was some expectation in his eyes. He once heard his master say that the end of cultivation was omnipotent. The mind could transform everything. As long as one thought about it, anything could come true. Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to it. If it was really as Little Sovereign said, what kind of realm would it be? But then again, your little wife seems to have obtained the inheritance of an immortal existence. She can even hunt great sovereigns. This is incredible. You must be careful. She is no longer the same as before, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. His tone suddenly changed as he spoke in a solemn tone. He shuddered at the thought of his soul being scattered by Shen Yinxing. The little girl from back then had already become a great evil demon. She could even threaten his life. Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, "How strong is she? Compared to you, who is stronger?" Little Sovereign glared at him and said in a bad mood, "My cultivation is not my greatest strength. My knowledge, my experience, my calmness, my wisdom, she is stronger than you? I already said it. I rely on my wisdom. You are weaker than her. Okay. Little Sovereign was rendered speechless by Zhou Xuanji's retort. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about Shen Yanqing's experience. How did the once unreliable lass get to where she was today? Just as the two were chatting, the Void Boundary Palace made another move. Zhou Fa flew out of the Kunlun Origin Court with 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns and headed toward the Lower Realms universe. Where do you want to go? A cold voice came, startling Zhou Fa. He immediately stopped and looked around. He saw a figure descend. Surprisingly, it was Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's face was expressionless as he said, Zhou Fa, it's time for us to settle our grievances. If you don't resist, this sovereign will make you feel better. Seeing that it was him, Zhou Fa smiled disdainfully and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the famous Super Range Master, Beast Sovereign. How is your evil Sky Divine Range now? Has it become a Sovereign Divine Range? The Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns became nervous. They had grown up listening to Beast Sovereign's prestige. They were naturally afraid. Beast Sovereign let out a cold snort. He then stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Fa from a distance. Zhou Fa's expression drastically changed. His body flew uncontrollably toward Beast Sovereign. Chapter 875. Beast Sovereign's right hand clasped Zhou Fa's neck. Zhou Fa's face instantly turned red. He stared into Zhou Fa's eyes and said in a cold voice, Ever since you appeared and told me about the future, this sovereign has been tricked. Now, my evil Sky Divine Range has been destroyed. Tell me, how should this sovereign punish you? In the distance, the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns widened their eyes. Their bodies were stiff. They were extremely nervous. Zhou Fa suddenly showed a strange smile and said, Don't you want to know what has happened in the future? Beast Sovereign frowned upon hearing this. Now, our fates are actually connected. Zhou Xuanji has become the sovereign. I have no place to live in the Kunlun Origin Court. And your evil Sky Divine Range has been destroyed. The 12 ancestors are behind it. They pushed Zhou Xuanji. And with Zhou Xuanji's character, he will definitely repay them in the future, Zhou Fa continued. Zhou Fa continued. His words made Beast Sovereign's brows furrow even tighter. He knew very well that Zhou Fa was deliberately trying to fool him. But he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. He wanted to know what his future would be like. Zhou Fa saw his hesitation and couldn't help but continue. The future is not fixed. It can be changed. Zhou Xuanji has successfully changed his fate. The past has already happened. It's useless even if you kill me. It's better for us to join hands and create a new future together. Crack. Beast Sovereign directly twisted his neck and turned to look at the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns, saying, A bunch of worms at the mercy of others. Beast Sovereign disappeared with Zhou Fa, leaving the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns behind. They were really afraid of facing Beast Sovereign. What should we do now? Asked a Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereign cautiously. He looked around, fearing that Beast Sovereign would come back. Run. Without Zhou Fa, the Void Boundary Palace will be controlled by the Origin Court sooner or later. We must leave. That's right. Once the ancestors find out what we have done, we will definitely die. After the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns discussed, they quickly made a decision and retreated. In the Sovereign Plain, Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. He supported his cheek with his right hand, looking very lazy. He murmured, Beast Sovereign, this is the path you have chosen. You have already regretted it. Why do you continue to sink? He couldn't understand Beast Sovereign's excessive trust in fate. In any case, Beast Sovereign was also a super vain master. How could he fall into such a swamp? He was hesitating whether he should help Beast Sovereign or not. But facing the current him, what kind of mentality would Beast Sovereign have? Forget it, let him be. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh. Beast Sovereign had changed. When the evil Sky Divine Range was in trouble, he didn't appear. Previously, he even wanted to harm the Emperor Sword Divine Range. In such a situation, Zhou Xuanji couldn't persuade Beast Sovereign at all. Everyone had their own fate. He couldn't care less. Right now, he had yet to truly become a supreme being. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji slowly closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the rules of the mortal world. Recently, he had a deep understanding of the rules of the mortal world. Somehow, he had already touched the realm above the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He had once asked Little Supreme how to break through to the Grand Supreme Realm by himself. Little Sovereign answered. He needed the guidance of Supreme Force. Every generation's supreme being would leave behind a strand of supreme being's power for generations to fuse with. This would allow the supreme beings of the later generations to have a better foundation. Logically speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the supreme should be. But the environment was the biggest factor that determined one's strength. The worse the era, the stronger the supremes born. In the blink of an eye, the day of the sovereign's ascension had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji stood on the top of the mountain. Behind him was a dense immortal mist that blotted out the sky. The 12 Law ancestors were kneeling in the void below the sovereign's plane. Below them was the Kunlun Origin Court. Tens of millions of Origin Court divine soldiers were kneeling before the 12 Law ancestors. Every inferior divine soldier's face was filled with fanaticism. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness the ascension of the sovereign with their own eyes. At the same time, close to 10,000 divine ranges were silent. Countless living beings were raising their heads in anticipation. All the creatures could see Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure when they looked up. This scene was created by the Sage Manifestation Array. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Father's figure is so mighty. How did he do it? Does he already have the strength of a sovereign? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji had been away for some time. She thought that he had broken through again. The others standing on the hillside had the same thought. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. Revered teacher is indeed revered teacher. I thought that my breakthroughs outside were already big enough, but compared to him it's nothing. His face was filled with admiration. Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang and the others were the same. They were all excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's strength. Jiang Shui looked up with a smile. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When it really came, she realized that she wasn't too excited. Instead, she felt that everything was reasonable. He deserved all of this. Today is the grand event of the Kunlun Origin Court that only happens once in a billion years. The new sovereign is about to ascend. A Law ancestor's voice resounded across the entire Kunlun Origin Court. His voice was so majestic and awe-inspiring. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji was born in a mortal world. His starting point was lower than all living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court. But with his extraordinary aptitude, he became the sovereign in less than 2,000 years. Ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court, he showed his brilliance and soared into the sky. The Law ancestor began talking about Zhou Xuanji's past. His voice was full of emotion and stirring up the crowd. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. They couldn't hold back their excitement. All kinds of phenomenons bloomed at the top of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji stood before the cliff. Listening to the Law ancestor's voice, a smile appeared on his face. The sovereign's position, he really did it. Once upon a time, he even fantasized about what he would see if he became the sovereign. Now he saw it. All living beings bowed down to him. Everything was under his feet. Rumble, the Tao energy in the sovereign's plane began to riot. More accurately, the Tao energy in the entire Kunlun Origin Court was rioting. All of it surged toward the sovereign's plane. Above Zhou Xuanji's head, purple clouds gathered, and an immense pressure descended. A violent gale swept up, stirring up the surrounding celestial mist. Zhou Xuanji looked up. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, covering more than half of his face. He peeked into the purple clouds with his exterminating divine eyes and mumbled, "Could this be the sovereign's power?" The sovereign's power existed everywhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. Was this the reason why the Law ancestors couldn't use it? He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" Little Sovereign's soul flew out. As soon as he saw the purple clouds above, he smiled and said, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait for its arrival." A look of relief appeared in his eyes. It could be said that he had watched Zhou Xuanji grow step by step until he became the sovereign today. This was the first time he had seen a junior he was optimistic about become the sovereign. Chapter 876. The Technique ancestor's voice was still resounding, solemn and majestic. All living beings were listening carefully. Listening to Zhou Xuanji's growth experience, all of them felt their blood boiling and their fighting spirit soaring. Putting aside his current achievements, who would have thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had written an inspirational story with his own opportunities. For all living beings, this was a story that happened around them. It was very close and very real. Under such a feeling, all living beings had an extreme sense of worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even those geniuses who hated or envied Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Technique ancestor's speech lasted for a long time. The billowing purple sea gathered above Zhou Xuanji's head. Countless purple chi fell like stars and quickly poured into his body, transforming his muscles and bones. Zhou Xuanji accepted the baptism of these purple chi with a smile on his face. Awesome. He could feel that his sovereign divine power was transforming. It wasn't just becoming stronger, but it was changing qualitatively. Faintly, he saw countless figures descending from the purple sea like a group of immortals. It was a very artistic conception. Even Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Little Sovereign, floating behind him, excitedly said, "They're here. They're here." Great Sovereign is also known as Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. Every 100 million years, a court can only give birth to one Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. If you were a little later, I'm afraid you would have to wait for 100 million years. And this is a special case. Generally speaking, the sovereign reigns for billions of years. Zhou Xuanji didn't care. His eyes were focused on the purple sea with a calm expression. Those sovereign divine shadows drilled into his mind. In an instant, his consciousness exploded. Purple halos flew out of his body, wrapped around him and quickly circled around him. The origin of battle, the will is firm, indestructible, indelible, the will transforms into God. The origin of time, the past and the future are close at hand. Invert time and space and only respect one's heart. The origin of radius, the stars revolve. 10,000 worlds are a square, the vertical is a circle, the radius and the circle are one. The origin of change, the body turns into all things, all sources obey. One change, one source, one grace. Different majestic voices exploded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, one after another. Past sovereigns. He heard the voices of Little Sovereign, Sovereign Kongxing, Sovereign Darkness and Sovereign Wuzhou. The Supremes were all talking about their own origin laws in unison. At first, Zhou Xuanji only felt that it was very noisy, but he soon entered a state of enlightenment. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch. The ruler of a court, and the 3,000 origin laws were at his disposal. At the same time, the laws of the myriad realms of the Kunlun origin court rushed toward the supreme plane. The Tao energy that had drilled into Zhou Xuanji's body was assimilated and turned into sovereign divine energy. Then, it overflowed from all his pores and flew out of the sovereign plane, landing in the Kunlun origin court and turning into brand new rules. This was a kind of good fortune, using the transformation of the laws to control the Kunlun origin court. The ascension of the supreme martial artist has officially begun. The Sword Emperor will transform into a supreme martial artist. Everyone should celebrate together. The ancestor of technique raised his voice. Like thunder, it bombarded everyone's ears. Countless golden lotuses floated down from the Paragon Plain and landed on the various divine ranges. With the Kunlun origin court taking the lead, the spiritual energy of all the great heavens realms began to surge. The spiritual energy was boiling and his Tao energy was increasing wildly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and they all shouted the Sword Emperor's name. Sword Emperor. Long live Sword Emperor. Supreme Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor. All the creatures of the various divine ranges were shouting the Sword Emperor's name. They gathered together as if they wanted to overturn the sky of each divine range. 3,000 origin laws were manifesting to celebrate the Sword Emperor. This day would be the most joyous day in the past 100 million years. At the border of the Kunlun origin court, in the void, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa looked up at Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure. They were silent for a long time. After a long time, Beast Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he murmured, "He really succeeded." At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had desperately cultivated Zhou Xuanji instead of Origin Court War God, perhaps his current situation would be completely different. The evil sky divine range might still exist, or even be stronger. After all, even the Emperor Sword divine range still existed, and its power was growing day by day. It's useless to regret. We no longer have a foothold in this court. Let's retreat, Zhou Fa said, shaking his head. Zhou Fa shook his head. He appeared calmer than Beast Sovereign. What was done could not be undone. Instead of regretting here, it was better to plan for the future. Beast Sovereign nodded, and the two turned around. He took out a scroll inlaid with red jade and waved it forward. Space fluctuated as a crack appeared. The two stepped into it one after another. The crack disappeared as if it had never appeared. On the other side, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa shuttled through the dark void. A ball of light was suspended above their heads, like a small sun, illuminating the void within a radius of 100 feet. At the same time, they were vigilant of their surroundings. We have to be careful after leaving the Kunlun origin court. There are many unknown existences lurking in the darkness. You may be swallowed by them before you can even see their appearance, Zhou Fei reminded. At the same time he took out a sword ready to fight at any time. It wasn't the first time he had come outside the Kunlun origin court. He was very scared every time he came. Beast Sovereign didn't answer, but his eyes were very sharp. He was vigilant in all directions. The two moved forward at full speed. After an unknown period of time, a light appeared in front of them. Zhou Fei heaved a long sigh and said, "Finally we are leaving this damn ghost domain. Next is..." Before he could finish his words, terrifying shadows that resembled dragons and flood dragons suddenly appeared from the darkness 1,000 feet away, surrounding them tightly. The two immediately stopped in fright. "What are these things?" Beast Sovereign cried out in horror. The aura of these shadows was very terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. Zhou Fei gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know." Damn it. He felt that his luck was really bad. He was besieged as soon as he came out. "Are you from the Kunlun origin court?" A cold voice came from above, startling them and making them look up. They couldn't see anything in the endless darkness. "Who are you?" Zhou Fei asked in a loud voice. His voice was trembling. He was obviously very scared. He was pretending to be calm. "Bring me to the Kunlun origin court, or else you will die here." The cold voice sounded again. A soul-freezing killing intent locked onto Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fei. They didn't dare to refuse. Sovereign Plain, Zhou Xuanji was still enjoying the sovereign's inheritance. The preaching of the sovereigns and the sovereign's divine power had made a qualitative change in his cultivation. In terms of his own sovereign's divine power, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The sovereign's inheritance wasn't an infusion of wisdom. It was a kind of traction that led his sovereign's divine power to transform. He was getting closer and closer to the true sovereign. Relax your body. Let your extermination immortal physique reach its most comfortable state. Don't offset it. Little sovereign's voice came from behind. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. The next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the growth rate of the sovereign's divine power had begun to accelerate. Chapter 877. Boom! In the sovereign plain the mountains shook and the celestial mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji stood on the edge of the cliff. A powerful gale surrounded his body, forming a majestic tornado that swept away the clouds. His aura continued to rise, like a hot knife cutting through butter, unable to be stopped. The 12 ancestors who were closest to the sovereign plain looked up. They were pleasantly surprised. So fast. So powerful. He can accept the sovereign's power so quickly. Seems like he will become a true sovereign soon. Kunlun Origin Court will welcome a new era. I think he will become the most powerful sovereign in history. The 12 ancestors discussed among themselves. They were all full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Since ancient times, very few sovereigns had the same experience as Zhou Xuanji. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had connections with several sovereigns. Such talent and luck were rare. Senior Mei smiled and said, "It's time to promote the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Before the sovereign gives the order, we should take action." The other ancestors nodded. They did not hate the Emperor's Sword Divine Range at all. Since the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was established, other than Zhou Xuanji's wife, the other disciples had never caused trouble. Even after Zhou Xuanji became the first candidate to become the sovereign, they rarely left the divine range. All of them were cultivating diligently. Such a divine range was the favorite of the ancestors. After all, the Kunlun Origin Court needed a large number of powerful cultivators to deal with the previous predicament. Immediately, an ancestor left to arrange the promotion of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji was reborn. Everyone rejoiced. This kind of life lasted for several decades. This day, a majestic aura engulfed the entire Kunlun Origin Court. I, Zhou Xuanji, have been recognized by all sovereigns and have officially become a great sovereign of the court realm. My title is the Sword Emperor. I will protect the Kunlun Origin Court with all my power. I will help the Kunlun Origin Court surpass history and create an unprecedented era. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world like a great bell, shaking everyone's soul. The peaceful Kunlun Origin Court was in a great commotion again. At the same time, the Sword Spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the great sovereign of the court realm. Gotcha begins. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained the soul of court toppling origin, Kunlun Sword Battle Body Explosion. Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. The violet light in his eyes made his eyes look like purple gems, mysterious and majestic. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch. Grand Supreme Being. His supreme god force had already transformed. Compared to before he broke through, he felt that he was more than 10,000 times stronger. His exterminating divine eyes had also transformed. With a casual glance, his eyesight could penetrate the walls of space. The unprecedented power did not inflate his heart. Instead, he was very calm. This is a grand sovereign, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a slight smile. Information about the Soul Kunlun sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Soul Kunlun sword level. Court toppling description. This sword was created by the soul origin of the Kunlun origin court's supreme sword emperor. Using the soul origin to power this sword, it possesses a terrifying sword power that can destroy an origin court. To use this sword, one needs to be the ruler of the court realm, Great Supreme Realm. Ding. Since the host has obtained the court-toppling divine sword, the divine sword's level will be updated. The sword spirit's voice came again, and Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Another update. It seemed that the supreme legendary sword system was also continuously growing stronger. After that, he activated his inherited battle physique. A wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a secret technique that could stimulate the potential of one's body, allowing one's power to increase explosively for a short period of time. This secret technique was extremely demanding on one's body. The stronger one's body, the greater the increase. Such a secret technique was very easy for the current Zhou Xuanji to master. He did not move his body. He easily learned it with his divine will. He did not try it. With his current ability, once he activated his supreme god force, this sovereign plane would most likely shatter into pieces. He changed into a brand new purple robe. The robe was embroidered with numerous legendary swords, forming the pattern of a divine steed. Then he put on the sword emperor divine crown. His entire aura changed suddenly. At this moment, his aura was no weaker than Sovereign Wu Zhou's. He directly teleported into the palace and sat on his golden throne. "Come in," he said softly. He said softly. As the sound of his voice faded, the 12 ancestors of technique appeared in the palace. The technique ancestors were stunned. They had just heard Zhou Xuanji's voice, and before they could react, they were teleported in by a mysterious force. So powerful. They looked up and felt deep veneration for Zhou Xuanji, who was high above them. They came back to their senses and knelt down. "Greetings, Sovereign." The 12 technique ancestors cupped their fists and said in unison. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Get up. Tell me everything about the Kunlun origin court." Having heard this, the technique ancestors got up and began talking about the various rules and powers of the Kunlun origin court. This lecture lasted for nearly half a month. The Kunlun origin court was too big. The technique ancestors had to take turns to talk about it. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt and listened quietly. After the technique ancestors finished talking, he grasped all the information about the Kunlun origin court. "In the future you will still be the technique ancestors and your positions will be second only to me. I need you to pick one person from each divine range to form a god pillar. The god pillar's position is only one level lower than yours. They are on the same level as the range lord. None of the god pillars can be a range lord," Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, the 12 technique ancestors' expressions changed drastically. One of them asked cautiously, "Sovereign, what rights do the god pillars have?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said calmly, "They represent the divine range and talk to me directly. Their positions in the divine range are on the same level as the range lord. They can only be executed if I give the order. At the same time, the god pillars cannot interfere with the management of the divine range. They can only advise them." The technique ancestors' eyelids twitched wildly. Decentralization. This was to suppress all the divine ranges. They thought about it and realized that this was a good thing. Each divine range had someone who could restrain the range lord. For the 12 technique ancestors, it was more beneficial than harmful. For example, Beast Sovereign dared to order the Evil Sky divine range to defy the origin court. If the god pillars were present, the range lord's every move would be transmitted to Zhou Xuanji. As for whether the god pillars would be on the same side as the range lord, the probability was too low. After all, the technique ancestors were the ones who decided the god pillars. As long as they had brains, they would not choose someone who was on the same side as the range lord. Also, the great elimination will continue. But I want you to send people to investigate the details of each venue. You can't achieve absolute fairness, but you have to be as fair as possible, Zhou Xuanji continued. After that, he told them about the other plans he had in mind. What he mentioned was the overall situation of the Kunlun origin court. He did not mention the Emperor Sword divine range. The technique ancestors admired him in their hearts. Only such a sovereign was trustworthy. No matter what, for now, Zhou Xuanji really hoped that the Kunlun origin court would be better. His decision was also good for all living beings. Chapter 878. Okay, let's stop here. You can leave, Zhou Xuanji said with his eyes closed. Zhou Xuanji said with his eyes closed, and his tone became lazy. Having heard this, the 12 ancestor immediately bowed and left. After they left, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne in deep thought. Now that he was a supreme being, his perspective of thinking was different from before. He knew that the Kunlun origin court wasn't safe. So he wanted to improve the overall strength of the Kunlun origin court. He couldn't be the only one powerful. When he heard the 12 ancestors' explanation, he already had a huge plan in his mind. The Kunlun origin court can't be limited to my home, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He didn't finish his sentence. He continued to adjust his sovereign divine energy. The next day, the origin court spread the news of the God Pillar position to all the divine ranges. Most creatures expressed their support for Zhou Xuanji's decision. In their eyes, this was an opportunity for their future. It was also an opportunity to find Zhou Xuanji directly. If the divine ranges were in danger, the God Pillars could ask for help from the sovereign. If they became God Pillars, they could reach the sky in one step. For a moment, the Kunlun origin court was in an uproar. The Kunlun origin court had nearly 10,000 divine ranges. Each divine range had countless creatures living in it. It wasn't easy to choose a suitable God Pillar in each divine range. The 12 ancestors were extremely cautious about Zhou Xuanji's first task. Ever since Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Sovereign, they had been feeling great pressure. If they didn't do a good job, Zhou Xuanji might really make them step down from their positions. Emperor Sword Divine Range, halfway up the mountain in a courtyard, Jianghu, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Shaoxian were chatting in a small pavilion. Zhou Shaoxian leaned on the table and sighed, "When will father come back? I heard that the powerful cultivators of the origin court could go into closed-door cultivation for millions of years or even longer. Will he be like that too?" It had been so long since Zhou Xuanji ascended to the throne. Her excitement had faded. She wanted to go to Zhou Xuanji's supreme palace to take a look. But he still hadn't come back, which made her very disappointed. Jianghu smiled as she peeled the spiritual fruit. "Are you that free? Do you want me to betroth you to a good husband? That way your attention can be diverted." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "I don't want to. My goal is not love. I want to follow in my father's footsteps. At the very least, I can't be left far behind by Tanhua." Jianghu rolled her eyes and smiled helplessly. This girl will never grow up. Xian Xianghua swirled her wine glass, lost in thought. "And Xian, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Shaoxian suddenly patted Xian Xianghua's shoulder and asked. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "I'm thinking about the position of the godly pillar." Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian was speechless and Jianghu could not help but laugh. "Aunt Xian, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with your son being the branch master." Zhou Shaoxian winked and smiled provocatively. Jianghu glared at her and snappily said, "Will you only be happy when you go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years? Zhou Shaoxian was terrified when she heard that. She was most afraid of boring seclusion. She had to rest from time to time during her cultivation. This was also the biggest reason why she was surpassed by Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua was completely different from her. He loved to cultivate alone. Unless he encountered trouble in cultivation, he would rarely take the initiative to leave the place of cultivation. Of course not. There are only a few Origin Fusion Divine Lords in the Emperor Sword Divine range. "Naturally, I won't decline," Xian Xianghua said, curling her lips. She didn't have any thoughts of scheming against him. She just wanted to make a name for herself. Even if she couldn't become the first in the Kunlun origin court, she wanted to be the second. Jianghu smiled and said, "You should cultivate well. Don't go out and cause trouble for him. Maybe you can even become the sovereign in the future." Xian Xianghua slightly furrowed her brow. She asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" She could hear the deeper meaning in Jianghu's tone. "You still don't know him? When did he stay in one place for a long time?" Jianghu shook her head and said with a smile. She still remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her about Sovereign Wu Zhou. In her opinion, the seed of leaving the Kunlun origin court had already taken root and sprouted in Zhou Xuanji's heart. Xian Xianghua thoughtfully murmured, "In that case, I won't be a god pillar anymore. I have to cultivate in seclusion. I can't fall behind too much." She wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji more than make a name for herself. She couldn't imagine what dangers there were outside the Kunlun origin court. Only by following him could she feel at ease. At the same time, she was also looking forward to more exciting experiences. What are you thinking? I just became the sovereign and you are already looking forward to my downfall? Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly drifted over, startling the three women. They saw Zhou Xuanji slowly walking down from the sky. His purple robe was fluttering in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, fully displaying the aura of a sovereign. Father. Zhou Xiaoxian stood up excitedly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji. The more she looked, the more excited she became. After not seeing him for so long, she felt that her father seemed to have changed into a different person. Who would dare to question whether Zhou Xuanji was worthy of being the sovereign now? Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua were even more dazzled. This was their man. The person with the highest status in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Zhou Xiaoxian and rubbed her head. Then he walked up to Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua and opened his arms. The two women immediately jumped into his embrace. With his wife and daughter by his side, Zhou Xuanji smiled happily. Only in this moment did he feel real. Don't worry, no matter where I go, I will take you with me. It was like this in the past, now, and in the future, Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, and the two girls smiled happily. Zhou Xiaoxian came up to his side and curled her lips, asking, Father, I thought you had forgotten about us. She pretended to be unhappy, but the excitement in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, I came back to pick up your mother and Aunt Xian. As for you, stay in the Emperor's Sword Divine range and cultivate well. Having heard this, Zhou Xiaoxian immediately put on a sad face. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood that she was acting. He just smiled and didn't say anything. After that, he pulled the two women to sit down and talked about the recent situation of the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Since he became the sovereign, the 12 law ancestors and many divine ranges sent gifts one after another. This caused the spiritual qi in the Emperor's Sword Divine range to grow continuously. The environment was getting better and better. The resources that the disciples could receive had also increased exponentially. With Zhou Xuanji in the lead, the disciples were all working hard to cultivate. Their cultivation was constantly improving. Ren Niming became the first person to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord after Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. This guy was the incarnation of destiny. After joining Zhou Xuanji's banner, his destiny was connected to Zhou Xuanji's. And Zhou Xuanji was the sole sovereign, which made his cultivation soar. Fortunately, this guy didn't get arrogant. He was still loyal to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. In addition, the number of 9 vast heavens and Tao ancestors was also increasing rapidly. They were bound together for good or bad. After Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, the destiny of all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine range had also improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Chapter 879. The news of Zhou Xuanji's return to the Emperor's Sword Divine range didn't spread. The Emperor's Sword Divine range was also in harmony. The disciples still didn't know that Zhou Xuanji was back. The reason for this was that Zhou Xuanji didn't want to cause trouble. Not to mention that his home wasn't just the Emperor's Sword Divine range but the entire Kunlun origin court. 10 years passed just like that. During these 10 years he taught his children to cultivate. He didn't interfere in the affairs of the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Occasionally he would give advice to Zhou Tanhua. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was about to leave with Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. Before leaving, he looked at Zhou Tanhua and asked curiously, Are you going to keep this form? After so long, Zhou Tanhua still maintained his youthful appearance. Although this appearance was very pleasing, Zhou Xuanji felt that he should have the spirit and appearance of a boy. The appearance is not important. What's important is the heart. I can change into the appearance of a normal man at any time, but I don't think it's necessary, Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua said with a faint smile. He seemed to be even calmer than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's calmness was sharp. On the other hand, Zhou Tanhua seemed approachable. It was easy for people to feel close to him. He looks good just like this. Zhou Xiaoxian rubbed Zhou Tanhua's head and chuckled. It was precisely because of Zhou Tanhua's appearance that she often teased him. After so many years, it was the same every time they met. In her eyes, Zhou Tanhua was a younger brother who would never grow up. But in the eyes of others, she was the one who would never grow up. She was more like a younger sister. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, After we leave, you have to support each other. After all, you are brother and sister. Apart from us, there is no one closer to you. Understand? Don't give up on each other at any time. Zhou Tanhua nodded while Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Okay, you speak as if we are going to part forever, Zhou Xiaoxian said, waving her hand. She pretended to be impatient. But in fact she felt wronged. She had never bid farewell like this in her life. She tried to comfort herself that she had already grown up. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and felt very distressed. But she understood that her daughter had grown up. She should let her grow up. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and said with a smile, "Okay, I will wait for you up there. I look forward to you finding me with your own ability." With that, he waved his right hand and disappeared with Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xiaoxian looked up. Through the sky of the Emperor Sword Divine Range, she seemed to see the peak of the Origin Court. Cultivate well. Zhou Tanhua patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Then he turned around and left. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxian came back to her senses and hurriedly turned around to chase after him. Stinky little brother. What are you talking about? Is my cultivation weak? Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the summit. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua observed their surroundings and they were all stunned. This place is so beautiful. This world belongs to me. You can go wherever you want and create whatever you want. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, the doors of the Supreme Palace opened. The two women looked at each other and immediately flew in different directions. They wanted to take a look at the Supreme Plain first. The Supreme Plain didn't have a fixed boundary, and it could be continuously expanded. There were many natural treasures here, and it contained almost all the resources of the Kunlun Origin Court. This was all thanks to the 12 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked into the palace alone. He was going to continue studying the rules of the mortal world. In the mortal plane, Sovereign Mortal World was meditating in the sea of fog. Strands of soul shadows coiled around her like a group of dancing ghosts. It was very strange. Since parting with Zhou Xuanji, she had been focusing on cultivating the rules of the soul. Although it wasn't a leap forward, it was still a great epiphany. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said with a calm look, "Come out." Just as she spoke, a spatial crack appeared in front of her and a figure stepped out. It was Zhou Fa. Looking at Zhou Fa, who looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World said with a contemptuous smile, "You dare to come to me, a little ghost who doesn't dare to show his true face?" Zhou Fa looked very nervous facing Sovereign Mortal World. He forced a smile and said, "I came here to ask you a favor. After it's done, you will have the opportunity to break through to the Great Sovereign Realm. You want to read my fortune?" "I don't dare." Zhou Fa's smile was very unnatural. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Sovereign Mortal World closed her eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Fa replied, "It's like this. There is a big opportunity outside the Kunlun Origin Court. Dozens of great sovereigns will gather there. If you can let the Sword Emperor go, it will be beneficial for both you and the Sword Emperor." Sovereign Mortal World didn't speak and waited for him to continue. Zhou Fa explained slowly. After a long while, Zhou Fa looked up at Sovereign Mortal World and asked, "How is it?" Sovereign Mortal World didn't answer immediately as if she didn't notice him talking. Zhou Fa wasn't in a hurry either. He waited patiently. "Okay, wait outside the court," Sovereign Mortal World said leisurely. Autarch Crimson Dust said slowly. Zhou Fa immediately bowed and left. She opened her eyes, stood up and said with a smile, "You have been listening for so long, why don't you show yourself?" A beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Zhou Xuanji appeared majestically with the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and a long sword radiating red light floating behind him. This red sword was the Kunlun Soul Sword. "What do you think?" Sovereign Mortal World asked with a smile as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It should be a trap. But I want to take a look. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the outside world." Zhou Fa said that an ancient great sovereign had invited great sovereigns to meet him with the excuse of a sovereign's opportunity. There was no need to fight. They just wanted to get to know each other and obtain information about the sovereign's opportunity together. If this was said by a great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji might not think too much about it. But the other party sent Zhou Fa. He couldn't help but think too much. "You have just become a great sovereign. Do you want to stabilize yourself for a while?" Sovereign Mortal World asked with concern. She was a little surprised. She couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. This kid gave her a feeling that he was even more mysterious than the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. He was like Sovereign Wuzhou. "It's okay. I can stabilize myself better if I go out and fight," Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently. He had already noticed Zhou Fa when he entered the Kunlun Origin Court. He deliberately let Zhou Fa in to see what tricks this guy had. Sovereign Mortal World nodded and said, "Then I will go with you." Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and said, "No, I have another request." "What is it?" "Teach my 2 wives to cultivate. When I come back I will share half of the opportunity with you," Zhou Fa said. "Ske, are you afraid that I will drag you down?" "No, I just feel that the Kunlun Origin Court needs someone to take charge. When the time comes, I will let you control the Divine Demonstration Array." "Yo, you have even mastered the Divine Demonstration Array?" The two began to chat and laugh. They were no longer as distant as before. But they still treated each other with respect. Looking at the current Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of being in Anti-Kunlun had returned. Chapter 880. Mortal Sovereign did not refuse Zhou Xuanji's request to oversee the Kunlun Origin Court. And so, Zhou Xuanji took her back to the Sovereign's plane. He summoned Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. When the two girls saw Mortal Sovereign they looked a little strange, especially Xian Xianghua. She used to regard Mortal Sovereign as her master. But now she always felt awkward. "I will teach you cultivation in the future. I will leave only after the Sovereign returns," Mortal Sovereign said expressionlessly. Ottar Crimson Dust said expressionlessly. His tone was very calm, and he had returned to his usual demeanor. Jiang Shui said gracefully, "Then thank you." She had a smile on her face and her eyes. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. He had told her everything that happened between Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign. Mortal Sovereign nodded and said, "You guys talk first. I will find a place to cultivate." After that, she flew toward the horizon. As soon as she left, the pressure on Xian Xianghua was immediately reduced. "Should I call her sister now?" Xian Xianghua asked with a faint smile. Jiang Shui was startled. She covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "That was just an accident." He and Mortal Sovereign did not have that kind of relationship, and Mortal Sovereign did not want to become his woman directly. So he left it to fate. Next, he told the two girls about his upcoming journey. After listening to him, the two girls frowned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In my opinion, the Kunlun Origin Court has encountered successive disasters because it has been stuck in its own ways and can never get out," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He raised his hand and rubbed the long hair of the two girls with a gentle expression. He planned to stay for a few years before leaving. As for Zhou Fa, he would wait a little longer. He believed that Zhou Fa would wait until he appeared. The Kunlun Origin Court was still establishing a new order. He had to wait for the God Pillars to be selected. A year later, Zhou Xuanji met with nearly 10,000 God Pillars in the Supreme Palace. The 12 ancestors stood at the forefront. Everyone was very nervous facing Zhou Xuanji. No one dared to whisper. They all lowered their heads and waited for Zhou Xuanji to speak. Before coming they had imagined all kinds of scenes. They thought that this sovereign would be very immature. But they did not expect Zhou Xuanji's aura to be so powerful. Even if he did not deliberately reveal it, they still felt suffocated. The absolute difference in strength made them not dare to have any improper thoughts, only endless reverence. The 12 Law ancestors were like this as well. They sighed in admiration in their hearts. It seemed like the Sword Emperor had made a huge breakthrough again. Compared to a few years ago, the pressure that Zhou Xuanji gave them was even greater. Zhou Xuanji said slowly, "You are all the first God Pillars. Don't think about taking care of your positions. From now on, there will be another God Pillar selection every 1,000 years. The God Pillar positions will be voted by the creatures in the divine range. If you can maintain the highest number of votes, you can be re-elected. If you don't have the highest number of votes, you will be replaced. If you fail, you will still have a chance to run for the position of the Divine Pillar in the future, understand?" The expressions of all the Divine Pillars changed greatly, falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Even the 12 ancestors of Law were shocked. When they thought about it, they were instantly shocked. Such a rule could indeed spur on the Divine Pillars. If it was the Branch Master, he would probably overturn the heavens. The Divine Ranges belong to the Kunlun Origin Court, but they also belong to themselves. Zhou Xuanji was very clear about the feelings of the Branch Masters. When he was the Emperor Sword Divine Ranges Range Master, he did not want to be controlled by others. The God Pillars he promoted were not taking away the freedom of the Divine Ranges. On the contrary, he was giving the creatures in the Divine Ranges a chance. The Range Masters might be furious, but everyone would be happy. Who did not want to climb higher and higher? Understood. Who dares not to understand? Senior Mei suddenly shouted. All the God Pillars trembled in fear, and they responded in unison. Understood. Nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators shouted in unison. Their aura was so powerful that it seemed like they were going to turn the Supreme Palace upside down. The cultivation of these god pillars ranged from Tao Ancestor to Origin Fusion Divine Lord. After all, many divine ranges were powerful. Their top combat power was Tao Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji looked around and said, "Next, I will talk about the future plans of the Kunlun Origin Court. My goal is not just the Kunlun Origin Court and the worlds below. I want to break out of the Kunlun Origin Court. I believe everyone has more or less heard that there are other realms outside the Kunlun Origin Court. They were created by the sages. Before this, Sovereign Darkness and Sovereign Wuzhou had been outside. I want to make the Kunlun Origin Court stronger and surpass all the previous eras." Everyone in the palace was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji's words made them feel like they were coming from the Arabian Nights. Hold on. According to the sovereign, could it be that there were other realms outside the Kunlun Origin Court that could threaten the safety of the Kunlun Origin Court? Surprise, fear, and excitement filled their hearts, making them feel very confused. The 12 ancestors looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were already aware of the threat of other realms. If it was Sovereign Wuzhou who said this, they would only be worried. But since it was Zhou Xuanji, they somehow believed him. They saw a kind of hope in Zhou Xuanji, and a kind of domineering aura that Sovereign Wuzhou did not have. He had become a sovereign at the age of 2000. Such brilliance had never been seen before. Also, after the God Pillars matter is settled, I will leave the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji continued. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. With these words, everyone was shocked. The 12 ancestors were the most terrified. They had already experienced the dark period without sovereigns. They did not want to experience it again. Sovereign. The ancestors hurriedly tried to persuade Zhou Xuanji. But just when they opened their mouths, they saw Zhou Xuanji raise his hand. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I won't return. This is an invitation from a great sovereign. Do you understand what a great sovereign is? It's someone who is as powerful as me or even more powerful than me. He has gathered dozens of great sovereigns. I'm going to understand the situation outside the Kunlun Origin Court." Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Dozens of great sovereigns. Their first reaction was that Zhou Xuanji had gone crazy. "Everyone, the Kunlun Origin Court has just been attacked by 3 great sovereigns. We can't be like before. We can't just sit and wait for death. The next plan is for all the divine ranges to stop all wars. All of you must cultivate hard. Without my order, if any divine range dares to start a war, I will annihilate them," Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice. His domineering aura made all the God Pillars tremble in fear. "When you go back, tell your range masters that not only must everyone cultivate hard, but so must the range masters and God Pillars. All of you go back. Origin Court divine soldiers will come to hand over various tasks to you." Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and teleported everyone out. Below the sovereign plane, the God Pillars and the 12 ancestors were stunned in the air. They looked at each other in dismay and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, an Origin Fusion Divine Lord sighed in amazement. "Our sovereign is really amazing. I'm afraid that if we follow him, we will really surpass the past and present."